3 turns 1 sound, plus 300 in cash, and 500 pounds of grain. You hear that? That's marrying off a daughter? That's daylight robbery. That's digging up our family's ancestral graves. Keep it down, will you? That Suehua's the prettiest girl in the whole village, strong and healthy, good for bearing kids. The Lee family's dead set on this kind of spread. Is this even about bearing kids anymore? Look at this broken down house of ours. Wind gets in, rain gets in. You could grind our old bones to powder and sell them by the pound and still not scrape together a 3 turns 1 sound. But our Nz's already 22. Drag it out any longer and no woman's gonna want him. The Jiang line can't just end with us. The arguing jolted me awake. Wasn't I dead? How could I still see Ma and Pa? Familiar voices, familiar smells. I looked around, taking it all in, and confirmed it. I'd been reborn. Back to October 1973, back to the day before my parents were about to sell everything they owned to buy me a wife. 22, and unmarried in these times, meant you were an old bachelor for good. Fragments of memory came flooding into my head, wrapped in a bone-deep despair. In my last life, Ma and Pa sold every last thing to marry me to Li Tsuohua. But that woman was already carrying another man's child. She took the sky-high bride price and made me raise some other man's kid. She raised that child to 6 years old, then ran off with the man. Ma and Pa withered from the grief and passed early. Left me alone in the mountains as a forest ranger, a bachelor to the end of my days. Heaven had given me a chance to do it all over. I clenched my fist. This life, nobody was going to ride roughshod over me again. My mother, Lu Rong, lifted the cloth curtain and looked at me pleadingly. Nz, you say it yourself. If you're set on her and won't marry anyone else, then even if I have to sell everything, beg, or steal, I'll make this match happen for you. Now go, talk your pa around. In her mind, this was a pointless question. Given how spineless I used to be, I'd have climbed to the moon to fetch it for Li Tsuohua. My father, Jiang Dashan, took a pull on his pipe and snorted coldly. Talk me around about what? You worthless little punk. Throwing away the family's honor over a woman. Whose family asks for a bride price like that? They're playing out to slaughter you like a pig, and you go charging right in. Shameful. Lu Rong sighed and gazed at me. They're asking for that much. What can we do? Nzi's the only heir the Jiang family's got. Even selling everything, she'd accept it. I spoke with iron in my voice. Ma, marrying a wife is something you let happen naturally. The Li family wants a high bride price, so this match is off. I'm not marrying her. What? Lu Rong's eyes went round. Not marrying her? Have you lost your mind? You're 22. You missed this chance. There won't be another. You happy to be a bachelor? Better a bachelor than a cuckold. The words burst out of me, carrying the hatred I'd stockpiled for decades in my last life. What? The two of them stared, dumbfounded. I smiled coldly. Pa, Ma, you really think the Li family's after something of ours? This broken-down house? Or the fact that we're dirt poor? The Lees are better off than us, and they're in a rush to shove their daughter onto me. You don't smell something rotten in that? I'm telling you, they're looking for a sucker to take the fall, to raise another man's son. 300 yuan, a 3 turns 1 sound, 500 pounds of grain. That's the price for ending the Jiang bloodline, the price for making me, Jiang In, a living cuckold for the rest of my life. The words landed like a thunderclap. Jiang Dashan's face went ashen, his chest heaving. He was no fool. My words cut deep, but the more he chewed on it, the more this Li family business reeked of something wrong. Who pushes their in-laws to the wall like that? Lu Rong collapsed onto the edge of the Kong, buried her face, and began to cry. Merciful heaven, what sin did we commit to deserve this? Ma, don't cry. My tone softened, but I didn't back down. Crying won't help. What this family needs is a way forward, a way to turn things around. Don't you two worry about me getting a wife. Once we've got money, once our life is thriving, you think there won't be any girls? By then we'll be the ones choosing, someone who truly wants to build a life, not trash like Li Tsuohua. My confidence left the two of them stunned. After a long moment, Jiang Dashan knocked his pipe bowl against the edge of the Kong. Tap, tap, tap. Thriving? Off these 2 measly acres of thin soil. Or off your old man's aching bones hauling sacks. You live off the mountain if you've got one. I pointed out the window at the pitch-black mountain. In my last life, I'd spent decades as a forest ranger. That stretch of woodland, where the water sources were, where the game trails ran, what season brought which animals, I knew it cold. There's treasure in that mountain. Pheasants, hares, roe deer, badgers. Get lucky and run into something big, and one hide would feed this family for half a year. You're out of your mind. Jiang Dashan shot to his feet, the pipe stem nearly jabbing my face. You think those deep woods are easy to walk into? Bears, wild boar herds, wolves. Which one of them won't kill you? A green boy like you goes in there. That's a death sentence. No way. Lu Rong went even paler. And Z, that mountain's too dangerous. You're my only son. I pushed past both their objections, spacing out each word. Pa, Ma, hear me out. Give me 7 days. If in 7 days I can't make something of myself in that mountain, then that's the fate of Jiangyan, and from then on, whatever you want, carrying on the family line, I'll accept it. But if I bring down something worth good money, then my marriage is mine to decide. 7 days. The bargain silenced the two of them. The room fell dead quiet. Jiang Dashan stared into my eyes. That listless, wilted boy from before. How had he turned into a different person? That fierce edge, like a wolf cub backed into a corner. His chest rose and fell for a long while. Then he took a hard drag on his pipe. You little punk. Wings all grown in now. Gambling with your life, huh? Pa, right now we're born to be poor. Better to bet it all than die a coward. Fine. He slapped the edge of the Kong, and the crumbling earthen platform shuddered 3 times. I'll trust you this once. 7 days. Make nothing of it, and you'll settle down and carry on the line like you're told. He shuffled over in his worn cloth shoes, yanked open the wooden chest in the corner with a clatter, rummaged for a good while, and pulled out an oilcloth bundle. His hands shook as he untied it. An ancient hunting rifle emerged, its wooden stock worn oily and black. Take it. He shoved the gun into my arms along with a few lead pellets thick as pinky fingers and a small packet of black powder, his hands trembling badly. This is the last thing this family's got. Your grandfather left it. The rifling's damn near worn smooth. Use it sparingly. Lu Rong cried harder. Dashin this. The boy's grown. He wants to go out there, let him go out there once. Whether he's a dragon or a worm, that's up to his own fortune. Jiang Dashin forced back his tears. The old rifle sat heavy in my arms. That stone that had weighed on my chest for decades. It felt like it had cracked open, just a sliver. Pa, Ma, don't worry. I'll come back safe. To make them believe, I had to show them results right away. I gathered a few things, tucked away some dry rations, and turned toward the mountain out back. They called this place Wild Boar Ridge. The trees grew so thick they blotted out the sky, and the afternoon sun filtered down in thin scraps of gold foil, scattered across years of fallen leaves. The air held the smell of rotting foliage, damp earth, and a faint animal musk. The imprint of decades guarding this mountain in my past life unfolded in my mind like a living map. I moved like an old cat, not the least bit rattled, sharp-eyed, ears pricked. Not far in, a low thicket about a dozen paces ahead gave a slight shiver. Not the wind. I froze mid-step, held my breath, and fixed my gaze on it. Through a gap in the brush, a tuft of speckled gray-brown feathers poked out, the tip of a pheasant's tail. The bird had its head down, scratching through the dead leaves for food. I reached back for the old rifle. In my last life, I'd played that old smoothbore till I could do tricks with it. A stationary target a dozen paces off. I could feel it with my eyes shut. I gripped the underside of the barrel with one hand, holding it like a fire poker. No rush. Wait till it was fully at ease. A few minutes later, the pheasant dipped its head, absorbed in its pecking, its body going still for an instant. Bang! A crack tore through the woods. The old rifle spat out a thick cloud of gun smoke, sending birds scattering across the sky. I bolted out like a leopard, parting the grass. The fat rooster lay in the pile of dead leaves, half its head gone, wings still twitching in a nervous flutter. Got it. But the warm little spark that had just kindled in my chest went cold before it could catch. That's it. The supply co-op would give $1 at most. Not even enough to fill a gap in the Lee family's gaping maw. I needed big game. A wild boar, a badger. A roe deer would do. Just as my guts were knotting up with worry, a scream drilled into my ears. Ah, a woman's voice. Fragile and laced with panic. Then came a low, rumbling roar, like a beat-up tractor barreling through the depths of the woods, snapping branches left and right with sharp cracks. Every hair on my body stood on end. I knew that sound too well, a wild boar. And a big one, worked up and furious. The sound came from the mountain hollow up ahead. Save her. Those 2 words were all that was left in my head. I gripped the rifle and charged toward the sound, rounding a few crooked old trees, shoving aside grass taller than a man. And suddenly the way opened up. The bottom of the hollow was a scene of chaos. A small, skinny figure ran up ahead for dear life, 2 thin legs pumping fast, but against the massive thing behind her, it looked like slow motion. The girl wore a set of ragged, oddly colored coarse cloth, the pant legs torn into strips, exposing calves as thin as hemp stalks. Golden hair, tangled like a bird's nest, mud smeared on her face. But those features, big eyes, a high nose bridge, an indescribable foreign air. A blonde foreign girl? From her getup, she looked like she'd come from the other side of the border. Pretty, she truly was. But right now that face held nothing but a terrifying, deathly pallor. Right on her heels was a great black beast. Good Lord, 300 pounds at the least. A coat of black bristles like steel needles, the mane on the back of its neck standing up like a little hill. The most frightening part was the two tusks jutting from its jaws, long and curved, bone white, caked with mud and bits of grass. A boar in the prime of its life. The beast's eyes were red, white steam blasting from its nostrils, head lowered, tusks thrust forward, locked dead on the girl's back. Saplings thick as a bowl snapped in one blow. Help! The girl cried out in broken northeastern dialect, her calves shaking uncontrollably. Huh, a foreign girl who could speak northeastern dialect? No time to think. On instinct, my hand went for the old rifle on my back, and the second my fingers touched the cold barrel, my heart lurched. No good. The old rifle's rifling was worn bare. Fine for a pheasant, but against this thick-hided, thick-fleshed, raging boar, one shot wouldn't kill it. It'd only enrage it more. And then it wouldn't just be her. I'd end up dead here too. The girl, in her panic, caught her foot on a tree root and went sprawling face first with a thud. The boar let out an excited, guttural squeal, its hind legs surging with power, about to pounce. A hair's breadth from death. A fragment of my ranger memories from my past life flashed through. Not far ahead of where she'd fallen was a vine-covered depression. An old hunter had dug a pit trap there. Years on, the mouth was covered with dead branches and rotting leaves, invisible unless you looked hard. I had to lure the boar toward the trap. To your left. Roll left. There's a pit ahead. Jump over it. I bellowed at the top of my lungs, my voice exploding across the hollow. The girl, dazed from the fall, her mind gone blank. I roared again like a clap of thunder. Roll left. Roll now. Running on pure survival instinct, she scrambled with hands and feet and threw herself hard to the left. Almost the same instant, that 300-pound boar came crashing through with a gust of rank air, its tusks driving deep into the spot where she'd just fallen, burying themselves in the mud. Missed. But the beast was quick too. It wrenched its tusks free, whipped around, and charged again at the girl who'd rolled to the edge of the depression. From its stance, it wouldn't quit until it had gored her to pieces. Jump over it. Jump! My heart nearly leaped out of my throat. As I shouted, I whipped the old rifle off my back like lightning, snapped back the hammer with a clack, and locked my finger hard on the trigger. The girl scrambled to the edge of the depression, looked at the vine-shrouded flat ground ahead, gritted her teeth, shut her eyes, and jumped. She was thin, light, and she really did stumble across. But the crazed boar couldn't care less. All it saw was prey. It couldn't see what lay beneath its feet at all. Crash, smash. The lid of that pit, covered with dead branches and rotting leaves. How could it hold against a beast charging like that? It gave way in an instant. The boar's front half plunged into the black pit, its hind legs still kicking wildly outside, spraying up mud and shredded leaves. This was the moment I'd been waiting for. Like a leopard that had zeroed in on its prey, I sprang out from behind the tree and dashed to the edge of the pit in a few bounding strides. Less than 10 paces from the thrashing boar. Couldn't go any closer. This beast was too strong. If it broke free, I was finished. I planted both feet hard, leveled the old rifle, lowered the muzzle, and took dark aim at the boar's heaving back, the part still exposed outside the pit. The hide there was thick, the bone hard. I had to punch straight through with one shot. The old rifle was unsteady, the lead pellet would drift, and all I could do was gamble. Gamble that this old workhorse wouldn't fail me in the crucial moment. Gamble on the feel and eye I'd honed over decades. The boar seemed to sense the death bearing down on it and thrashed harder, dirt crumbling off the edge of the pit. It suddenly reared up its huge head, tusks glinting cold in the dim light, and let out a howl. Roar. Now, my index finger jerked back hard. Bang. A blast 10 times louder, 10 times more savage than the pheasant shot, went off. Flame and thick smoke erupted from the muzzle, and the recoil slammed into my shoulder, numbing half my body. That thick lead pellet, carrying every ounce of ferocity in me, bored precisely into the boar's heart from behind. Thwack! Blood sprayed everywhere. Its massive body stiffened. The reared head dropped limp and slammed down into the mud, only the hind legs still twitching in mindless spasms. Done. Really, truly done. I held the smoking old rifle, gasping for breath, my shoulder burning, my ears ringing. The smell of blood and gun smoke stabbed at my nose. All that muscle. Haul it down the mountain, and it was money. Thud. I whipped my head around. It was the foreign girl. She'd collapsed into the mud, her two thin legs trembling, her face white as paper. Is it over? Her voice shook badly, her eyes full of the terror and gratitude of someone who'd just cheated death. Her accent was strange, her tongue a little twisted. It's dead. I wiped the sweat off with my sleeve. How about you? You hurt? She shook her head, trembling, in broken northeastern dialect. No, I'm okay. Thank you. She struggled to stand, her legs too weak to hold, and only managed to prop herself up on the second try. Once she straightened up, I finally saw her face clearly, and my heart skipped a couple of beats. Good heavens, this foreign girl was truly stunning. Big eyes, light brown. A straight nose, fair, clean skin. Most striking was that head of golden hair, all in a tangle, glowing like a spray of soft gold threads in the afternoon sun, carrying a foreign air Green Mountain Village had never seen. How'd you go and cross this thing? I pointed at the dead boar in the pit. A bruiser like that didn't usually chase people down. Her eyes reddened at once. I was hungry. She pointed at a small cloth sack in the grass, her voice choking. I wanted to pick some mushrooms and wild berries, and it just charged out. Tears rolled down, drop after drop. My name is Irina. I came from the car side. There's a famine over there. So many people starved to death. My parents are gone. I'm the only one left in my family. She suddenly lifted her wet eyes and stared at me, desperate. All or nothing. I can work. I can do any kind of work. Just give me something to eat. That's all. Just don't turn me away. That look, pitiful and stubborn all at once. It hit me square in the chest. In my last life, Litsuhua had ruined me down to the bone. This life, I'd just sworn to turn things around and be my own master. And here I turn around and run into a poor little foreign girl with a heartbreaking past and a face dazzling enough to blind you? Could this be heaven's way of making it up to me? What was there to fear? Feeding one more mouth. Could it be harder than the mountain of debt I'd drowned in last time? All right. I agreed on the spot, firm and final. Come with me. As long as I, Jiangin, have solid food to eat, I'll never let you drink thin gruel. But how do you know how to speak northeastern dialect? She blinked her big eyes. My dad used to bring me over here to do business a lot. I learned it helping out. I just don't speak it very well. You speak it plenty well. Come on, let's head down the mountain first, and you'll come home and meet my folks. The words were like a tranquilizer for her heart. Her tears flowed harder, but this time they were tears of joy. She fumbled to pick up the little cloth sack. But the moment she bent down, the sack suddenly began to writhe violently, letting out little grunting whimpers, a thin, tender, high-pitched sound, like a kitten not yet weaned. A cat. I glanced over. Her expression shifted. She quickly clutched the cloth sack tighter, looking a little flustered. It's not a cat. I found it on the road. It looked so pitiful. The mouth of the sack wasn't tied shut. A fuzzy little paw clawed at the edge, and a round head poked out. Round ears, amber eyes, a coat of yellowish-brown fur covered in faint dark stripes. My eyes went wide. Whatever composure I'd had a second ago vanished. A cat? Like hell that was a cat. That round skull, those tiger stripes. This was a half-grown tiger cub, still nursing. My mind went blank, like I'd been hit with a hammer. I'd spent decades as a forest ranger in my past life. I'd recognize one of these, even burned to ashes. Cold sweat broke out all over me. I was screwed. I'd stepped in it now. Killing a wild boar just made you skilled. But dragging a tiger cub down off the mountain. If the mother tiger came looking, the whole of Qingshan village would pay for it. A chill crawled up my spine. But in that instant, everything changed. Something ice-cold stabbed into my fingertip, fast as lightning. SSSS. I sucked in a sharp breath. Then a stream of information forced its way into my head, branding itself there. Mountain God Pearl, crystallized essence of nature. Owner bound. Companion contract formed. Contracted beast, striped tiger cub. Abilities. 1. Contract mountain beasts. You may form contracts with the spirit beasts of the mountain forest, hearts joined as one. 2. Sumeru space. A storage space 100 paces across, accessed by thought. Boom. My head felt like it exploded. My vision went dark. It took me a few seconds to come back to myself. Mountain God Pearl? Contracted beast? Sumeru space? I opened my palm in disbelief. The smear of blood on my fingertip, where the cub had scratched me, had already gone cold. This was a damn cheat. A cheat of biblical proportions. The stuff of legends, and it had landed on my head. Here. Now, like this. I looked down at the tiger cub in my arms, clueless and curiously pawing at my collar. Then over at Mao Mei, standing there dazed. Huh. Ha ha. A surge of confidence like nothing I'd ever felt shot straight to the top of my skull, blasting to pieces all the pent-up misery I'd carried to my grave last time. Living a second life, my old memories intact, and now this heaven-sent, world-breaking gift dropped in my lap. What the hell did I have to be afraid of? 300 yuan in betrothal money, the 3 rounds and a sound. Li Tsuwa, all of it was garbage. With this pearl, this cub, and this stranded foreign girl, what couldn't I feed and raise? The 70s were full of opportunities waiting to be seized, and I was planting my feet right here. You really are my lucky star. Come on, let's head home. We're eating pork tonight. I let out a big laugh, and Irina and I rigged up a sled to drag the 300-plus-pound boar down the mountain. She carried the sack with the cub, staying close behind me. Now and then the little tiger poked its head out and gave a small growl. As we neared the old locust tree at the edge of the village, a few villagers lounging in its shade, shooting the breeze, nearly had their eyeballs pop out. Good God, what's Anzi dragging? That black thing. SSSS, a wild boar. First time up the mountain, and he brings back something that big? Has the kid got a lion's heart, or what? Wait, that girl behind him, blonde hair? Blue eyes? Mother of mercy, a foreigner? The crowd erupted. Anzi, what's the deal with this foreign girl? You've really outdone yourself, kid. Brought home a foreign wife. I kept a slight smile on my face and didn't explain much, just nodded. Uncles, let us through. I'm beat. Gotta get home first. I put some muscle into it, dragging the boar forward a few more meters, cutting a deep furrow in the mud. Irina, embarrassed by all the staring, ducked her head lower and quickened her pace to keep up with me. I shoved open our creaky, beat-up courtyard gate and dumped the boar in the middle of the yard, kicking up a cloud of dust. Dad, Mom, I'm home. Jiang Dashin and Lu Rong pushed aside the door curtain and came out, their eyes locking onto that mountain of a boar. My dad nearly dropped his pipe, his mouth hanging open wide enough to fit an egg. You little brat, you killed that? My mom was stunned too. She clutched her chest and rushed over. Anzi, you're not hurt, are you? Oh, my boy. She patted me down head to toe, and only after confirming I still had all my limbs did she let out a breath. Before she'd even finished, she caught sight of the blonde girl behind me, and her eyes went wide again, the rest of her words caught in her throat. The two of them just stared blankly at Irina, minds gone completely empty. Where did this foreign girl come from? You go hunting in the mountains and come back with a foreign girl? I caught my breath and wiped the sweat off. Dad, Mom, this is Irina. She's from over in Kar. Disaster hit her family. She's the only one left. She's going to live with us from now on. It's just one more pair of chopsticks. The words flipped a switch. The old couple snapped out of it, the corners of their mouths nearly splitting into grins. So this meant she was going to be a daughter-in-law? Wonderful. One headache gone. And just like that, a fine girl shows up. Compared to Li Tsuwa, who'd stripped the house bare, this poor, orphaned foreign girl was a blessing fallen straight from heaven. Flustered by all the attention, Irina twisted the hem of her shirt and spoke stiffly. Uncle, Andy, my name is Irina. I don't eat much, and I can work hard. Please don't turn me away. Her voice trailed off smaller and smaller, like a frightened kitten. My mom was the first to react. She grabbed Irina's cold hand, as warm as if she were greeting her own daughter. Oh, sweetheart, come inside, it's chilly out there. Turn you away, what nonsense. Once you're here, we're family. From now on, think of us as your own mom and dad. She led the still dazed Irina toward the house, chattering away the whole time. Look at that dirty little face, like a spotted cat. Auntie will heat up some water and get you cleaned up nice. Anzi's dad, don't just stand there. Go scrub out that big wooden tub in the yard so our girl can take a bath. My dad snapped out of it too, and every worried wrinkle on his face smoothed out. He chuckled a couple of times, bent down to grab his pipe, and knocked it against the sole of his shoe. Right on it. Anzi, well done. My dad didn't say much, but his eyes were full of vindicated pride. Who said his son couldn't land a wife without Li Tsuehua? Here was a fine girl dropped straight out of the sky. The kitchen filled with steam. My mom worked fast, mixing up a big basin of warm water and digging out a half-new coarse cloth towel. Come here, sweetheart, sit down. She sat Irina down on the edge of the Kong and gently wiped her face with the hot towel. As the towel passed over her skin, it revealed a tender paleness, features so delicate they hardly seemed real. The more my mom looked, the more she loved her, clicking her tongue. Oh my, look at these brows and eyes, precious thing. And these lashes, so long you could rest a matchstick on them. You must be starving. Auntie will fry you up some flatbread in a bit. All you can eat. That taut string inside Irina slowly loosened under my mom's chatter. Her eyes reddened a little, but this time it was warmth. She nodded hard and said softly, "Thank you, Auntie." Just then, bang, bang, bang. The gate was pounded so hard the whole thing shook, brazen and rude, dirt crumbling down off the top of the wall. That kind of racket. Somebody here to freeload? The little bit of warmth in the house froze in an instant. The towel dropped from my mom's hand back into the basin with a splash. Irina shrank back, and the terror she'd just pushed down surged back into those light brown eyes. Damn it. It had been quiet for all of 5 minutes. Which blind fool comes knocking right at mealtime? Better not be someone eyeing my big bore. Mom, take Irina inside and find her some old clothes to change into. I lowered my voice. I'll go see which fool it is. My mom quickly took Irina's cold hand. Right, okay. Sweetheart, come with Auntie. She pulled the reluctant Irina, who kept glancing back, into the inner room and softly slid the latch shut with a click. I shook out my arms. The ache from dragging the boar still hadn't faded. Face grim, I walked to the gate and yanked open the creaky, rattling old wooden door. Sunlight glared outside. Li Tsuehua's face, smeared with cheap face cream, filled the doorway, wearing an undisguised fake smile. Her eyes darted around like hooks, gliding past my shoulder and fixing greedily on that black boar in the yard, practically drooling. "Oh, Anzi." She pitched her voice sweet, sickeningly so, and swung her hips as she tried to squeeze through the gate, a sharp whiff of cheap powder hitting my nose. I just knew it. "Anzi, you're the most capable man in the whole village. Look at that, a beast that size, and you just went and brought it down. Can't find another like you for 10 villages around." She licked her lips, unable to hide her greed. "This boar has to be 300 pounds at least, right? Sell the meat. And there's the money for the 3 rounds and a sound. Scrape a bit more together, and you've got the 300 yuan too. Then our thing is all settled, isn't it?" I crossed my arms and leaned against the doorframe, watching coldly as she talked to herself. My eyes held her the way you'd watch a monkey jumping around. Once she'd finished spraying her spit everywhere, I spoke slowly. "You done?" Her smile stiffened. "Huh? Yeah, I'm done." "You're done." I raised my hand and pointed outside. "There's the door. Off you go. Don't let me keep you. Don't hold up our dinner." I made to shut the gate. "Hey, Jiang." Her fake smile collapsed in an instant, like she'd been slapped. She slammed a hand against the door panel, her voice jumping an octave. "What's that supposed to mean? Have you forgotten about us? I wait at home for you every single day. Your parents are worried sick, and you're not the least bit anxious? I'm telling you, just the other day somebody had a matchmaker come to my house with a marriage proposal. My dad's thrilled with it. The guy's a factory worker. He said he'd pay 50 extra yuan in betrothal money. Aren't you scared I'll run off with someone else?" Her chest heaved, and she glared at me like I'd committed some monstrous crime. "I've been braving my parents' pressure, waiting only for you, Jiang'an. You can't let me down. If I hadn't flat out refused, the whole thing would have been settled days ago." That aggrieved, whining tone made my stomach turn. I laughed. Actually laughed out loud. Somebody willing to pay 50 extra for this worn-out shoe? Trying to work me with that line. Who does she think she's fooling? The corners of my mouth curled, my smile full of ice. "Huh? 50 extra? Then go tell your dad to say yes, quick. Fools like that aren't easy to find. Hurry up, marry into that good life. Don't stick around suffering with a poor wretch like me. Your family's already got a fine match lined up, so what are you wailing at my door for?" My voice wasn't loud, but every word was like a needle dipped in poison. She never dreamed I'd take this attitude. Where had the old Jiang'an gone? The one who groveled and gave in to her every whim. Those 300 yuan, the 3 rounds and a sound, had sat on my neck like a millstone. Would I ever have dared say no? A wave of fury shot to her head, and every ounce of that pretend gentleness tore to shreds. She bristled like a cat with its tail stepped on. "Jiang'an, you bastard. Trying to weasel out? Not a chance. This boar is heaven's will. The heavens themselves are helping you scrape together the betrothal money, so don't play dumb with me." She shook with rage, jabbing a finger at the boar in the yard, all pretense gone. "Get this boar butchered, hand my family 20 pounds of meat first, and let my dad see you're sincere. Tomorrow morning, you haul the rest to the county co-op and sell it. And with your family's savings, that's exactly enough for the 3 rounds and a sound. You hear me? Get moving." She planted her hands on her hips and jutted her chin high, wearing the look of someone bestowing charity, as if her deigning to take 20 pounds of meat was doing me some enormous honor. It was the funniest joke I'd ever heard. I crossed my arms and stepped forward, my tall shadow swallowing her whole. I looked down, my eyes cutting into that greedy, twisted face of hers. Bah! I spat, hard, onto the mud beside the doorframe. Li Tsuehua, who the hell do you think you are? My voice suddenly rose, cracking like thunder at the gate, shaking dust down off the top of the wall. Open your mouth and demand 20 pounds of my meat? Is your face made of boar hide? Thicker than the corner of a city wall? Is your family running a gold mine or robbing travelers? Marriage takes 300 yuan cash, the 3 rounds and a sound, and 500 pounds of grain. My finger nearly jabbed the tip of her nose. Are your parents marrying off a daughter or selling a placenta? And you think you're worth it? Get lost. Get the hell away from here. Wail one more word, and I'll truss you up with this boar's guts and haul you out. Once I finished, a wave of foul temper shot from the soles of my feet to the crown of my head. My whole body felt loose and easy. In my past life, I'd been a spineless wreck my whole life. I'd choked this down for decades. Today, I finally spat it all out. Felt good. Getting cussed out to her face like that shook Li Tsuehua's soul loose. That painted, powdered face of hers first flushed liver purple, then drained to a ghastly white. And finally, she was trembling all over with rage. You dare curse at me? Fine. Fine. Jiangyan, you've got some nerve. She pointed at me, her fingers shaking like she was having a fit. Had this little animal gone mad? He used to be a dog trailing at her heels. Since when did he dare raise his voice like this? Her eyes went bloodshot. She threw caution to the wind and played her last card, her voice shrill enough to pierce the sky. So you killed one boar. Got yourself all cocky, have you? Today, those 20 pounds of meat, you're giving them to me whether you like it or not. And the money for the 3 rounds and a sound. Don't you dare short me a single cent. If you don't hand it over, you can forget ever marrying me. Li Tsuehua, in this lifetime. I'd sooner marry a boar in the mountains or a turtle in the river than marry a poor, spineless wretch like you. And you can just hug that dead pig and stay a bachelor for the rest of your days. Spit flew as she cursed away, thoroughly enjoying herself, as if she were some precious jewel and I'd be struck down by heaven's wrath for losing her. I was just about to spray it right back in her face to show her what a real tongue-lashing looked like. Behind me, the thin wooden door of the inner room creaked open. The sound wasn't loud, but it seemed to carry some kind of magic, cutting off Li Tsuehua's hysterical shrieking in an instant. I turned around on instinct. Li Tsuehua's fire-spitting eyes, as if drawn by some invisible force, snapped toward the doorway too. The gap in the door had opened wider. A slender figure stood there timidly, one hand braced against the frame. It was Irina. She'd just washed up. Her wet, long blonde hair still dripped, draped loosely over her shoulders, a few strands clinging playfully to the side of her pale neck. Her face, scrubbed clean of every trace of dirt, revealed features so exquisite they hardly seemed human. Steam still rose from her, and her cheeks were flushed a faint pink. Those blue eyes, like the clear stream water in the forest, now held the daze and shyness of someone fresh from a bath, her long lashes hanging damp. She still wore the old coarse cloth clothes my mom had dug out, washed until they'd faded, the sleeves and pant legs far too long, rolled up several clumsy times. If anything, the oversized clothes made her frame look even more delicate, her skin dazzlingly white. The slanting afternoon sun poured through the gate and fell across her. She looked clean as a handful of spring water welling up from a mountain brook. Standing next to a furious Li Tsuehua. One was a fairy who'd stepped out of a painting. The other was a sow that had just rooted her way out of a mud pit. Li Tsuehua's mind went blank with a roar. She stared hard at Irina's face, that figure, that exotic air she'd never seen before. A chill shot from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. Who was this? You. Li Tsuehua's throat felt stuffed with sand, her fingers shaking like a live wire as she pointed at Irina, unable to force out a single clear word. Case closed. The whole damn thing was case closed. The little bastard had grown a backbone, daring to talk back to her, daring to curse at her. Turned out he'd picked up some blue-eyed, golden-haired fairy from the mountains. Well, Jiangyan. Her voice was like sandpaper scraping tin, shrill and cutting. No wonder you've got the nerve to sass me. Turns out you hooked up with this Russian hussy. Look at you. All grown up, learned how to fool around, huh? We haven't even settled our business, and you dare bring this slutty fox home? Have you got no shame left? Her eyeballs bulged bloodshot, her finger jabbing back and forth between me and Irina, spit flying everywhere. I didn't bother with the rabid barking. I stepped over to Irina and naturally took her cold little hand in mine. You cold. My voice wasn't loud, still rough from cursing, but every trace of that harshness melted away when I spoke to her. Irina was still dazed, spooked by the commotion at the gate, and shook her head on instinct. Those blue eyes were still misty as she glanced timidly at the wild-eyed Li Tsuehua. Her other hand, the one I wasn't holding, still clutched half a cornmeal cake she hadn't finished, the one my mom had just tucked into her hand to tide her over. Li Tsuehua's man-eating glare left her a little scared and a little bewildered. She hesitated, then timidly held out that half a cake, her voice soft and thin, carrying a stiff foreign accent. "Sister, do you want some?" That look, that gesture, innocent enough to melt your heart. Boom. That sister, that offered cake, hit Li Tsuehua's fevered, crimson head like a bucket of boiling oil. The last thread of reason in her mind snapped clean through. "Eat my foot." A scream that could blow off the roof stabbed at everyone's eardrums. "You slutty Russian, you shameless thing. Quit playing the pure little flower. You're seducing my man, you cheap tramp. I'll claw that fox face of yours to shreds. See how you seduce anyone then." Bloodshot and raving, she lunged like a madwoman and swung hard at the hand Irina was holding out. Smack! The half cornmeal cake flew off, landed in the mud, and got coated in dirt. Irina yelped and jerked her hand back, ducking behind me, her little face white as a sheet. But Li Tsuehua wasn't done. Her sharp nails whistled through the air, about to rake across Irina's tender white cheek. "Fuck!" I roared, moving fast as lightning. I yanked Irina behind me and clamped my other hand around Li Tsuehua's wrist like an iron vice. Ow! She felt her wrist locked in cast iron, pain shooting through her, and she squealed like a stuck pig. "Jungin, you're hitting me? You dare hit me over this slutty fox? You heartless son of a bitch." She grimaced in pain, her other hand clawing wildly, cursing like she'd gone insane. "We haven't even settled things, and you already found yourself a slutty fox, a foreign one at that. Aren't you afraid of catching a disease? What about the boar meat? I've got a share in that too. It's bride price money the heavens sent down. Don't you dare hog it all. Don't you dare feed my meat to this Russian slut. Let go of me. I'll beat her to death. I'll rip that seductive whore face right off." Li Tsuehua kicked and flailed, spraying spit all over my face, exactly like a raving shrew. Outside the gate, the gawking villagers erupted too. "Good heavens, has Tsuehua gone mad? Tisk, TSK, look at that foreign gal, then look at her. And Z's not blind. Serves her right." Hurley family opened their mouth too wide, and now the cooked duck's flown away. Listening to all this, then looking at that face twisted by jealousy and greed, my stomach churned with disgust. I gave her a hard shove. Li Tsuehua yelped and staggered back several steps like an empty sack, plopping down on her rear in the mud by the gate, her whole backside covered in dirt. "Hit you? I can't be bothered. Wouldn't want to dirty my hands. Li Tsuehua, you listen up." My voice was cold as ice shards. "You and me are through. Not a chance in hell. From today on, marry whoever you want. A boar, a turtle, I don't give a damn. I must have been blind before to ever want trash like you. Get lost. Get far away from here. Come make a scene at my gate again." I spun around and grabbed the old hunting rifle off the wall. Clack, chambered around. The black muzzle pointed straight at the mud less than a foot in front of her. Bang! The blast tore through the dusk. Flames spat out, thick smoke rolled, and a bowl-sized crater blew open in the ground, spraying dirt and gravel. Sparrows on the courtyard wall flapped off in panic. Li Tsuehua's soul nearly left her body. "Mama!" She let out a pig squeal of terror, scrambling backward on all fours, and a big wet patch spread across her crotch, a stink of urine drifting out. She sat in the mud shaking like a sieve, her face cycling through green and white before settling on the color of pig liver. She'd never been so humiliated in her life. Cursed to her face, thrown into the mud in front of everyone, and pissed herself. "Jungin, you dead man. You just wait, this isn't over." Ashen-faced, she scrambled up and bolted back the way she came, tail between her legs, not daring to look back, a pitiful wreck like there were ghosts on her heels. The folks outside roared with laughter. "Huh, look at that, she pissed herself." And Z's foreign gal, fresh as if washed in a mountain spring. Next to her, Tsuehua's just ash from the stove. If it were me, I'd pick the foreign gal too. The laughter set Li Tsuehua's ears burning, and she ran faster, gone in a blink. I clicked the hammer back and leaned the rifle against the wall. The bad blood was out of my system, but the moment I looked up, the crowd of heads at the gate still hadn't dispersed. Pair after pair of eyes clung like hooks to the dark boar lying in the middle of the yard. That look, green with hunger, pure craving. My stomach dropped. These days, whose pot wasn't thin and watery. A hunk of meat this big sitting here was a torch in the dark night. It drew wolves. If Li Tsuehua could come make a scene today, then Andy Zhang, Andy Li, and pockmarked Wang II would all show up tomorrow. Refuse them? They'd drown me in spit. Give it away? Let my own family go hungry? Why should I? This meat had become a hot potato. More than that, a bomb. Push people hard enough with hunger, and some green-eyed devil was bound to get a nasty idea. I'd spent decades as a forest ranger in my last life. I could see straight through the warmth and chill of human nature. This meat couldn't be hoarded. It had to go out. That way I'd stop all the wagging tongues and trade for what our family needed most. Dad, Mom. I lowered my voice to the old couple, my eyes flicking to the boar. Everybody knows how things stand with us. This meat won't keep, and it can't all stay here. The neighbors are all watching. We can't eat alone. That just breeds resentment. Jiang Dashin puffed on his snuffed-out pipe, brows knotted tight. That's the truth of it. But how do we handle a beast this size? The little salt we've got isn't even enough to cure one leg. Lu Rong fretted too. It won't keep. Cold as it is, it'll go rotten in a few days. I'd already worked it out. I turned and walked to the gate, raising my voice to the crowd that still hadn't left. Uncles, aunts, everyone. The chatter outside went quiet, dozens of eyes fixed on me. Got lucky today, struck it big, and brought the mountain god's mount home. These days, everyone's pot lacks grease, and everyone's belly's empty. This meat's a gift from heaven. It's not just Jiang An's. I won't hoard it. The words landed like a spark and lit the crowd up instantly. What? Nzi, you mean it? Oh, Nzi's a righteous man. You hear that? Everyone gets a share. I waved a hand. But even close brothers keep clear accounts. The meat's not free. My family's dirt poor, short on everything. Pots, bowls, needles, thread, grain, cloth ration coupons. Anything useful to a household. Anything hard to come by. Bring it and trade. I'll value it by how scarce it is. 1 pound per family. Max. First come first served. The crowd buzzed like a kicked hive. Trade. I've got eggs, saved up half a month. I've got half a sack of corn grits. I've got a few feet of cloth coupons. Hurry home and dig through the chest before it's gone. The people who'd been standing around watching scattered in a blink, all dashing home, terrified they'd miss out on the meat. Jiang Dashin and Lu Rong exchanged a glance, both breathing easier, smiles on their faces. Nzi, that's the right call. Jiang Dashin, rare as it was, praised me, then turned to fetch the cleaver and whetstone from the kitchen. Kids, ma, dig out our old scale. Lu Rong answered and headed inside to look. I turned my head and caught Irina peeking out, clinging to the doorframe of the inner room, blue eyes wide, curious and a little shy. Irina, come here. I beckoned. Give my mom a hand. Her eyes lit up. She nodded hard and trotted over. Lu Rong had just found the old scale and pressed it into her hands, then handed her a kitchen knife, chipped but polished to a shine. Sweetheart, help Annie watch the scale. Learn to cut the meat. Mind your hands. She took the knife and gripped it clumsily, her little face all seriousness. Soon people showed up at the gate, some with baskets of eggs, some hugging half-sacks of mixed grain, some clutching crumpled ration coupons, every one of them staring hungrily at the meat on the board. I grabbed the cleaver, ran it over the whetstone a couple times till the blade gleamed cold, and stood at the board. The boar's hide was thick, one chop, crack, and bone parted from flesh. The crowd craned their necks, eyes practically dropping onto the meat. Nzi, 10 eggs for a hind leg cut. That work? Half a sack of corn grits. Cut me a good fatty slab. Brand new cloth coupons. Weigh me out some rib bones for soup. Jiang Dashin chopped the cleaver down into the thick elm block, the blade tip trembling with cold light. Don't shove. Line up. Goods to my wife. Meat's in my son's hands. Lu Rong had the old brass scale polished bright, the weight clinking crisp against the iron hook. Irina stood beside her, hauled over and gripping the chipped kitchen knife, blue eyes round as saucers, everything a wonder to her. Watch close, sweetheart. Lu Rong pressed a palm-wide, richly marbled cut of rump onto the block. Cut along the grain. Mind your fingers. Irina drew a deep breath, one hand on the meat, the other bringing the knife down. The blade sank into the fat with a dull squelch, greasy juice trickling down through the seams of the block. Hey, this foreign gal's got steady hands. Look at that fat, a whole finger thick, and Z's aim is dead on. The Jiang family's got heart. Who'd share meat like this these days? I was the busiest one there, bare-chested, sweat rolling down my spine, swinging the cleaver in full arcs. Crack. A thick leg bone snapped in two. I lifted the scale hook and hung a big slab of red and white, still steaming, onto it. Auntie Zhang, 10 eggs for £1 and a quarter of hind leg. Take it. Uncle Li, half a sack of corn grits for £1 of ribs. Makes a fine soup. Brother Wong, 2 feet of cloth coupons. Done. This slab of leaf lard's a good £1.50. Render it, and your stir-fry'll be to die for. The meat on the board vanished fast, and the pile in the corner of the yard grew fuller. Coarse porcelain bowls stacked into little hills, golden millet next to bulging cloth sacks holding soybeans and sorghum each family had saved. Lu Rong smoothed out the faded cloth and grain coupons and wrapped them in a handkerchief. There were jars of coarse salt, bundles of greens, and someone even brought half a basket of heavy farm eggs. Sweat beaded on the tip of Irina's nose. Her cutting got smoother and smoother, and she learned from Lu Rong to wrap the meat in dried corn husks before handing it over. Those who got their meat grinned ear to ear, and they were extra kind to this blue-eyed, golden-haired girl. Thanks, sweetheart. This girl's a hard worker. The Jiang family's blessed. The sun sank west, and the shadow of the courtyard wall stretched longer and longer. When the last 3-finger slab of fat was traded away for half a crock of lard by an old bachelor who'd come from the next village, the huge boar was down to a bare skeleton and the few dozen pounds of good tenderloin and rump we'd kept for ourselves. The crowd dispersed, leaving the yard a mess but full of the greasy scent of meat and a warm, cheerful glow. Lu Rong looked at the baskets and sacks piled in the corner, unable to hold back her grin. Old man, look at this. We've got salt, we've got grain, we've even got cloth coupons for new clothes at New Year's. Zhang Dashan crouched on the ground, sorting through the pile, hefting a half sack of coarse salt, then touching the jar of lard smooth as congealed cream, contentment showing in every wrinkle. Good boy. This one boar's worth more than half a year of your old man's labor. Irina was crouched by the kitchen door, scrubbing the greasy cutting board and cleaver in a wooden basin of clean water. The evening light wrapped around her, her golden hair glowing soft. I walked over and handed her a piece of coarse cloth, washed pale. Tired. She looked up, blue eyes bright with the sunset glow, pressed her lips into a smile, and shook her head hard. Not tired, happy. She pointed at the few big cuts of good meat set aside for ourselves, hanging near the string of red peppers under the eaves, and worked hard to get the stiff words out. Meat, trade lots, home, full. The gate creaked shut, cutting off the last of the noise outside. The house was filled with the smell of meat. Lu Rong worked quick, chopping a piece of good tenderloin and slicing it thin, stir-frying a big basin of it with greens over a sizzling flame, then stirring up a thick cornmeal porridge and griddling a few cakes browned on both sides. Dinner's ready. She set the basin down in the middle of the Kong table. The oil lamp glowed dim yellow. The whole family gathered round. Irina cradled a coarse porcelain bowl heaped with meat, vegetables, and porridge. She copied me, tearing off a piece of cake and dipping it in the broth, took a careful bite, and her eyes lit up instantly. Good, she said thickly, a smudge of grease at the corner of her mouth. If it's good, eat more. Lu Rong smiled so wide the creases at her eyes smoothed out, and she piled another big chopstickful of meat into Irina's bowl. From now on, you'll eat your fill every day. Zhang Dashan buried his head in his porridge, slurping loud, all his pleasure in the liquor cup, a sip and a smack of the lips. In the corner, in a broken basket lined with dry straw, the little tiger cub gnawed away at the boar's offal. I'd tossed it. Its milky white fur was stained with grease, its tail tip flicking. Probably full, it rolled over to show its soft belly and let out a faint little purr in my direction. This little thing takes to people, Lu Rong said, glancing over, a rare fondness in her voice. Yeah, real affectionate. I looked at the fuzzy ball too. Zhang Dashan set down his cup and wiped his mouth. Anzi, this tiger cub's cute for now, but we've got to keep our heads. It's a king of the mountains at the end of the day. Grow it big and its wild streak won't tame, and if it hurts someone, that's no small thing. When it looks about ready, we've still got to send it back to the mountains. That's where it belongs. I knew perfectly well, with the mountain god Pearl, this little guy couldn't make any trouble. I could raise it tamer than a house cat if I wanted. But on the surface I nodded obediently. Dad, I know what's what. When it's grown enough to hunt for itself, I'll set it free. Long as you've got a plan. Zhang Dashan nodded and took another sip. The lamp wick crackled softly. The whole meal was warm and cozy, even the air carrying the solid comfort of meat and grease. Once the dishes were cleared, the night had grown deep. Irina was new here, and though I'd said one more pair of chopsticks, there was no title, No standing between us. It wouldn't do to sleep in the same place. Lu Rong made up the Kong in the inner room carefully and took her hand. Sweetheart, sleep in the inner room with Annie tonight. It's warmer. Irina nodded sweetly and went into the inner room, hugging the old cotton jacket Lu Rong had found for her. Zhang Dashan and I laid out thick dry straw and bedding on the floor of the outer room. The meat dividing had gone on half the day, and the old man's head barely touched the pillow before the snoring started, sawing away like a bellows. Once his snores settled into a steady rhythm, I quietly opened my eyes and listened toward the inner room, quiet there too. My mind stirred, and my consciousness sank into the mountain god pearl space. I hadn't had a chance to look closely during the day. Now that there was time, how could I not plant all the seeds I traded for? He'd smuggled a portion of the seeds into the space on the sly, not daring to move them all, afraid his ma would think they'd been robbed. Best to get them in the ground while he had the chance. The sooner there was a harvest, the easier life would get. Besides, I'd even brought home a foreign wife now. Over there they didn't have the custom of the 3 rounds and 1 sound. But in my last life, I'd given even trash like Li Tsoa what she wanted. This life, now that I had the means, I'd naturally give it to Irina. Let Li Tsoa get a good look. The door to Jiang Yin's home isn't so easy to walk through. With a few quick motions, I scattered the seeds into the soil, watching the sprouts itch to push through, and wiped the sweat from my brow. That little pool of water in the middle still ran clear and cold, spring-fed. Under cover of deep night, I quietly drew out some of the spirit spring water and poured it into the water jar in the outer room. Then I slipped over to the little tiger's den in the corner of the wall and secretly fed it the spring water, hoping to make it grow strong. Only after all that did I finally lie down to sleep. The sky had just started to gray when the whole family got up. Mom made a big breakfast, and after a quick bite, I slung the bamboo basket onto my back and headed out with Irina and the little tiger. The little tiger looked like a fuzzy ball, stumbling along at Irina's feet, tripping over grass stalks now and then whimpering as it scrambled back up, which had Irina laughing every time. We tramped along the damp trail, heading into the mist-shrouded mountains. Once we entered the woods, the air turned cool and damp, carrying the smell of earth and rotting leaves. Look for these, I said, bending to pull up a plant with leaves shaped like a hand, roots still caked with dirt. Balloon flower. Good for the throat. The co-op buys it. Irina leaned in, her blue eyes bright, and copied me, digging one up, shaking off the dirt, and tucking it into the basket like it was treasure. What about this one? She pointed at a clump of little white flowers. Buplurum. Brings down fevers. They buy that too. Irina got even more into it, ducking her head to search, murmuring, balloon flower, buplurum. The little tiger scrabbled around at her feet, chasing a grasshopper, rolling around until it was covered in bits of grass and dew. Hey, don't touch that one. I slapped her hand away from a purple-flowered plant. Wolfsbane. Poisonous. Gets on your hands and itches like crazy. Irina jumped, yanked her hand back, and patted her chest. Bad plant. I laughed. Right, bad plant. Only look for the ones with thick roots and heavy leaves. We wandered slowly through the woods, me pointing things out, her studying each one carefully, and the little basket gradually got heavier. The little tiger wore itself out playing and flopped down at Irina's feet to lick its paws, purring in its throat. The sun climbed higher, the mist burned off, and shafts of light slanted down through the gaps in the leaves. I was just parting a patch of ferns to look for the good stuff. Then, the little tiger's head snapped up. Those tiger eyes went wide, ears pricked straight, locked on something deep in the stream. The purring stopped. Its little body was drawn tight as a wire, tail stiff and straight up like a little stick. Huh. I noticed something was off right away. The cub had been all lazy just a second ago. I pressed a hand down on Irina, who was still bent over searching for herbs, held my breath, and looked in the direction the tiger was fixed on. Down by the stream stood 7 or 8 deer, cool as you please. The tawny does and fawns had their heads down, nibbling on watercress, but the real eye-catchers were the 2 or 3 big stags, antlers branching overhead like tree limbs, downright majestic in the sunlight. A small herd of red deer, the big money game of these mountains. Venison, deer hide, velvet antler, bring any one of them back, and it was as good as hard cash. My blood was already up. Take down one of those stags, and it'd be worth way more than a wild boar. Too bad the distance was too far, and the lead shot wasn't reliable at that range. One crack of the gun, and the herd would vanish in an instant. I glanced at the little tiger. The little guy was still coiled tight, pale amber eyes locked dead on the herd, a low growl pressed deep in its throat. None of that milk-soft look it usually had. The pact of the mountain god's pearl was stirring the most primal hunting instinct in its blood. A bold idea popped into my head. "Irina," I whispered into her ear. The tip of her ear went red in an instant, but her gaze stayed dead focused. "See that stag with the biggest antlers? We split up. Take the treasure basin and circle around from that side. No noise. Get as close as you can." I pointed at the thicket to the front left, then tapped the little tiger's head. "Treasure basin, listen to her for now." The little tiger looked at Irina, then at the herd, like it understood. "Then what?" Irina's voice trembled with nerves. "Wait for my signal." My eyes sharpened. "I'll make a commotion over here, and the herd's bound to run your way. Treasure basin, drive them toward the steep slope on my side. Remember, don't actually charge in and bite. You're still little. Just spook them, get them scrambling. That's all. Irina, if a deer charges you, use the stick to block or just get out of the way. Don't take it head on." She nodded hard, blue eyes flashing. "Okay, I can do it." I took a deep breath, patted the little tiger's back, and the two of them sprang into action. Irina hunched over, footsteps light as a wildcat, moving toward the thicket without a sound. The little tiger stuck close at her feet, their movements weirdly in sync, its golden fur nearly blending into the light and shadow. I watched them disappear behind the thicket and silently counted off the time. I'd picked a good spot. To the left was the driving direction, to the right a steep slope with dense trees below. Any deer that ran down there would be hemmed in. I was planted right on the herd's escape route. About time. I sucked in a sharp breath, drew a bead on the nearest doe, and yanked the trigger hard. Bang! The gunshot cracked out, and birds scattered everywhere. The doe was a ways off, but my aim held. She staggered twice, then dropped straight to the ground. The rest of the herd exploded. Does and fawns let out short, panicked cries and bolted in the opposite direction on pure instinct. The stag reacted even faster. Instead of running with them, it sprang in place, huge antlers tossing, trying to figure out where the threat was. Right then, roar! A tiger's roar, babyish and fierce, but carrying a wild, threatening edge, erupted from the thicket to the front left. The little tiger's tiny body burst with astonishing presence. It didn't charge out. It just stood at the edge of the thicket, snarling and growling at the oncoming herd, little paws clawing at the ground and kicking up dust. A tiger's roar, even a cub's, carries a natural, bloodline dominance over grazing animals. The two lead does, terrified out of their wits by this tiger blocking their path, slammed to a halt and wheeled around to bolt off to the side. "Hey, this way." Irina leaned out at just the right moment, swinging her stick and shouting to add to the chaos. She didn't dare actually hit anything, but the flash of the stick and her yelling successfully drove the fawns trying to slip around back into the fray. The herd fell into total disarray. Fierce tiger ahead, a person with a stick to the side, steep slope behind. They spun around the clearing like headless flies. The stag finally read the situation. What it feared most was the tiger's roar behind the thicket. It ducked its head hard, pawed the ground, let out a short whinny, and, instead of bowling through Irina and the little tiger, it wheeled around and charged toward the steep slope on my side. It wanted to use the slope to build speed and crash into the woods below. "Well now, sharp one," I praised silently. But that was exactly what I'd been waiting for. "Treasure basin, after it." I bellowed, bursting from my cover at the same time, hunting gun leveled, muzzle locked dead on the back of that galloping stag. The little tiger heard the command, and its ferocity fully erupted. Like a bolt of golden lightning it shot from the thicket, for short little legs churning frantically, startlingly fast, hurling itself straight at the stag's hind legs. That presence, that roar, the aura of a top predator's cub, enough to strike terror into any prey. The stag, spooked witless by the pursuit at its heels, could practically feel the cub's hot breath on its back hooves. Fear made it abandon the slope. It wrenched hard to the side, trying to shake off this little demon. That turn brought it right into my line of fire. But I didn't pull the trigger, still too far. The old gun's lead shot scattered wide, and hitting a moving target was a good way to miss. I chased and hollered, "Treasure basin, keep driving it. Push it toward the old-growth woods. Don't let it get down the slope." The little tiger instantly changed direction, using its small size and quick turns to keep growling and lunging in feints, precisely herding the panicked stag away from the downslope and toward the old-growth woods up above, all tangled vines and towering ancient trees. Beautiful. My blood surged. This little tiger was flat out incredible. I hurried to load buckshot into the old gun, ready for the next shot. Irina caught up, out of breath. She couldn't do much heavy lifting, but she did her best to stay behind, guarding against the stag doubling back or other deer bolting around. The stag, driven this way and that, was burning through its energy fast, and terror had wiped out its judgment completely. The next second, it plunged headlong into the old-growth woods. The trees here were thick and stout, branches gnarled and knotted, and beneath the fallen leaves coiled countless tough old vines. Now that pair of huge antlers became a burden. Dodging the little tiger behind and me on the flank, the stag lost its head and bolted straight between two ancient trees that had grown together. Crack, clang, disaster struck. Those branching antlers wedged perfectly tight between two intertwined old vines. The tremendous momentum jerked its whole body to a violent stop, front hooves lifting off the ground, neck yanked tight in a chokehold. Blot! The stag let out a shrill, agonized bellow, thrashing with everything it had. The bowl-thick old vines groaned and creaked under the strain, leaves flying everywhere. But those vines were too tough, wedged too deep in the tree cleft. That pair of antlers it was so proud of wouldn't budge an inch. It was like an invisible giant hand had it by the throat. It kicked its hind legs uselessly, huge body writhing violently, but it couldn't break free. An opening. A once-in-a-lifetime opening. I chased right up close, no more than 20-odd paces. I could even see its bulging eyeballs, the bloody white breath snorting from its nostrils. Not a second's hesitation. I planted my feet, nailed to the ground, jammed the stock hard into the hollow of my shoulder. The dark muzzle held steady, aimed right at the stag's flank, at its heart. Hold my breath. Take aim. Bang. The huge recoil slammed into my shoulder, gun smoke everywhere. The struggling stag's body went rigid all at once, every motion frozen in an instant. Its reared-up head drooped limply, crashing down hard onto the old vines with a dull thud. Blood gushed from the bowl-sized hole in its flank, staining the dead leaves and vines red. Only its limbs still twitched faintly, unconscious. Done. I let out a long, ragged breath, the barrel still trailing wisps of smoke. My shoulder throbbed, my ears rang, but inside I was riding high. Treasure basin. I called out, thrilled. Roar. The little tiger poked out of the thicket, ran over to my leg, and nuzzled my pant leg affectionately, then looked up at the fallen stag, its eyes full of smug pride, purring contentedly in its throat, like it was angling for credit. Irina ran over too, chest heaving, little face flushed red with excitement. That was amazing, Jiangin, treasure basin. Her voice cracked with it. I grinned wide, walked over, and rubbed the little tiger's fuzzy head. Good boy. You're a real damn treasure. I walked over to the stag to check. The shot had landed clean, killed it outright. I hefted the pair of huge antlers, hefty, covered in soft velvet, prime blood velvet. That pair of antlers alone was worth a fortune, never mind all the muscle meat and the good hide. Struck it rich. We've really struck it rich this time. I rubbed my hands together, eyes shining as I looked at this prize that was worth more than a wild boar. Counting the dough from that first shot, how long had it even been? 2 deer already? Too bad about the dozen fawns that got away. Bag 2 or 3 more, and we'd have really cleaned up. This old hunting gun had to be reloaded with buckshot after every shot. Once I had some cash, I'd have to get my hands on something that fired repeatedly and hit hard. Then it'd be see a deer, kill a deer, see a boar, kill a boar. It was getting close to dark, the setting sun dyeing the treetops to the west blood red. Come on, give me a hand. Let's deal with this before it's pitch black. This thing's harder to haul down the mountain than a wild boar. I called Irina over, drew the cleaver from my belt, and got ready to bleed it first, then saw off the antlers. Once the smell of blood spread, other beasts would come, so we had to move fast. I just slid the cleaver back into my belt when a crackling sound suddenly came from the woods to the left, along with the low growls of animals fighting and tearing at something. That was exactly the direction where I dropped the doe with my first shot. Damn it! I snatched up the hunting gun leaning against the tree and took off running. Keep up. Irina snapped to it too, grabbing the stick, the little tiger trailing close with its ears pricked. I shoved aside a clump of waist-high brush, and the sight in front of me made my blood boil. 7 or 8 red-furred beasts, about the size of half-grown mutts, dragging bushy tails, were swarming my doe and tearing into it like mad. Its belly had been ripped open, guts strung across the ground, and one of the beasts had half a deer leg in its jaws, yanking backward with all its might. In that little bit of time, a perfectly good doe was already half stripped bare on one side. Doles. I ground the word out through my teeth. The old hunters in the village all called them that. The proper name was Asiatic wild dog, the worst kind to deal with. They came as a whole pack, 7 or 8 at a minimum, like bandits, and they loved going for the guts. Even the fiercest hunting dogs in the village would tuck their tails and run at the sight of them. Damn it all. Meat I'd risked my life for, and it was lining the bellies of these gut-ripping bastards. Irina saw clearly now, her face going white, clamping both hands over her mouth to keep from screaming. Those green eyes flickered in the dark woods, fierce and greedy. My finger curled on the trigger, then stopped. The beasts were bunched together. A shot wouldn't hit anything vital. It'd just scatter them, and they'd be more trouble later. If they got my guts torn out, that'd really be the end. That one moment of hesitation, and the doles over there spotted us too. Several raised their heads, blood-frothed muzzles peeling back to bare glistening white fangs, threatening chittering sounds coming from their throats. Roar! The pack leader let out a shrill howl, like a signal. The 7 or 8 doles suddenly scattered, so fast they left only afterimages. They didn't pounce at me. Instead, they cunningly split into 2 groups. 3 or 4 on this side bared their teeth, dropped low, and closed in from the front and side in a fanning arc, footsteps light and quick. The other 4 or 5, including the leader, actually hugged the ground and circled around behind me. Their target was clear, that bristling little tiger. These beasts actually knew how to feint one way and strike another, splitting their forces to flank. Behind you. My scalp prickled and I whipped the muzzle around. And in that split second I was distracted, the 2 fiercest doles out front lunged straight at my lower body from left and right, clearly going for my legs, even my groin. Vicious as hell. Irina screamed and swung her stick with a whistle of wind at the one on the left. I couldn't watch both front and back. I lurched backward and instinctively jabbed the barrel at the dole leaping into my face. Bang! The muzzle went off, almost pressed against its belly. The lead shot burst at point-blank range, and the beast was blasted away like a torn sack, belly blown open, guts spilling everywhere. It twitched twice and went still. That shot handled the immediate crisis, but it lit the powder keg for good. A dead packmate plus the thick smell of blood didn't scare the doles off at all. It fully roused their savagery instead. CHK roar. The 4 or 5 that had circled behind seized the chance to cut off my link to Irina, now less than 5 steps from them. The leader's green eyes were fixed dead on the little tiger, hind legs coiling, about to spring. The little tiger was trembling all over, but it didn't give a single step. It planted itself in front of Irina, spine arched high, all 4 claws digging in, a low growl rolling in its throat. This stance said it was ready to fight to the death. Get back! Irina's face was ghost white, but a fierce grit blazed up in those blue eyes. She gripped the stick with both hands and brought it crashing down on the nearest dole's head. The stick smashed hard into the dole's shoulder blade. Yelp! The beast let out an agonized cry, its attack faltering. But that little blow was nothing to a bloodlust-crazed pack. Another one shot out from the side like yellow lightning, fangs going straight for her ankle. Irina tried to back away, but her foot snagged on a vine. She was done for. A hair's breadth from disaster. Roar! A golden blur burst out from her side on a gust of rank wind. It was the little tiger. The little guy exploded with shocking speed. All 4 paws dug into the ground, and its body stretched into a straight golden line in midair, jaws gaping to their limit, carrying the savage fury of the king of beasts as it bit down hard at the leader's throat. Fast, precise, vicious. The leader never expected this little runt would dare pounce on it. It tried to dodge, but the angle was too tricky. Squelch! The little tiger's fangs sank into the flesh of the leader's neck, ripping open a deep, bloody gash. A woo! The leader howled in agony and went berserk, snapping its head violently, nearly flinging the little guy off. But the cub clamped down and wouldn't let go, its 4 paws clawing wildly, leaving streaks of blood. That one move stunned the pack of red dogs closing in. An opening. I'd gone blood mad myself. The few in front of me kept backing off under my rifle stock and machete, and out of the corner of my eye I caught the little tiger daring to lunge at the leader. My heart jolted, and a surge of ferocity shot straight up. If this little thing dared to fight for its life, how could I, Jiangin, back down? Screw you. I stopped caring about aim, swept the rifle roughly toward the 2 crowding closest, and fired again. Bang! Point-blank range, the buckshot spread wide. 2 of them tumbled away, blood spraying, howling, and rolling on the ground. The remaining 2 in front finally lost their nerve, tucked their tails, and dove into the bushes, gone. I had no time for them. The rifle was empty. Without a glance, I tossed it to the ground and whipped out my machete. Irina, get down. Irina had just been struck dumb by the little tiger. The moment she heard my roar, she covered her head and dropped into a crouch. Whoosh! The machete swept over her head with a bloody wind. I charged in too fast, and riding that forward momentum, I swung the blade in a full arc, cutting the air with a whistling sound as it slammed toward the leader. Crack! The sound of splintering bone set teeth on edge. The blow landed solid on the leader's lower back, nearly splitting a kidney wide open. Oh! The leader's scream jumped an octave, turning into a dying wail. Its body stiffened, then it crashed to the ground, limbs twitching, bloody foam bubbling from its mouth. The little tiger was shaken loose, flung far, tumbling twice before shaking its head, a little dazed. With the leader down, the rest panicked completely. Whimper, whimper. They clamped their tails and turned, fleeing for their lives into the forest, gone in a blink. The woods fell silent in an instant, only the thick smell of blood lingering. I leaned on the machete, gasping for air, chest heaving. Those last few moves had nearly wrung me dry, and the shoulder the recoil had slammed burned like fire. Irina's legs gave out. Only the wooden staff kept her from collapsing, her heart still pounding. The little tiger recovered, ran over to my feet, and rubbed against my pant leg, a purr in its throat that was half aggrieved, half smug. Then it trotted over to the leader's carcass and pawed at it a couple of times, like it was confirming its trophy. It's over now, all done. My voice was hoarse as I gave Irina a hand up. I'm fine. She was still shaking, looking at the little tiger, her blue eyes full of lingering fear and gratitude. It saved me. This little thing's got guts. I looked at the cub, something stirring in me. That pounce just now really did carry the bearing of a king of the forest. I hadn't raised it for nothing. I walked over to the doe, torn beyond recognition. Its belly was hollowed out, entrails dragged across the ground, both hind legs gnawed down to the bone. Only the front half and one foreleg were still more or less intact, and the hide was shredded. Damn it, those beasts got the good end of this. My heart ached. A perfectly good doe, more than half the meat wasted, the hide ruined too. Still, losing the doe, I'd gained a few red dogs. The county town bought these too. The meat had medicinal uses, the hides could be worked. Not as valuable as red deer hide, but a mosquito's still meat, however small. I counted them up. 6 killed dead, enough to make up for most of that lost venison. I threw the red dogs onto the raft one by one, then hacked off the one relatively intact deer hind leg and tossed it in front of the little tiger. Little treasure, that's your reward. You did big work today. The little guy's eyes lit up. It pounced, pinned the leg with both paws, and tore into it, muzzle smeared with blood. Night was coming. I quickly skinned and dressed both deer, drew the deer blood from the neck, and stored it in a canteen. This stuff, soaked in liquor, was top-notch for building up the body. Done. I dragged the raft up front while Irina helped push from behind. The raft was piled high with mountain goods and game, and I was grinning nearly ear to ear. I had the mountain god Pearl, this foreign wife who could fight and find treasure, and this little brain axe more useful than a hunting dog. These vast mountains would sooner or later be my, Jiang An's, treasure trove. The setting sun stretched our shadows long. Dragging the heavy raft, we finally spotted the familiar fence yard of home. The gate stood open, smoke curling from the kitchen chimney, carrying the warmth of firewood and home. "Pa, Ma, we're back," I hollered from a long way off, unable to hide my excitement. "Oh my, you're finally back." Lu Rong was the first to rush out of the kitchen, forgetting to take off her apron, flowers still on her hands. Good heavens, what big thing is this now? One look at the mountain of game on the raft, and her jaw dropped, unable to close. Jiang Dashan strolled out with his pipe in his mouth, forgetting to even puff on it, squinting to peer over. "Whoa, dear? And red dogs. Good boy, you've really got it. This one trip's worth half a year of other folks' work." My pa crouched down, feeling the pair of huge antlers, then hefting the weight of the jackals, every crease on his face breaking into a smile. Irina had just set down the pack basket when the little tiger jumped off the raft, rubbing against my pa's pant leg and growling, like it was claiming credit. This little thing did big work too. I ruffled its head and gave a quick account of the close call in the mountains. My folks kept gasping, frightened and proud at once. "Just glad you're back, glad you're back." Mama patted her chest. "Get inside and rest. Tonight we're stewing venison, a proper reward for you all. Irina, you must be worn out. Look how flushed your little face is. Not tired, happy." Irina shook her head with a smile, helping me carry the mountain goods into the yard. Hazel mushrooms, pine nuts, moss-wrapped truffles, monkey head mushrooms, and a few stalks of wild ginseng and astragalus, all laid out one by one, dazzling my ma. What are these black lumps? Why do they smell so good? My ma pointed at the truffles. Ma, these are called truffles. City folks fight over them, worth a fortune. I chuckled. Tomorrow I'll take them to the county town and sell them. Then we'll have the money for a wedding. The moment I said it, Irina's face flushed red, and she looked down, fiddling with the hem of her clothes. My folks exchanged a glance, grinning from ear to ear. All right, stew the meat, a big pot of it. My pa waved his hand grandly. Slice some of yesterday's wild boar tenderloin too, do a stir-fry. Tonight we celebrate. I was happy too, and reached over to wrap an arm around Irina's waist, just about to lean in and whisper in her ear. The gate was yanked open hard from outside with a bang. A short, stout figure came barreling in like a cannonball, nearly slamming into my arms. Li Tsuehua's mother, Wang Jinfeng. Her daughter Li Tsuehua trailed behind. My folks were both stunned. What was this old hag doing making a scene at our door? Back when the match was proposed, she'd nitpicked everything, sneering that our house was small, dirty, and poor, flat out refusing to set foot in it. Now that the marriage was off, here she came instead? My folks exchanged a glance and, with perfect understanding, shrank back into the house. They couldn't be bothered dealing with this shrew and left the matter to me. Wang Jinfeng's fat face had turned the color of liver, her small eyes bulging round, fixed hard on me, and Irina half a step behind. Well now, Jiangyan, you black-hearted son of a bitch. Her voice was shrill and cutting, cracking through the alley like thunder. How many days has it been? My daughter's eyes aren't even done swelling from crying, and you've already brought a rusky woman home, hugging and pawing in broad daylight. Have you no shame? Spit sprayed all over my face. The gates up and down the alley eased open a crack, one head after another poking out, eyes gleaming for a show. Li Tsuehua covered her face, shoulders shaking, faking sobs. But through her fingers her eyeballs darted around, quickly glancing at the bloody venison on the raft, then over at Irina. Not a shred of grief, all jealousy and spite. Ma, she dragged out her tone, one finger pointing at us. Look at him, he's still got his arm around that foreign woman's waist. He gets a foreign minx and doesn't want me anymore. Why is my life so bitter, boo-hoo? I didn't loosen my arm around Irina. Instead I tightened it, pulling her behind me, and stepped forward to shield her completely. That bit of warmth from just getting home froze into ice shards in a flash. Wang Jinfeng, did you swallow gunpowder this afternoon? Running to my door to spew filth. My voice wasn't loud, hard as frozen stone. Li Tsuehua and I are done for 8 generations. Quit wailing your funeral dirge here. Pa. Wang Jinfeng hopped on her feet, finger nearly jabbing my nose. You say there's nothing, so there's nothing? My daughter kept clean company with you. Everyone for 10 miles around knows it. And you turn around and bring a rusky broad home for hugging and pawing. Aren't you ashamed? She suddenly whipped her head toward the neighbors on both sides and wailed. Folks, judge for yourselves. Look at this heartless man. Look at this shameless foreign minx. They've cried my daughter's tears all dry. Li Tsuehua chimed in, dragging out her sobbing tone. Ma, he never even protected me like this before. The foreign minx must have bewitched him. Just a few days, and he's forgotten me clean. I saw it clear. Wild boar yesterday, venison today. How could she bear to let this golden catch slip away? She'd say anything to get into the Jiang household and live it up. You hear that? You hear how pitifully my daughter's crying. Wang Jinfeng grew more brazen, plopping her rear down on our doorsill, slapping her thighs, and wailing dry-eyed. Jiangyan, you 1,000 cuts deserving, chin shimmy. If you don't give an explanation today, this old lady's sitting right here and not leaving. Heavens, open your eyes, they're bullying us, a widow and her orphan. Throwing a tantrum, rolling on the ground, like putting on an opera. The crowd buzzed with chatter. This is getting ugly to watch. Then again, this Jiang lad. He broke it off with Tsuehua 1 minute and brought home a foreign girl the next. Can't say that. Wasn't it Tsuehua who looked down on him for being poor before? Those buzzing murmurs made my temper shoot straight up. I drew a deep breath, my gaze sweeping like a knife across Wang Jinfeng's fat face, then fixing on Li Tsuehua's fake crying one. You done? My voice suddenly rose, cutting through all the noise, like a chunk of ice dropped into boiling water. Wailed enough? My turn to talk now. I stepped forward, looking down at Wang Jinfeng on the doorsill, biting off each word. Me, Jiangyan, do I owe your family? Who was it that opened their mouth demanding the 3 rounds 1 sound? 36 legs of furniture? 300 silver dollars? and my folks to go rent a place in town. Is your Li Tsuehua gilded or jade inlaid? Worth all that? My voice grew colder as I went on, my glare scraping across Li Tsuehua's face like a knife. Before, out of respect that you were my girl, I was glad to give. Now, the engagement's off, we've got nothing to do with each other. All that stuff, it was given to my wife. Now the wife's changed to someone else, so all of it, principal plus interest, cough it up for me. Irina half understood, half didn't, but she got the word wife. She straightened her back, blue eyes bright as she looked at me, nodded hard, and answered crisp and clear, I'm his. Like she was staking a claim. Boom. The words hit like cold water tossed into a pot of boiling oil. The crowd exploded. Whoa, he wants the bride price back. Now this is gonna be good. That Jiang and kid's got guts, and he's got a point. You give stuff to get married. The marriage falls through. Why shouldn't you get it back? Wang Jinfeng and Li Tsuehua's faces went from purple to green, then green to white, like somebody'd opened a dye shop. Wang Jinfeng shot up off the ground like a cat with its tail stepped on, her finger trembling like she was having a fit. Bullshit. You lying sack. Who took anything from your family? Stuff you give away is like spilled water. There's no taking it back. You've gone crazy over money, haven't you? Li Tsuehua panicked too, her voice going shrill. That's right. You gave me all that stuff yourself. And the cloth's already been sewn into clothes. The food's already in my belly. You still want it back? Not a chance. Gave it to you myself. I let out a scornful laugh, my eyes full of contempt. If you hadn't shamelessly claimed to be my girl, said you were going to marry me down the line, you think I'd have given you anything? Dream on. Cloth got sewn into clothes. Fine, take the clothes off. Meat got eaten and can't be puked back up? Fine, pay it back in cash, at market price, not a cent less. And that labor, those meals I fed you, we're settling all of it. I'm not running a charity house. I only buy things for my woman, and I only do free labor for my woman. Wang Jinfeng was so furious her vision went black. She dropped back down onto the doorsill, slapping her thighs and wailing to the heavens. And this time the sobbing was real. Not happening. Once that money's through my door, there's no reason on earth it goes back out. You've been ruining my daughter all this time. I'd say I'm being generous not making you pay me. You want me to give money back? You're the one who should be paying. My parents heard that and blew up, hands on their hips, screaming right back at her. Both sides went scorched earth, spewing every ugly word they could think of. Before, the old couple had held their tongues, worried about my marriage prospects. Now, to hell with holding back, they cursed her out however felt best. Right in the thick of it, a thunderclap of a shout cut in from the gate. What's going on? What's all this? I could hear you from way down the road. The crowd parted in a flash. Team leader Zhang Weimin stepped over the threshold with a stern face, mud spattered on his liberation shoes, his eyes sharp as little knives, raking across Wang Jinfeng's face as she kicked and flailed on the ground. Wang Jinfeng, what are you howling about? Putting on a whole opera. Folks can hear you two Li away. And you, Jiang'an, just got back and you're already stirring up this much trouble? Every one of you. Too much time on your hands. Can't just live in peace. Wang Jinfeng latched onto him like a drowning woman spotting a rescuer, scrambling up and smacking her thigh as she launched in. Team leader Zhang, you've got to take our side, us mother and daughter. This good-for-nothing Jiang'an, he led my girl on and dumped her, hasn't even settled things with my Tsuehua. And he turns right around and drags home some foreign woman. And that's not even it. Now he wants to swindle money out of us. Where on earth is there any sense in that? Bullshit. My mother, Lu Rong, was so angry her face went bright red. She planted her hands on her hips and fired back. Team leader Zhang, don't listen to her garbage. It was her own daughter who looked down on us for being poor, who called Mayan here a loser. She's the one who opened her mouth wide and demanded this, and that from the start. We couldn't afford it. Are we not even allowed to call off the match? Now she sees my son can scrape a living out of the mountains and she's green with envy. So she comes to our door throwing a tantrum, flipping it around to blame us. That's right. My father, Jiang Dashan, chimed in, his voice low, the ember in his pipe bowl flickering. Who was it demanding the 3 turns 1 sound, 300 in cash, and 500 gene of grain, and didn't want to marry her? How'd that become his fault? Zhang Weimin listened, then glanced at Irina hiding behind me with her clear, honest eyes, then back at the 2 Li women and their shameless, mudslinging faces. Clearly he'd figured out how things stood. Enough. Everybody shut it. His voice wasn't loud, but it held the whole crowd down. He paced to the middle of the yard and pointed his pipe at Wang Jinfeng. Sister Jinfeng, let me ask you, When the two families arranged this match, was it aimed at marriage or not? The brown sugar, grain, cloth, and pork Jiang and his parents brought over, the farm labor they put in, was all that on account of this match or not? Wang Jinfeng choked, her eyes darting around. That stuff was already given. It's spilled water. Where's the sense in taking it back? Quit spouting nonsense. Zhang Weimin cut her off, the bowl of his pipe nearly jabbing her nose. The engagement's off now. You two are nothing to each other. So what right do you have hanging on to their stuff and not returning it? There's no such sense anywhere on this earth. Team leader Zhang. Li Tsuehua got frantic, her voice going shrill. That stuff's all been used. The cloth's made into clothes. The meat's been eaten. You expect me to cough it back up? That's right. Wang Jinfeng jumped in to back her up. Once it's through my door, it's mine. Jiang and ruined my girl all this time. Not making him pay is already going easy on him. Ruined? Zhang Weimin sneered, looking at her like she was an idiot. Your daughter missing a chunk of flesh? Lose a single hair? If anything, it's your family that's being awfully greedy here. That set the crowd buzzing. Team leader Zhang's got it right. The Li family's scheming. You can hear it echoing for 10 li in every direction. You give gifts to get a wife. You don't take the wife. Of course the gifts go back. On whose say-so? Wang Jinfeng shrieked, her fat face swelling up like a purple eggplant. You want money? There's none. You want a life? I've got one. If Jiang Yin's man enough, let him take this old life of mine. Zhang Weimin couldn't be bothered to holler back at her. He turned straight to my parents. Brother Dashin, sister-in-law, you got a tally in your heads? All these years, bit by bit, how much stuff did you bring to their house? Put a price on it. Everybody's right here, so let's make them cough back up every drop of blood they sucked. My mother immediately started counting on her fingers. Brown sugar, 5 jean at least, 80 cents a jean at the co-op. Good cloth, a zhang and 2, 65 cents a chi. Helped with the autumn harvest 5 days last year, $1 or $2 a day in wages. Before New Year's, that hind cut of pork, over 3 jean, 90 cents a jean. Rattling it off, fast and clear. The folks around her clicked their tongues. Whoa, that's really not a little. That's gotta add up to close to 200, right? The Li family made out like bandits. Wang Jinfeng heard the numbers and her face went from purple to white, cold sweat beading on her forehead. You're making it up. There's no way it's that much. Zhang Weimin waited for her to finish, then waved his pipe. Sister Jinfeng, don't deny it. Nobody here's blind. Here's what we'll do. I'll make the call, round off the odd change, 280 yuan. You return that to the Jiang family. We call it square, and from here on the bridge is the bridge, and the road is the road. Nobody's to bring this up again. 280? Wang Jinfeng shot up like a cat with its tail stepped on, letting out a yowl. These days a factory worker only made 30 a month. Out in the countryside you'd tear your hands raw, and it'd still take most of a year to earn that back. You're taking my life, Zhang Weimin. You're playing favorites. Li Tsuehua was stunned too, tugging her mother's sleeve. Ma, this. Too much. Zhang Weimin's face darkened. Fine, then let Jiang and take it to the commune. Get the comrades from the Revolutionary Committee to weigh in. See what they make of hoarding a bride price and swindling folks with these shameless tricks. It won't be me making a fool of myself then. Revolutionary Committee. Those 3 words hit like a basin of ice water dumped over her head. Wang Jinfeng's fighting spirit drained away in an instant. She trembled all over, her lips quivering, unable to get a word out. If this really went to the Revolutionary Committee, forget the money. Her old face and her daughters along with it would be dragged through the mud. As shameless as she was, she knew fear. Fine, she panted, glaring at me like she wanted to eat me alive. Jiang and you win. We lease fold. She yanked hard at the still-dazed Li Tsuehua, grinding her teeth. Come on, home to get the money. Might as well be feeding it to the dogs. Ma, Li Tsuehua stamped her foot, sick over it, and this time the tears really came. Get moving. Haven't we embarrassed ourselves enough? Wang Jinfeng practically dragged her daughter, the two of them stumbling as they shoved out through the crowd, their retreating backs like a couple of beaten, plague-ridden chickens. Pathetic. The crowd broke into laughter. Serves them right. Team leader Zhang's got backbone, and really grew a spine this time. Before long the two of them came back with an oil paper packet. Opened up, it was a neat stack of bills. Wang Jinfeng slapped it down on the log raft, like she was carving flesh off her own body. Take it. Buy yourself a coffin, she spat viciously, then hauled up the still sniffling Li Tsuehua. This cursed place. I'm never setting foot here again. Mother and daughter slammed out the gate a second time. I picked up that stack of bills, still warm, and felt real good inside. The blood they'd sucked out of me in my last life. Today, I finally clawed back a little interest. I walked over to Zhang Weiman. Uncle Zhang, thank you for setting things straight. He waved a hand, his expression easing. All right, everybody clear out. Go do what you were doing. One wave, and the gawking crowd dispersed. Once everyone had gone, Zhang Weiman took a close look at the raft I'd hauled back, especially the pair of huge antlers and the doles, and a flicker of surprise and approval crossed his eyes. You've got some real skill. Even dragged this big fella back. He clapped my shoulder and lowered his voice. Good timing, actually. There's something I want to talk over with you. Step inside. I paused, then nodded. Sure, come on in, Uncle Zhang. Irina, quick, pour Uncle Zhang a bowl of water. Inside, the flame of the kerosene lamp on the square table flickered. Zhang Weiman sat down, took the coarse porcelain bowl Irina handed him, gulped down some water, and wiped his mouth. He glanced out at my parents cleaning the game, then at Irina standing quietly behind me, and at the little tiger sprawled at her feet gnawing on scraps of venison. Then he dropped his voice. You kid, you're really something. He gave me a thumbs up, genuine admiration in his eyes. Wild boar yesterday, deer and doles today, plus all this mountain haul on top. You've got this old forest figured out about now, haven't you? I smiled, but didn't answer, waiting for him to go on. He rubbed his palms together, a hint of awkwardness on his face. Uncle here's got a favor to ask. An imposition, really. I need your help with something. Uncle Zhang, now you're treating me like a stranger. I said quickly, you just did our family such a big favor. Whatever it is, just say the word. It's like this. He sighed. Your auntie's old trouble is acting up again. Coughing something awful. Can't even lie down at night. The old remedy calls for good wild honey brewed with loquat leaves. Best thing for soothing the lungs and stopping a cough. But these days the sugar rations at the co-op aren't enough to stick between your teeth. Where's a man supposed to get pure wild honey? He looked at me, hope in his eyes. Hunting cliff honey is dangerous work, hard on the eyes too. Even the old hunters in the village won't take it on. Uncle's got the nerve to ask, could you head up the mountain and look for some? Just a small jar, it's to save a life. So that was it. I relaxed. Where the wild bee nests were in these mountains. I knew that cold from my last life as a forest ranger. Even without the sharp nose the mountain god pearl and the treasure basin gave me, finding a little honey wouldn't be hard. Besides, Zhang Weiman had just set things right for me. I owed him. Uncle Zhang, don't you worry. I agreed on the spot. Leave it to me. I'll keep an eye out when I'm up the mountain and get you some for sure. Oh, that's wonderful. The worry cleared right off his face, and he slapped the table, moved. And Uncle won't forget this. Come on now, it's nothing. I waved him off, then got up and went to the doorway to call into the yard. Pa, cut Uncle Zhang too good gene off that doe's hind leg. You got it, my father answered, and got to work with the knife. Zhang Weiman jumped up fast. Hey now, I can't take that. Venison's precious, you all keep it. Uncle Zhang. I pressed him back down, my tone earnest. You set things straight for our family today. That's worth more than any meat. And down the road, if I want to try my hand at other business here in the village, I might need you to put in a good word. You've got to take this bit of meat. As I spoke, my father had already brought in a cut wrapped in oil paper, heavy in the hand and glistening with fat. Zhang Weiman couldn't refuse, so he took it. The weight settled in his hand and warmed his heart even more. All right, and you're a decent kid. Uncle won't stand on ceremony with you. He hefted the meat, beaming. Take care with the honey. No rush, safety first. I know. Take it easy, Uncle Zhang. I saw off a Zhang Weiman overflowing with thanks, and once the gate shut, the little yard finally went quiet. The aroma of venison stewing in the iron pot came barreling out of the kitchen, mixed with wood smoke, and it had the hunger worms in my belly rolling. Supper time. My mother came out carrying a big steaming clay basin and set it down heavily on the table. Inside were chunks of venison stewed red and tender, golden fat floating on the broth, dotted with sprigs of green scallion. Just looking at it made your mouth water. Beside it sat a small bowl of stir-fried wild boar tenderloin, glistening with oil, its spicy fragrance filling the air. Irina, sit. My mother warmly waved over the girl, who was still a little shy, and dropped a big piece of sinewy deer leg into her bowl. Try what your auntie stewed up. It's fall-apart tender. Irina looked at the little mountain of meat in her bowl, her blue eyes full of wonder and emotion. She tried to use the chopsticks, carefully picking up a small piece, blowing on it, and putting it in her mouth. The rich, savory venison melted in her mouth, tender and not the least bit tough. Her eyes lit up instantly. cheeks bulging, and she praised through the food. Good, good. Thank you, Annie. If it's good, eat more. My mother's smile was so wide her eyes disappeared, and she picked up another piece for her. My father poured himself a cup of clear liquor, took a sip, and smacked his lips in satisfaction. Today went off just right. He tipped his chin at me. That 280 felt damn good taking it. I stuffed a piece of meat in my mouth too, chewing, the flavor filling every corner. Pa, this is nothing yet. Once we sell this stuff in the county town tomorrow, the good days for our family are just getting started. Under the table, the little tiger clutched the deer bone I'd tossed it, gnawing away with gusto, a purr rumbling in its throat. Under the dim kerosene lamp, the whole family sat around eating good meat and talking, laughter breaking out now and then. The smell of meat mixed with liquor drifted on the evening breeze, over the fence, across the dirt road a few dozen steps off, and right into the neighboring yard. My uncle Lu Shijin and his wife, Zhang Shichin, were gnawing on black flour buns with a side of pickled vegetable knots. Zhang Shichin sniffed hard, her face pulled long, and slapped her chopsticks down on the table. Eat, eat, eat. That's all you know how to do. Smell that meat next door, so good it stings your nose. Lu Shijin buried his head and bit into his bun, mumbling. They bagged a big animal. So what if they eat some meat? So what? Zhang Shichin's voice shot up, shrill and grating. That should have been ours. You're the eldest brother. Since when does your little sister get to eat meat right in front of you? And she's gotten sneaky too, hiding meat to eat it herself. And that dead man walking Jiang'an. Wild boar yesterday. Now he's dragging a deer back, and nobody even knows where he picked up that foreign woman. Word is he's throwing a big banquet, marrying her in all fancy and proud. Well, isn't that just great? I was lying on the Kong, not yet fully asleep, and I already knew those two on the west end were up to no good. That Zhang Shichin woman, her eyes red with rage, teeth grinding. I only heard about all this secondhand later, but it didn't surprise me one bit. That Jiang and kids getting cocky. Meet this, foreign wife that, living sweeter than honey. And our Tieju's still a bachelor. Foisting the lazy, greedy Li Tsoa on me in the first place. That was because she'd counted on the Li family's steep demands, figuring she could use the chance to bleed our Jiang family dry. Then scheme away at my mother Lu Rong's little bit of savings, bit by bit into her own pocket, to get her son a wife. But I didn't get bled dry. Not only did I not go under, I bagged a whole pile of game, looked set to turn things around, and was about to marry a foreign wife on top of it. In his dreams, Zhang Shichin squeezed the words out through her teeth, full of venom. A pauper, and he thinks he deserves the good life? Marry a foreign woman? Wouldn't he love that? She leaned in close to Lu Shijin, dropping her voice, her eyes like they'd been dipped in poison. Husband, we can't let this slide. The day they hold that wedding, we go make a scene. Turn it upside down. Keep that big foreign filly from getting through the door. And we make sure your second sister remembers, married off or not, she still owes her big brother first. Lu Shijin said nothing, but staring at the lamplight from my house and the meat smell drifting over, he gave a heavy snort through his nose, and that look in his eyes was cut from the same cloth as his wife's. Back before my mom got married, she never dared eat meat in front of him. Every good thing in the house belonged to Lu Shijin. Even after she married, he never stopped coming over to take stuff from us, and my mom never dared say a word against it. Now that I've bagged all this meat, you think he's not eyeing it, being the big brother and all? Fine, we'll see about that. The next morning I woke before dawn. Irina was still fast asleep, her blonde hair spread across the pillow like a puddle of sunlight. The little tiger was curled up at the foot of the Kong, his belly rising and falling. I had Zhang Weiman's request on my mind, the wild honey. That stuff was rare. I slung the hunting rifle over my shoulder, grabbed the machete, some rope, and an empty canteen, then scooped the little tiger up from the foot of the bed. Come on, I'm taking you up the mountain. Let's find you a treat. The little guy grumbled a couple of sleepy whines as I stuffed him into the pack basket. I'd just reached the courtyard gate when I heard footsteps behind me. Irina was up too, her blue eyes still heavy with sleep, but her tone was flat and firm. I'm coming too. I'd meant to let her rest, but then I remembered how hard she'd swung that stick the day before, and I nodded. All right, keep up. One man, one tiger, and one foreign wife. We set off into the mountains through the morning dew. Wild bees like to build their nests in dry, sunny spots sheltered from wind and rain. Old tree hollows, rock crevices, abandoned animal dens, that's their territory. Drawing on memories from my past life, I headed straight for places like that. The little tiger couldn't sit still in the basket, poking his head out, and sniffing hard, an anxious rumble in his throat. "You smell something?" I let him out. The second his paws hit the ground, he took off in one direction on those stubby little legs, stopping every few steps to lift his head and sniff, then looking back to hurry me along. Keep up with him. The contract power of the mountain god Pearl seemed to have given me a kind of sense with this little thing. I could feel the excitement coming off him, and along with it, a sweet, sugary scent. We followed him through the woods for the better part of an hour before the little guy stopped at the base of a sunny slope, crouching low toward a dense thicket, growling low, his little paws digging at the dirt. I pushed aside the thick vines and a heavy, sweet floral smell rushed out at me. Behind the vines was a black cave opening about waist high, the stone walls covered in dried dark brown wax streaks, a few wild bees buzzing in circles. A beehive, and not a small one. "Found it," Irina gasped with delight. But I frowned. This cave looked like some animal's abandoned den. So where was the original tenant? I waved for the two of them to step back and leaned in close to the opening, listening. Beyond the buzzing of the bees, there was a heavy huffing and puffing deep inside, along with a wet, slurping sound. Something's in there. I gripped the machete tight, motioned for her to ready her stick, and pushed aside the last layer of vines to look inside. The cave wasn't deep, just a few meters. At the very back hung an enormous yellow-brown hive, like an upside-down heart, bees crawling in and out. Below it, a puddle of golden, sticky honey pooled on the ground, its sweetness downright tempting. And right next to that puddle of honey, a round, furry rump was pointed straight at the cave entrance. The owner of that rump was lapping up the honey in total bliss, smacking and huffing away. Its whole body was wedged into the narrow gap between the cave wall and the hive, leaving only a round backside caked with honey and mud, plus two hind legs sticking out. That fur, that build, a half-grown bear cub. A black bear. I couldn't help grinning. The little thing had guts, coming to steal a wild hive's honey, sticking its butt out and shoving forward with everything it had, unable to squeeze in any farther, so caught up in eating that it had gotten itself stuck. Probably had been for a while. The moment the little tiger saw that round rump, he arched his back and roared, ready to charge in for a fight. "Shoo!" I pressed a hand on his head. I understood now. The cub had wanted to sneak the honey at the very center from an even narrower gap behind the hive. Its front paws and head had made it through, but its round belly and rear were jammed solid in the crevice, unable to go forward or back, so it could only wiggle its butt and kick its hind legs, whining in frustration, and even then it couldn't resist ducking down for another lick. The little tiger stuck his head in and roared at that fat rump, and the cub jerked in fright, struggling harder, its whining taking on an almost tearful note. Puffed. Irina figured it out too and couldn't hold back her laughter. "It's so dumb." I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This actually made things easier. No need to fight the swarm head-on, since all their attention was fixed on this idiot. I had the two of them keep watch outside, drew my machete, and slipped into the cave. The disturbed bees buzzed louder, several flying at me to sting. The wind from my swinging blade drove them back for the moment. I circled around to the side of the hive, avoiding the bear's stuck rear, and reached the break underneath. Not much honey had flowed out, but it was tempting all the same. I carefully filled a little under half my canteen, enough for Zhang Weiman. Then I used the back of the blade to scrape off a few chunks of comb honey hardened onto the rock and wrap them in oil paper. Only after all that did I turn my attention back to the round rump, still struggling in vain. "Hey there, little guy." I gave that honey-coated rear a light tap with the flat of my blade. "Roar, roar." The cub startled and struggled even harder, terror in its cry. "Easy, I'm getting you out." One hand pinning down its squirming rear, I carefully pried at the stone with the machete. This took care, loosen the rock without hurting the cub, and watch out in case it panicked and took a swipe at me. After some effort, that jagged rock finally gave way just a crack. I clamped down hard on the bear's rump and yanked outward. Roar, roar, roar. The cub howled in pain, but with the opening pried wider, there was much less resistance. Pop. A muffled sound, like pulling out a giant cork. A round, hefty bear cub, coated head to toe in honey, came tumbling out with my brute force. The cub rolled several times on the ground before it stopped, scrambling up dizzy and disoriented, eyeing this two-legged creature with wariness and fear. Filthy all over, glistening honey still dripping from its nose, it looked pitiful and ridiculous all at once. The little tiger immediately dashed in front of me, baring his teeth and growling low at the bear cub several times his size, playing the loyal guardian. The cub, seeing this cat that barely reached its knee actually acting fierce, was stunned for a moment, then let out its own baby roar, clearly short on conviction. In that instant of standoff between tiger and bear, some impulse made me reach out and touch the clumsy thing. The moment my fingers brushed its wet, honey-smeared forehead, zzzt, a familiar coolness, like a fine current, shot up from my fingertips, clearer and stronger than when I'd contracted the little tiger. Contract formed. Contract beast, black bear cub. A stream of information flooded my mind. At the same time, a connection formed between me and this dirty cub. I could clearly sense its emotions, fright, hurt feelings, a touch of anger, and an endless longing for honey. The bear cub froze too, those wet eyes watching me, the fear and hostility receding fast, replaced by a dazed sort of affection. It tentatively stuck out its tongue and licked my honey-covered fingers. Warm, barbed, a little ticklish. Roar. The little tiger cocked his head, confused, dropped his fierce act, and came over to sniff the bear cub, a puzzled rumble in his throat. Looking at this black bear licking my fingers with its now gentle eyes, I broke into a grin. Hey, this was great. I'd gotten the honey and picked up a bear cub sidekick for free. From now on, whenever I came up the mountain for honey, this guy was the expert. Maybe I could even take him down to the river to catch fish. I rubbed its honey-caked, thick-furred head. From now on your name is Slave. My honey-hunting, fish-catching little worker, Slave. The cub licked the honey clean off my fingers, then licked the tip of its own nose, still not satisfied, smearing honey mud all over its face, looking even more ridiculous. It seemed to have completely forgotten the humiliation of being stuck and forgotten the little tiger baring its teeth beside it, its round eyes fixed on me as it made a fawning purr in its throat. All right, quit licking, you're filthy. I patted its furry head. Roar. The little tiger wasn't having it, coming over to shove my hand hard with his head, his purring full of complaint, like he was saying, mine. The master is mine. I quickly gave him a rub too. You both get a share, both of you. One golden, one jet black. My heart was just soaring. Honey handled, and a bear brother scored for free. This trip was a big win. Come on, let's scrounge up some more. I packed away the canteen and the oil paper bundle. Besides honey, I wanted to gather some medicinal herbs while I was at it. With the mountain god pearl on me and these two sharp-nosed little guys, I was practically cheating. Sure enough, we hadn't gone far when the little tiger's nose twitched and he suddenly bolted toward a low shrub off to the side, dotted with little white flowers, pawing at it a few times before turning back to yowl at me urgently. I went over to look and grinned. Several plants with broad leaves and thick roots were buried under the rotting leaves, a few withered flowers still clinging to their tops. Gastrodia. Good stuff. I crouched down and carefully pried at the soil with the machete, digging out a few spindle-shaped tubers. This stuff nourishes the brain and calms the nerves, good in soup or steeped in liquor, and the supply co-op paid a decent price for it. Treasure bowl, good boy. I broke off a little muddy piece of the gastrodia and handed it to him. The little guy took it in his mouth and swished his tail smugly, shooting a glance at the bear cub craning its neck nearby. Slave came over to sniff the gastrodia, then sniffed the piece in the tiger's mouth, not much interested. Its wet nose turned the other way, sniffed hard at the air, and it huffed with excitement in its throat, taking off up the slope on those stubby legs, wobbling along, round rump wagging side to side, and not slow either. Slave, slow down. I called for Irina and the little tiger to keep up. The cub ran to an old pine tree and nosed at a claw-like cluster of plants beside the roots, then stuck out its tongue for a lick and turned back to bark at me like it was claiming credit. I went over and was pleased again. The plants had thick, fleshy leaves with fine serrated edges, their roots buried in the soil, a hint of reddish-brown skin peeking out. Nodo ginseng. Great for circulation and clearing bruises. Slave, you've got the touch too. I broke off a piece of the nodo ginseng root and handed it over. The cub, copying treasure bowl, took it in its mouth and swung its big head around, deliberately going up to the little tiger and growling. The little tiger wasn't standing for that. He dropped the gastrodia from his mouth, tossed his head, and ran off in another direction, soon stopping by a rock crevice and growling low at some plants inside. Dendrobium. Great for nourishing the stomach. Treasure bowl, amazing. I dug it out and, as usual, rewarded him with a little piece. Seeing this, the bear cub wasn't about to be outdone. Still carrying its nodo ginseng, it took off searching the area nearby. Slave wasn't nimble like the little tiger. When it ran, it was like a little tank, crashing through the shrubs. It stopped under a big tree, huffing at the roots. Oh, lion's mane mushroom. Sure enough, several fist-sized lion's mane mushrooms were growing in a hollow at the base of the tree, in beautiful condition. Slave, what a nose. Now the two little guys were locked in competition. Treasure Bowl found a patch of wild balloon flower, so Slave nosed up a few plump chunks of Solomon's seal. Treasure Bowl found some Solomon's seal lily, so Slave went sniffing hard at the fish mint by the stream. Following behind them, I felt like I was just picking up treasure. The pack basket filled up fast. Gastrodia, Nodo ginseng, Dendrobium, Solomon's seal lily, balloon flower, fish mint roots, plus a bunch of good stuff I couldn't even name. The two little guys vied to present their finds, one carrying a plant in its mouth, the other nosing up a chunk, glaring at each other now and then, rumbling in their throats to outdo one another. Irina watched, jaw dropped, her blue eyes full of wonder. Cubs this clever. Imagine what they'd be once they grew up. And they're so smart. You bet. I patted the basket. With these two little treasures, this whole mountain is our vegetable garden. The sun was dipping west, and the basket was heavy, more than worth it. All right, let's head home. Treasure Bowl. Slave. The little tiger immediately ran to my feet and rubbed against my pant leg. The bear cub was still reluctantly sniffing at a cluster of wildflowers, and only when it saw the little tiger about to win my favor did it slowly amble over and touch my hand with its wet nose. Come on, let's get you both something good to eat back home. The walk back was a sight. The little tiger stuck close to my leg like a little sentry, his golden fur gleaming in the setting sun. The bear cub wobbled along at the very back, its round body losing balance on the downhill, nearly tumbling over several times, pawing frantically and whining nonstop. Now and then the little tiger would glance back with a mocking purr in his throat. The bear cub would grumble a couple of indignant growls and quicken its pace to catch up, only to stumble and nearly land face first in the dirt. Soon we reached the edge of the village. It was the cub's first time down the mountain, and everything was new to it. Every few steps it would stop to nose at a rock or a woodpile, or lean in close to a gap in someone's fence to sniff the smell of their yard, nosing along the whole way, making quite a commotion. Oh my goodness! Old Lady Wong, stitching shoe soles at the village entrance, saw it first, her needle and thread clattering to the ground. What is that thing? A black bear cub. A few idle men scrambled to their feet, eyes bugging out. Barely got the tiger cub sorted, and now he's dragged home a black bear too? The Jiang family's trying to move every beast off the mountain into their yard. Look at that cub. It's still wobbling when it walks. Good grief. Who's gonna dare mess with the Jiang family now? They've got a tiger and a bear squatting guard in the yard. Hearing all these exclamations, I grinned ear to ear and puffed out my chest. I rubbed the little tiger's head and called back over my shoulder. Slave, keep up. The bear cub barked in reply and wagged its round rump, chasing after on its stubby little legs, drawing another round of amazed murmurs. I felt downright triumphant. From now on, what fool would dare come to my door to stir up trouble? I'd just shut the gate and loose the tiger and the bear. Head held high, I led this strange little squad back to my own courtyard under the villagers' astonished, uneasy stares. Dad, Mom, we're back. Lu Rong and Jiang Dashan looked up, their eyes moving past me and landing on that black, round little thing. The broom dropped from their hands. Hey, a black bear cub? And you? Jiang Dashan forgot to even puff his pipe, his mouth hanging wide open. You dared bring that thing home too. What's there to be scared of? I set down the basket, patted the bear cub's forehead, and rubbed the little tiger. I saved both of these, and they understand people. From now on, they're guarding our home. Dad, Mom, let's build them a den. The old couple were on pins and needles, but seeing how sure I was, they set to work, half believing. Jiang Dashan fetched some boards, and Lu Rong brought an armful of dry grass. In a sheltered spot against the courtyard wall, right next to the chicken coop, I got to hammering away. Before long, a 2-in-1 den lined with thick dry grass was done. Treasure Bowl, slave, try out your new home. The little tiger was the first to slip in, rolling over and purring in comfort. The bear cub shoved its round body in and nearly collapsed the whole thing, fumbling around for a good while before it wedged itself in, squeezing up against the little tiger and grunting contentedly too. One golden, one jet black, they actually looked pretty harmonious. The old couple's anxious hearts eased a little. Right then, bang bang bang, someone pounded on the courtyard gate, and a gruff, hot-tempered voice bellowed, "Auntie, Uncle, open up." I knew that voice. It was my cousin, Lu Taiju. I signaled my parents to stay put and went over to pull back the gate bolt. Sure enough, Lu Taiju stood outside, big and burly, a lazy slouch to him, his eyes full of jealousy and the urge to pick a fight. Behind him trailed a few villagers craning their necks. "Well, cousin, rare to see you." I blocked the doorway, my tone neither warm nor cold. "Usually you only show up to beg for rice or meat. What? Did the sun rise in the west today?" Lu Taiju, choked speechless, flushed red, stiffened his neck, and pointed at the tiger and bear cubs in the yard, his voice rising. "And aren't you something? Boars, deer, wild dogs weren't enough? Now you're hauling home tiger cubs and black bears too? You really think Qingshan village is your personal livestock pen?" Lu Rong's face darkened. "Taiju, watch your mouth." "Auntie, I'm doing this for your own good." Lu Taiju smiled without a trace of warmth. "These two things are wild beasts, born meat-eaters. A tiger grows up and bites through an ox's neck in one go. A black bear can flatten your courtyard wall with one swipe. If someone gets hurt, who's to blame? You may not value your lives, but don't drag the whole village down with you." The more he talked, the more worked up he got, turning to rile up the villagers. "Everybody take a look. These things are small now, but once they're grown and they go wild, whose kid will dare step outside? Whose livestock will be safe? One of these days somebody's going to end up dead." Fear crept over several of the villagers' faces, and they nodded along. Kyeju's got a point. Those things are terrifying. And send them away. The night wind carried the first howl into the yard, just as I sat cross-legged beside the lean-to, Treasure Bowl curled up on my lap, snoring. "Let me back up to the circus that went down earlier that day. You need to get a read on Lu Taiju." Over two little animals, he was willing to march half the village up to my front gate. Before that, though, there was Lu Shurgen's whole crew making noise. Lu Rong couldn't stand it anymore. She stepped out and pointed at Lu Taiju. "Quit your fear-mongering. Anzi rescued those cubs. They're well-behaved. What business is it of yours?" Zhang Dashan's face was dark too. "They're my cubs. I'll raise them if I please. You feeding them off your family's rice." Lu Tieju's face went red, then white, then red again. When he heard, "off your family's rice," his eyes flicked instinctively toward the deer meat and dole meat still sitting half-butchered in the yard. He couldn't hide the greed to save his life. Humiliated into a rage, he raised his voice. "Second auntie, uncle, how can you two be so foolish? I'm doing this for the whole village. And second auntie, you're a daughter married out of the Lu family. My father is your own elder brother. Everything in this house is his to decide." He's spoken. "Those two menaces have to go. You have to listen to my father." That did it. Both Zhang Dashan and Lu Rong changed color. Lu Shurgen had leaned on being the eldest brother for years, using the excuse that the family hadn't formally split to take advantage and boss everyone around. I cursed right out loud, filthy and mean, my eyes cold as ice. Who the hell is Lu Shurgen? He runs heaven and earth, and now he's running my yard too? This is Jiang An's house. He doesn't get a say. You know what? I don't think you're worried about any menace. I think you've got your eyes on the meat in my yard. Jealous? Can't stand seeing my family with something good. Lu Taiju, nailed dead on, and seeing the ferocity in my eyes, took a step back on instinct and bellowed, flustered and furious. You're slandering me. I'm doing this for everyone." He turned to the villagers. "You all see it, right? Jiang An here doesn't just raise beasts. He doesn't even honor his own kin. He won't even listen to his own uncle. If these two menaces don't go today, tomorrow there's no telling whose house they'll wreck." Whipped up by his words, the villagers' fear won out over their taste for a spectacle, and they started chiming in. "Anzi, you really can't keep those things. My kid's still little. If something happens, who's going to answer for it? Just send them off." Everyone talked over each other, and their stance hardened. "What's all the racket?" Team leader Zhang Weimin got word and hurried over, parting the crowd and coming into the yard. He looked at the tiger cub and bear cubs squeezed together in the nest and knit his brow. "Anzi, what's going on?" Before I could get a word out, Lu Taiju latched onto him like a savior and jumped in first. "Team leader Zhang, you be the judge." Zhang and dragged a tiger and a bear home to raise. "Isn't that burying a landmine?" Everyone's scared. We kindly told him to send them off, and he cussed us out. Zhang Weimin looked at the riled-up villagers, then at me. He saw the situation clear as day. The cubs had been here a few days, and nobody had a problem. Why kick it up today? But with Lu Taiju looking ready to eat somebody alive, there was no way to take my side right now. He sighed. "Anzi, these beast cubs really are. It's natural folks are scared." "I'm not scared." Irina suddenly stepped forward, tears welling in her blue eyes, planting herself in front of the little tiger and bear. "They're gentle. They don't bite." She pointed at the tiger. "Treasure Bowl even saved me yesterday." Then at the bear. "Blackie's a dummy. All he eats is honey." The little tiger seemed to pick up on its owner's mood. It stood and let out a low growl in Lu Tieju's direction. The bear cub clumsily scrambled up too, copying with a roar of its own, though the sound came out so babyish it just looked funny. Watching Irina defend the cubs like that warmed my heart and stoked my anger both. I took a deep breath, tamped the fire down, and walked to the middle of the yard, calling out loud and clear. Uncle Zhang, all you aunts and uncles, I know what you're afraid of. You're scared I can't keep these cubs in check and they'll cause trouble in the village, right? But everybody keeps a dog for the gate these days. These two cubs mind better than any dog. Watch. I pointed at the tiger. Treasure bowl, sit. The little tiger sat right down. Lie down. It lay down, chin resting on its front paws. Roll over. It rolled once in the hay. Then I looked at the bear cub. Blackie, come here. The bear cub waddled over and rubbed my leg with its head. Stand up. It struggled to lift its front half, both paws off the ground, standing there looking downright silly. Turn around. The bear cub twisted its round body in a circle and nearly tripped over itself. That obedient, slightly goofy display eased the tension a notch. A few villagers looked genuinely surprised. Hey, they really do mind, like trained dogs. You know, that bear cub does look kinda dopey. That brings us to the night, and that first howl. Let me tell you how the standoff had actually ended. What's good behavior worth now? Lu Taiju had shouted, hopping on his feet. A beast is a beast. When it grows up and the wildness kicks in, who's going to control it? Team leader Zhang, you can't go soft. He sends them off today, or none of us will stand for it. Stirred up by him, the few villagers who'd started to waver shrank back again. Tieju's got a point too. Better safe than sorry. Anzi, you're capable, but if one day, just take them up the mountain. Zhang Weiman looked at me, then at the two little ones behind me who clearly had no intention of leaving, and his brow twisted into a knot. He was the team leader. He had to look out for the majority. Anzi, he sighed. Everybody's scared. How about you send them off tomorrow first? Once you move out to the foot of the mountain on your own later, we'll see. Irina's tears came pouring out, and she clamped her arms around the little tiger's neck. My parents looked heartbroken too, stroking the bear cub's head. I cursed Lu Tieju's whole family up and down in my head, but I knew going head-to-head right now would get me nowhere. I took a deep breath, pushed the anger down, swept my eyes over the villagers who were scared out of their wits, and finally landed on Lu Tieju's smug face. Fine. My voice was flat. The team leader's spoken, and folks are scared. I'll send them off tomorrow. Irina was frantic. I pressed her hand and gave her a look. Lu Tieju's face lit up on the spot, the grin all malicious glee. Now you're talking, Anzi. Your cousin's only looking out for you. He bit down hard on the words, little things, dripping with mockery. Cherish tonight. Say your goodbyes to the two little things, huh? Like a general fresh off a victory, he waved his arm and led his little crew off, chins in the air. Zhang Weiman patted my shoulder, started to say something, then shook his head and left too. Once the gawkers cleared out, the yard was left in a heavy silence. Dad, Mom, you two go inside. Anzi, my father wanted to speak. It's fine. I forced a smile. I've got a plan. The yard was down to me, Irina, and the two little beasts leaning against each other. I stroked their warm fur, and the anger slowly settled into a single idea. Send them off? Send them off my ass. The Mount God Pearl held a pocket dimension 100 paces across. Plenty of room for these two. Keep them inside during the day, let them out to run around at night. Nobody the wiser. Lu Taiju, and that whole jeering crowd, wanted to see me made a fool of? Not a chance. I hooked up a corner of my mouth and murmured to them, and to myself, don't be scared. As long as I'm here, nobody's running you off. Irina looked at me through her tears. I winked at her. She didn't understand what I could possibly do, but seeing that smile, she gave a firm nod anyway. The night deepened, and the mountain village settled back into quiet. My mother snuck them 2 unsalted deer bones to gnaw on. Dim yellow light leaked through the crack in the door, catching 2 little balls of fur with their heads down, working on their bones. I had no sleep in me. I looked up at the sky full of stars, my head running through how to get these 2 into the space tomorrow without anyone catching on. Lu Tieju's face kept spinning around in there. Frustrating, but mostly I was calculating. Right in the middle of that, Treasure Bowl jolted on my lap and snapped its head up. Its eyes, glowing faint green, locked dead on the yard gate. Every hair on its body stood on end, and a low, deeply threatening growl rolled up from its throat. Growl, not loud, but carrying a piercing wildness, nothing like its usual coaxing purr. Almost the same instant, Blackie, who'd been sprawled out beside it, flipped upright. Its round head turned the same direction, its nose working hard, its heavy body shrinking toward me without meaning to. A chill ran through me. This reaction was way off. I stood and looked where the two of them were staring, toward the village entrance. Past the yard wall and a few rows of earthen houses, there was nothing but dead black night. Then a sound that made my scalp crawl drifted in on the wind. Howling, not dogs barking. That long, mournful, coldly cruel kind of howl, one after another, coming closer. The scattered barking of village dogs turned in an instant to terrified whimpers. Wolves are coming. My heart dropped straight to the floor. I stared hard at the village entrance, my pupils shrinking to pinpoints. In that impenetrable dark, 1 point, 2, 3, countless green lights lit up like will-o'-the-wisps. Dense and packed, high and low, like a drifting field of cold stars, sweeping toward the village silently and fast. Wolf pack. The wolves are down from the mountain. A scream tore the night open. Wailing, pounding on doors, dogs barking wild and howling as they died. The sound of flesh being torn, all mixed with the pack's greedy snarls, exploded across every corner. The Sun family's chicken coop on the east end got smashed open. A hen's shrill cackle got out only half a beat before it cut off, replaced by wet ripping and the crunch of bones. The Zhao family's duck pen blew open too. My chickens. Shut the door. Shut the door now. Help, wolves are in the pig pen. A piglet's screams stabbed my eardrums. The whole of Green Mountain Village turned into a living hell in an instant. Every house was shut tight. The Boulder men peered through the door cracks watching their livestock get slaughtered, hearts bleeding, but not one dared rush out. This wasn't one wolf or two. It was a black mass of 15, 20. A starving pack is scarier than a tiger. The loudspeaker at the village office crackled, and out came Zhang Weiman's hoarse, cracking roar. Attention, all members. The wolf pack is down from the mountain. Everybody bolt your doors and windows. Do not come out. Starving wolves will bite anyone they see. Forget the livestock. Save your lives first. Wait for the pack to pass. The broadcast didn't calm anybody. It landed like a death sentence. Even the team leader was scared stiff. The villagers went cold inside, and muffled crying seeped out from behind the shut doors and windows. Back in my yard, my parents had jolted awake too and rushed to the main room door, faces bone white. "Anzie, out there." My mother's voice shook so bad she could barely get it out. "It's wolves, so many wolves." My father clung to the doorframe, lips trembling. The two of them had never seen anything like it. Their legs went to jelly. My eyes went cold. I grabbed the old muzzleloader off the wall and quickly packed the powder and iron shot. "Dad, Mom, don't panic." I kept my voice low but steady. "Bolt the doors and windows. Get the chickens and ducks inside. And no matter what happens out there, stay put." I looked at Irina. "You stay? Help me look after my folks." I'm coming with you." She was fierce about it, blue eyes burning, snatching up the heavy door bar by the entrance. Seeing the stubbornness in her eyes warmed something in me. I didn't stop her. "All right, stay close." Gun on my back, I grabbed the machete, its edge honed bright. "Treasure bowl. Blackie." I barked low. "Growl." The little tiger's golden fur stood up straight, its eyes sharp as lightning. "Raw." Blackie puffed up its round body, clumsily throwing up a defensive stance, letting out a growl that was babyish but furious. My eyes swept over the three of them. One person, one tiger, one bear. "Go." I yanked the gate open and was the first to charge into that dark blanketed in howls and blood. Irina stuck right behind me, gripping the door bar for dear life. Treasure bowl shot out like a bolt of golden lightning. Blackie ran yowling, its stubby legs pumping to keep up. The gate slammed shut behind us, cutting off my parents' terrified cries. The second I cleared the fence, a thick reek of blood smeared across my face. Out on the village road, a few green-eyed, skinny wolves were tearing like mad at a mutt whose throat had been ripped open. "Damn it," I swore. No time to aim. I raised the gun on instinct. Boom. The shot was louder than thunder. A ball of scorching iron shot poured over the nearest gray wolf like red-hot iron rain. Too close, practically point-blank. Grark. The wolf had no time to dodge. Half its body was riddled through in an instant, blood misting into the air. It rolled over screaming, twitched twice, and went silent. The blast, and a packmate dropping dead on the spot, jerked the other wolf's heads up. Green eyes locked hard onto me. In that stare was hunger, savagery, and the rage of being challenged. Growl, the biggest one, a lead wolf with a vicious claw scar across its face, let out a mournful, drawn-out howl. The charge signal. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 or 6 more shadows shot out of the darkness on both sides of the road, green eyes glowing, fangs bared, lunging at the three of us from different directions. A rank wind hit my face. "Look out!" I shouted, twisting to shove Irina clear with my shoulder, dodging a wolf that lunged for her calf. At the same time, the machete cut the air with a whistle, coming down hard on another wolf leaping for my throat. Chunk! The machete bit into the wolf's shoulder, a dull thud sinking into flesh. The wolf screamed, its attack faltering. But more shadows had already closed in. Roar! At the last possible second, a streak of gold shot out from beside my leg. Treasure bowl. The little one was fast as a lightning bolt, ramming headfirst into the flank of the wolf going for my back. Crack! The sound of snapping bones set my teeth on edge. A wolf's got a hard head, an iron frame, and a soft waist. That headbutt carried the little tiger's inborn killer instinct, big force, and a wicked angle. The wolf's spine broke on the spot. It didn't even get a scream out, just flopped to the ground twitching like a torn sack, clearly done for. Gore! Another wolf seized the moment and lunged for Treasure Bowl's hind leg. Raw! A goofy-sounding roar exploded on my other side. Blackie! The dopey bear cub saw the little tiger under attack and somehow burst out with startling force, clawing at the dirt and charging head down straight at the wolf. Bears are slow, but there's no arguing with tonnage. Wham! Blackie's round, heavy body slammed square into the wolf's ribs. Growl! The wolf staggered, its lunge and bite snapping out of shape mid-motion. Treasure Bowl was quick. It grabbed that fleeting opening, kicked off its hind legs, sprang into the air, and raked both front paws at the wolf's throat with a whistling sound. Rip! Blood sprayed out. The wolf's throat was torn open. It hit the ground gurgling and thrashing. Blackie, having landed its hit, seemed a little dazed, letting out a proud little rumble in its throat. Nice work. My spirits surged. The villagers peering through their door cracks nearby all sucked in cold breaths. Those two of the Jiang family, they're actually useful. 100 times better than my tail-tucking dog. The village mutts had lost their nerve long ago, cowering in yard corners and whimpering, not daring to step up no matter how their owners cursed. I had no time for any of that. While the pack was rattled by the sudden turn, I quickly dug out the powder gourd and shot back. Irina, hold the left. I roared, my hands moving so fast they nearly blurred. Her blue eyes were all grit, both hands gripping that heavy jujube wood door bar. She spotted a skinny wolf lunging from the side, swung the bar in a full arc, and brought it down. Wham! A solid hit to the side of the wolf's head. Gore! The skinny wolf saw stars and staggered backward, weaving. I finished loading. No need to aim. I raised the gun at the dazed skinny wolf. Boom! A spray of iron shot poured out. The wolf's head and half its neck were so close they burst like a rotten watermelon in an instant, red and white splattering across the ground. In the blink of an eye, half of the 6 or 7 wolves that had lunged at us were dead. The few that remained were completely shaken by the bloody scene, especially the ferocity and coordination of those 2 cubs, which struck an instinctive fear into them. The scar across the alpha wolf's face twitched as it glared at me and the 2 blood-soaked little beasts beside me, their teeth bared. A low, resentful growl rumbled in its throat, but it didn't charge again. Instead, it began to slowly back away. All around, the screams and wailing continued. Yet this little patch of ground outside my door had fallen into an eerie standoff. Anzi! A sobbing cry suddenly rang out from the adobe house diagonally across the way. Old Zhao's place, at the east end of the village. The courtyard gate was shut tight, and the window was being pounded so hard it banged. Help me. Anzi, my Irwa is still out by the woodpile. He was playing hide-and-seek and never made it inside. Old Zhao's wife's voice was ripping apart with despair, her frantic silhouette thrashing against the paper of the window. What? My heart dropped like a stone. I followed the direction she pointed. Outside Old Zhao's courtyard wall stood a tall stack of firewood, just a few steps from my own yard. 2 wolves, eyes glowing green with hunger, circled the woodpile, noses working hard as they sniffed, excited whines rising from their throats. Deep inside the woodpile came the muffled, terrified sobbing of a child who couldn't hold it back. Damn it! My eyes went red in an instant. The gap was too narrow for the wolves to squeeze through, but there was no way the kid could get out either. The 2 wolves had locked onto their target, and one of them impatiently began clawing at the woodpile. Irina saw it too, her face going white. Hold them off over here. I didn't have time to think it through. I shouted at Cornucopia and Blackie and charged toward the woodpile, rifle in hand. Rural. Cornucopia instantly wheeled around, its little body planting itself behind me, letting out a savage snarl at the wolves that were itching to move. Its golden fur bristled, and it gave off the faint, menacing aura of a king of the mountains. Roar! Blackie clumsily spun around to block the other side, its protective instinct driving it to let out a threatening growl. The wolves were so cowed by the two cubs' presence that they really didn't dare pounce right away. I closed the gap to the woodpile in a few bounds. Get lost! The rifle but whistled through the air and slammed down toward the wolf clawing at the pile. It reacted fast, leaping back to dodge, but it was still forced to give ground. Both wolves immediately swung their attention to me, the one ruining their meal. Green eyes fixed on me, fangs bared, growls rumbling. They crouched low into a pouncing stance. Urwa, don't be scared. Anzi is here. I kept my eyes locked on the two wolves and shouted into the gap. Stay hidden. Whatever you do, don't come out. I reached quickly for my powder gourd, but the two wolves gave me no time to reload. Roar! The larger, yellow-furred wolf struck first, its hind legs springing off like an arrow loosed from a bow, straight for my throat. The reek of it hit my face. The other, a smaller gray wolf, cunningly circled to the side, aiming for my right hand gripping the rifle. A hair's breadth from disaster. A scream rang out, accented and foreign but fiercely resolute. Irina. She'd come charging in too, without a moment's hesitation, hoisting that heavy door-bracing pole with both hands and swinging it down with everything she had onto the flank of the yellow wolf lunging at my throat. Whack! The wolf, mid-air with nothing to push against, took the blow square on. Yelp! The pole struck it right on the small of its back. No broken bones, but enough to throw it off balance in an instant. Its lunge veered off course and it crashed into the mud at my feet, scrambling to get up. Meanwhile, the gray wolf's fangs had almost reached my wrist. I could even smell the rank, hot breath spilling from its mouth. No time to pull the rifle back to block. In a flash of lightning, a golden streak shot out low along the ground. Cornucopia. It was as if it had predicted the gray wolf's line of attack. Its small body exploded into an astonishing leap, striking later but arriving first. Rarark. It didn't bite the body. With flawless precision, it clamped down on the gray wolf's throat, exposed in mid-lunge. Fast, precise, vicious. Squelch. Fangs sank into flesh. Grrk. The gray wolf's lunge instantly turned into a dying spasm, its throat clamped tight, blood gushing. It thrashed madly, claws raking the air, but Cornucopia stuck to the vital spot like glue, its little body swinging in the air with every struggle. I seized that split second. My right leg shot up, and I drove a kick straight into the nose of the yellow wolf that had just gotten back to its feet. Crack! A wolf's nose is its weak point. The kick landed with crushing force. Yelp! Blood sprayed from the yellow wolf's nose. Reeling with pain, seeing stars, it rolled away howling. I gave it no chance to catch its breath. My left hand yanked the machete from my belt, and I lunged after it. Die! The blade flashed in the moonlight. Squelch! The machete drove into the side of the yellow wolf's neck with all my weight behind it, warm wolf blood spraying across my face. The wolf's limbs convulsed violently a few times, then went completely still. On the other side, Cornucopia let go too. The gray wolf had long since stopped breathing, slumped limp on the ground. The little tiger's golden fur was drenched in wolf blood. It licked the blood from the corner of its mouth, a low rumble in its throat, like a beast that had just finished a hunt. Urwa, come out, quick! I wiped the blood off my face and called toward the woodpile. There was a rustling deep inside, and a boy of 7 or 8, white as a sheet and trembling all over, came scrambling out on all fours. Anzi! The moment Urwa saw me, he burst into tears. I grabbed him and pulled him behind me, shielding him. Irina, take him inside, quick. She didn't say a word, just grabbed the bawling Urwa and rushed for old Zhao's courtyard gate. Kid's mother. Open up. Urwa's back. I shouted into the yard. Creak. The gate flew open a crack, and old Zhao's wife burst out sobbing. She swept Urwa into her arms and clutched him tight, weeping her heart out. My son. Oh, you scared me half to death, half to death. Get inside, lock the door. I yelled. This wolf pack was tenacious. Half-starved as autumn turned to winter, there was no telling how many more might be lurking in the dark. Old Zhao's wife, clutching her child, thanked me and Irina over and over, then stumbled back into the yard and slammed the bolt home. Only then did I let out a breath and turn to survey the battlefield. The fight had been brief but brutally dangerous. Several wolves lay dead, and Cornucopia and Blackie both stood guard nearby. The little tiger licked the blood off its paws, eyes sharp. Blackie pawed at the carcass of the wolf it had knocked over. The one cornucopia had finished by tearing out its throat, with a curious look on its face. But the chaos in the village was far from over. Wolf howls, wailing, and the screams of livestock rose and fell all around. "Anzi, over here, come quick." A cracked, sobbing cry burst out from the west end. "Lu Taiju." I turned toward the sound. He was clinging to his own courtyard wall, pointing at the pigpen gate that had been battered until it teetered, his face white as paper. "There's a wolf rooting at my pigpen. Hurry up. If the pigs are gone, what are we supposed to eat for New Year's?" A cold little smile curled at the corner of my mouth. Unhurried, I drew out the powder gourd and poured powder into the old musket, taking my sweet time. "Cousin, no need to panic." My voice carried with unusual clarity through the chaos of the night, laced with a mocking edge. "I hear you. Sounds like the wolf over your way isn't very big. You hold the line for now. I just finished off 2 over here, and there are still a couple of small ones prowling around the woodpile. Once I wrap up this little job, I'll come help you right away." "What? A couple more?" Hearing that, Lu Taiju nearly fell off the wall. His voice cracked into a wail. "Dear cousin, quit stalling. You're leaving us to die out here. The wolf on my side's about to get away. My pigs are almost all torn to pieces. Get over here." I ignored him. I steadily tamped down the powder, loaded the iron shot, and packed it tight with the ramrod. Boom. Another deafening crack of the gun, fire spitting out. A wolf trying to creep up and snatch a carcass by the woodpile took the point-blank blast of iron shot dead on and went rolling away, howling. After those 2 shots, the threat outside the door was completely gone. "Anzi, thank you, thank you." The Zhao family's tearful thanks came through the crack in the door. Rural. The alpha wolf's call came from the foot of the mountain. Seeing they had nothing to gain, the remaining wolves let out a howl and vanished at the mouth of the village. The village fell quiet again. Seeing that the other households were out of danger, only then did I turn, unhurried, and head for Lu Tieju's place. There had been a commotion in the Lu family's yard a moment ago. Probably the wolves had caught the scent of blood, or maybe that call from the alpha had spooked them. Either way, after killing the piglets, the pack had bolted straight off. But right now, the Lu family's yard was quite the scene. Lu Shijin sat slumped at the entrance of the shattered pig pen, slapping his thighs and wailing. My piglets that were just fattening up, all gone, all of it." Snot and tears smeared his whole face as he stared at the empty patch of ground where half a pig had been dragged off, leaving nothing but bloodstains and scraps of entrails. His heart was bleeding. Zhang Shichin was in an even greater uproar, her hair a wild mess, spit flying far and wide. "Cursed wolves, you rotten butchered beasts. This was the only one left. How are we supposed to get through the year? My pigs." Lu Taiju, eyes red, kicked viciously at the crooked pen gate to vent his rage, cursing up a foul-mouthed storm. The 3 of them were so consumed by their loss and fury that they didn't even notice the figures that had appeared at the courtyard gate. Well now, I crossed my arms, the rifle slung casually over my shoulder, my voice pitched just right to carry clearly into the yard. "Cousin, wailing away, are we? Where's the wolf? Didn't they all run off without a trace? So what did you call me over for? If there's nothing to do, I'm heading back. It's been a long night." That chilly voice landed like a bucket of cold water dumped over the 3 of them. The wailing cut off abruptly. Lu Taiju whipped his head around, and when he saw the leisurely, faintly amused look on my face, his eyes went bloodshot in an instant. "Jiangyan." He jumped up like a cat with its tail stepped on, jabbing a finger at my nose and cursing at the top of his lungs. "You finally decided to show up? Where the hell did you crawl off to? I just yelled my throat raw out there, and my pigs are all gone. It's all your fault, all of it." Zhang Shichin found her outlet too, and rushed at me with a screech. She didn't dare come at me directly. Instead, she grabbed my arm and clamped down hard, nails nearly digging into the flesh, spit flying into my face. "Jiangyan, you black-hearted, rotten-lunged ingrate. How dare you stand there talking down to us? Where were you just now? Why didn't you come save our pigs? You were right there at the east end. You did this on purpose. You've been holding a grudge against us, so you stood there and watched the wolves wipe out our pigs. Are you even human? We're your own uncle and aunt." She howled, her voice shrill and grating, as though the greatest injustice in the world had fallen on her. Lu Shijin shakily got to his feet too, his old face white with rage, his lips trembling. "Anzi, this is outrageous. Our 2 families are kin, close enough that break a bone and the tendons still hold. How could you stand there and watch our family suffer? Zhang Shirqin had yanked my arm until it ached, but I didn't so much as furrow my brow. I just slowly lifted my eyelids, my gaze sweeping over Lu Tieju's face, twisted with anger. The corner of my mouth pulled into a curve without a trace of warmth. My voice was low, but it landed on the ground like shards of ice. Oh, my fault. I gave my arm a light shake. Not much force, but enough to jolt Zhang Shirqin's grip loose, and she staggered back and let go. I crossed my arms and jerked my chin toward old Zhao's woodpile, my eyes cold enough to freeze a man to death. A moment ago, old Zhao's Erwa was trapped in that woodpile by two wolves, screaming until his voice went hoarse. A moment later, and those wolf claws would have been reaching right in. I paused, my gaze scraping across the three of them like a knife. I ran over as fast as I could and snatched Erwa out of the wolf's jaws just in time. And over at your place? My eyes swept across the Liu family's still intact courtyard wall, then flicked to the pig pen, my tone dripping with undisguised scorn. By the sound of it, it was just one or two half-starved wolf pups rooting at the pen, wasn't it? Farthest away, fewest wolves. What's the matter? Are those piglets of yours worth more than old Zhao's kid's life? I lifted my eyelids, my gaze sharp as a blade, nailed straight onto Zhang Shirqin's and Lu Tieju's faces, asking word by measured word. The faces of the three Lius flushed and drained, red then white then tinged with green, like a dye shop had opened up. The commotion had long since drawn the villagers, just recovering from their fright, over to look. The wolves had come and gone fast, and the moment folks dared crack open their doors, they heard the shouting over here and gathered outside the Liu family's wall to watch the spectacle. Team leader Zhang Weimin arrived too, out of breath. He'd just been organizing a few of the braver militiamen to make a round through the village, checking the damage and calming people down, when he'd heard something off over here and hurried over. He'd just squeezed into the crowd when he caught the tail end of Lu Tieju's rotten words, along with Jiang Yin's question that struck every word straight into people's hearts. Zhang Weimin's face went black as the bottom of a pot in an instant. Lu Taiju, what's that supposed to mean? Zhang Weimin roared, his voice shaking the snow dust loose from the fence so it came sifting down. Lu Shizhen, what were your wife and son just wailing about? Piglet's worth more than old Zhao's kid. Is your family's heart carved from stone or molded from coal briquettes? Huh. He was trembling all over with rage, his finger nearly jabbing into the tip of Lu Tieju's nose. The wolf pack coming down the mountain. That's a natural disaster. Anzi risked his life to fight those wolves and saved old Zhao's kid. That's a great deed. Your pigs are gone. That's your own bad luck, a loss brought on by the disaster. Who's there to blame? But just listen to the garbage coming out of your mouths. Zhang Weimin's spit flew into Lu Tieju's face. Blaming Anzi for not coming fast enough to save your pigs? Bah. So, because Anzi didn't come, the three of you cowered inside like turtles? Is your pigpen gate made of paper? Couldn't even poke a stick out there? And now you've got the nerve to blame someone else? Does your Liu family have any shame left at all? That head-on tongue lashing from the team leader, reasoned, backed up, and booming loud, left the three Lius wanting to shrink their heads clean into their bodies. The villagers outside the wall started buzzing too. That's right, the team leaders got it exactly. The way Anzi went at it just now, he really did put his life on the line. That tiger cub and that bear cub, heavens above, so fierce. Just like real kings of the mountain. You said it. 1,000 times better than that dumb dog of mine. At that, the villagers' expressions shifted too. They'd seen it clear as day. Those two cubs had thrown their little lives on the line just now to save the child and the livestock. I pointed and they struck. Where was the unruliness Lu Taiju had claimed before? The way Cornucopia snapped that wolf's neck with one bite just now. I saw it plain as day from way over there. And Blackie, that big lug, that tackle packed a real wallop too. These aren't cubs. These are divine beasts come down to earth to watch over our village. Yes, divine beasts. That's what they are. If it weren't for these two divine beasts protecting Anzi, could he have taken on that many wolves all by himself? The villagers' chatter grew louder and louder, their spirits high. Having just been at the edge of life and death, and now looking at that blood-streaked, awe-inspiring little tiger and the endearingly clumsy bear cub, whose heart wouldn't feel at ease, who wouldn't feel grateful. Their eyes, turned toward Jiang Yun and the two little ones at his feet, had changed completely. Whatever fear they'd felt before had been washed clean away by the courage they'd witnessed with their own eyes and by the dead of their lives saved, leaving nothing but admiration and wonder. Listening to the crowd chattering away, Zhang Weimin felt the fire in his chest slowly settle, replaced by an enormous joy and the relief that comes after a close call. He looked at Jiangyan and the two divine beasts beside him, his eyes burning with eagerness. The folks are right. Zhang Weiman cleared his throat, his voice booming over the chatter. That little tiger, that bear cub, these two little guys a menace? No way. These are the guardian spirits of Qingshan village. You all just saw it. Anzi and those two, they can really fight. They're the real deal. More use than a shotgun. More use than the fire pokers in our hands. Living up against the mountains and forest like we do, next time wild beasts come down to raise hell, with Anzi and these two spirit beasts around, our village has got itself an extra bumper. Am I right, folks, or am I right? Captain's got it. With Anzi and the spirit beasts here, we can sleep easy. Right, right, keep him, we gotta keep him. Anybody says send him away again, I'll be the first to say no. The crowd was fired up. A few villagers who'd been egged on by Lu Taizhu earlier, hollering to send the animals off, were now shouting louder than anyone, thick-skinned and shameless about it. Lu Taizhu listened to all that praise, then looked at his own empty, blood-smeared pig pen, and damn near coughed up a mouthful of blood. The hate churning in his gut. Cursed wolves. Didn't come down before, didn't come down later, had to be tonight. What the hell did they come down to the village for anyway? Chewed up his pigs, and it only made that bastard Jiang Un and his two beasts look good. Well, that was just great. The menace had turned into spirit beasts. And he, Lu Taizhu, had turned into the clown. The whole thing choked him up so bad his chest ached. Zhang Weiman didn't care how sour Lu Taizhu felt inside. He struck while the iron was hot and went on. Good. Since nobody's got any objections, then it's settled. The little tiger and the bear cub, from now on they're part of Qingshan village. They're our village's guardian beasts. Anybody dares run their mouth about it again, they're crossing the whole village. And another thing, all these carcasses, every one of them, that's Anzi's doing, one shot, one blade, with these two spirit beasts helping out. By the rules, whoever makes the kill keeps it. These 7 or 8 wolf hides, and all this wolf meat, they go to Anzi. Nobody's got a problem with that, right? Zhang Weiman looked around at the crowd as he spoke. As it should be, as it should be. Anzi took a huge risk. No objections. Let him build his strength back up, and these two spirit beasts need meat too. Those wolf hides are glossy and slick. Take M to the market at Chaosher Fort. One's worth 60 yuan easy. The crowd answered as one. Who didn't know wolf hides were worth money? A prime wolf hide could fetch 60 yuan on the black market. That was 2 months' wages for a city worker. These 8 wolves, even the rougher ones, that was several hundred yuan. Wolf meat was tough and reeked of musk, but it was still meat. These days, whose family wasn't short on fat and grease. But everyone knew in their hearts that money and meat, it should be his. Nobody was jealous, nobody dared be jealous, and nobody had the face to be jealous. But wouldn't you know it, there was one shameless soul, blinded by lard, his head swimming with spite. No, I don't agree. Lu Taizhu shot up like a cat with its tail stepped on, howling, eyes bloodshot as he charged up to Zhang Weiman and Jiangyan. He jabbed a finger at Jiangyan's nose, spit flying. Captain Zhang, everyone, he's pulled the wool over your eyes. How come it all goes to him? My 3 piglets, just fattening up, all bitten dead and dragged off by the wolves. That was my family's whole new year, half a year of my folks' blood and sweat. Jiangyan, it's you. If you hadn't dragged your feet and refused to come save my pigs first, would my losses be this bad? Those wolves only killed one and ran. But because you wasted that little bit of time, the pack wiped out my whole pen. You've got to pay for this loss. Either cough up 100 yuan, or these 8 wolf hides all go to my family as compensation. Not one short. The second those words left his mouth, not just Zhang Weiman, but even his own father, Lu Shijin, was dumbstruck. Zhang Shiqin, though, her eyes lit right up and she jumped in. Right, he's got to pay. I did the math. My 3 piglets were already 70, 80 gene. Sell him next spring. That's 150 yuan at least. 100 now, we're still taking a loss. Or those wolf hides all go to us. That works too. The moment those words came out, the whole yard, and the crowd beyond the wall, went dead silent. This family's brass nerve had just redefined shameless for everyone present. The hero who killed the wolves, and he's supposed to pay them? Had they gone crazy from being dirt poor? Or had the wolves scared them out of their minds? How could people sink this low? Zhang Weiman was shaking with rage, pointing at Lu Taizhu, unable to get a word out for the longest time. You, Lu Taizhu, have you got no shame at all? How am I shameless? Lu Taiju stuck his neck out, all in now. I'm telling the truth. He held things up. If he'd come to my place first, I'd have saved most of my pigs. This loss is on him. That's a load of your mother's dog crap. Someone in the crowd couldn't hold it in. Never seen anybody so shameless. Your pigs made of gold? Worth 100 yuan. That's right. Anzi went to save the kid. Something wrong with saving a kid. Your pig's so precious. Why didn't you go fight the wolves yourself? Hiding in the house like a coward. So your pig's dying breaks your heart, but somebody else's kid ought to die? I'd been watching coldly the whole time, letting Lu Taiju jump around like a clown. Only now did I slowly step forward, my eyes cold enough to freeze a man dead, though the corner of my mouth curved into a faint, icy smile. Oh, my fault for holding things up. My voice wasn't loud, but it cut clean over all the muttering and cursing. I walked right up to Lu Taiju, close enough that he could see the naked contempt and killing intent in my eyes. Lu Taiju. My voice carried shards of ice. Just now, when the pack was right outside your wall, jamming at your pen gate. Where the hell were you? I was in the house. Cowed by Jiangyan's presence, Lu Taiju instinctively backed off half a step. Doing what in the house? Jiangyan pressed in, step by step. Weren't you hanging off the wall hollering plenty loud? That fire poker in your hand, just for show? The pen's a few steps from your house. You push the door open, rush out and swing it a couple times. That beat standing there bawling. You're a grown man. What the hell were you afraid of? Didn't you see sisterly dare to swing a club at a wolf's head just now? How'd you turn coward enough that you couldn't even open a door? Aye. A flash of panic crossed Lu Tieju's face. Who knows if those wolves were rabid? What if one had the rabies and bit me? If I got bit, who'd look after me? Who'd pay the medical bills? Can you shoulder that? A man's gotta look out for his own life. The more he talked, the more he felt he had a point, and his voice climbed again, like he'd found the perfect excuse. Huh, I suddenly laughed, short and cold, dripping with contempt. So you damn well know to be scared of getting bitten? So you damn well know a person's worth more than livestock? Then how'd you have the face just now to stand there and say the Zhao kid's life was worth less than your piglets? Before he'd finished, I swung and slapped him. Crack. The slap landed loud and vicious, crisp as anything under the dead silent night sky. I moved fast as lightning. Nobody caught how I did it, just a blur before their eyes. Then Lu Tieju's whole body, like a busted sack, got spun around in place by some massive force, and thump, he slammed hard onto the cold mud. Half his face swelled up before your very eyes. 5 clear finger marks flushed purple-red, and blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Ow! Stunned by the blow, Lu Taiju clutched his face and started howling, shocked and furious and scared all at once. Jiangyan, you dare hit people. You damn well dare hit me. Hit you. I looked down at him like I was looking at a puddle of mud. You heartless, wolf-hearted piece of trash. Hitting you's exactly what I'm doing. Just now, when the Zhao family's kid was cornered by wolves in the woodpile, life hanging by a thread, why didn't you think about whether the kid was scared of getting bitten? Whether the kid was precious? When you were tucked in your house like a turtle, fretting over those few pigs of yours, why didn't you think about a human life being on the line? And now you've got the face to talk to me about people being worth more than livestock? About being scared of getting bitten? The angrier I got, the closer I stepped, and I lifted my foot and drove it hard into the gut of Lu Taiju, just as he was trying to get up. Oh! Lu Taiju screamed and curled up like a boiled shrimp, nearly retching up his dinner. That's for running your filthy mouth. That's for fanning the flames, trying to send off the little tiger and the bear cub. That's for standing by and then twisting it around on me. You want money? You want wolf hides? Every curse came with a savage kick, kicking Lu Tieju's arms, his thighs, his backside. Heavy and vicious, all aimed at the fleshy, painful spots, kicking him rolling across the ground, bawling for his mama and papa. Snot and tears smeared his whole face. Not a shred of his earlier swagger left. Murder, Jiangyan's killing him. Husband. Taiju. Seeing her son beaten like this, Zhang Shiqin wailed and lunged to claw at Jiangyan. Back off. Jiangyan didn't even look at her, just barked it out cold. Grew. At that moment, the little tiger, which had been crouched at my feet the whole time, glaring at the Lu family, shot up at the sound, a low, menacing growl rumbling in its throat. Its golden pupils flickered with a savage glint in the night, fangs bared, poised to pounce. That stance, it was 3 degrees fiercer than when it took on the wolves. Small as it was, the killing intent of a top predator hit like a solid spike of ice, and in an instant it pierced clean through the shrew's nerve. Zhang Shiqin felt a chill shoot from the soles of her feet straight to her skull, her raised claws freezing dead in midair. Meeting those blood-hungry beast eyes, she was scared witless. "Mama!" Zhang Shiqin's wailing cut off abruptly, like a chicken with its throat grabbed, scared out of her wits. Her face went white as paper. Shrieking, she scrambled backward, dropped down onto her rear in the mud, and crawled away on all fours. A wet patch spread across her crotch, the sour stink drifting out. Not a trace left of the raging, ground-rolling harridan from moments ago. "Don't come near me. Beast, get away." She couldn't even get the words out straight. Lu Shijin was scared stiff too. Wanted to help his son, but didn't dare. Wanted to pull his wife back, but feared that tiger cub. So he just stood there trembling like a sieve, before finally hollering with more bluster than backbone. "This is madness. The world's gone mad. This ungrateful cur is committing murder. Is there no law?" Ow. Before he finished, my foot hooked down and a pebble flew straight at that foul mouth of his. A scream, blood at the corner of his lips. I grabbed the limp Lu Taiju and slammed him into the mud, stamped my foot down hard on his back, swept a glance at the terrified couple, and my voice was like it had been quenched in ice. "Law? The 8 wolves I killed tonight, that's the law? Twisted bones like you, cowards when you see livestock, then turning around to knife the folks who saved your lives. A beating's exactly what you're owed." I put a little more weight into my foot. Lu Taiju twitched. "Anybody else wants to eye my wolf hides? I'm my tiger and my bear cub. Step up. Try it. These two are Qingshan Village's guardian spirits. The captain said so, and you all nodded to it just now. If not for them, it wouldn't just be livestock dead tonight. The Zhao family's second boy'd have been the first to go. You think your family would have slipped by? Huh." I stared at Lu Shijin, spitting the words out one by one. "I risked my own neck killing wolves to save that kid. And you people, you turn around and want to send off the treasures guarding our lives and hand over these wolf hides to make up for your few sorry pigs? Keep dreaming your mother's dream." With every sentence, Lu Taiju shivered under my foot. The villagers' heads dipped lower and lower. At sorry pigs, someone couldn't hold back a laugh, then choked it down hard. The mood was both awkward and satisfying. Serves him right. Beat this ungrateful thing to death. Well done. Whole family with no conscience. The little tiger's mighty. Scared the piss out of that shrew. Zhang Weimin couldn't stand to watch either. He pointed at Lu Taiju moaning on the ground, and Zhang Shiqin slumped in fright. "See that? This is what you get. A whole family turning black into white. They deserve the beating. Even the beasts couldn't stand to watch. You dare stir up trouble again, Anzi won't have to lift a finger. I, Zhang Weimin, will be the first to strike you off the production team's rolls, and then you can go drink the northwest wind." Those words carried heavy weight. In famine years, getting thrown off the brigade meant your lifeline was cut. Lu Shijin dropped to his knees with a thud, old tears streaming. "Captain, have mercy. Anzi, stop hitting him. Tieju's the fool. Lard blinded us all. We give up. The pigs, we don't want the pigs anymore." Weeping, he reached to drag the still groaning Lu Taiju out of the mud. "Hurry, apologize. Apologize to Anzi." Lu Taiju had been beaten till his bones felt like they'd come apart, his face burning, and with his father hauling at him for dear life, what little defiance he had left got crushed under the fear. He struggled up, not even minding the humiliation, and mumbled toward me through tears. "Anzi, I was wrong." Looking at this sorry family of 3, the fire in my chest finally let up most of the way. I swept them a cold glance, like looking at a pile of trash, not bothering to waste another word. I bent down and rubbed the little tiger's head. It dropped the ferocity at once, purring in its throat, nuzzling my hand with its head. "Captain," I turned to Zhang Weimin. "I'll take the wolf hides and the meat. Can't really call it a reward. It was traded for my life, no lie. Any family in the village that lost livestock tonight. I, Jiang'an, am no cheapskate. Once I've dressed everything out, the wolf meat gets split among everyone. Add a little grease to your pots." "Good. Anzi's got a big heart. Anzi's a righteous man. We all get a share." A chorus of cheers, and the way they looked at me turned even warmer. Now that was a real man. Capable, standing tall, and honorable too. Set against the Lu family, it was heaven and earth. Zhang Weimin nodded, gratified. "All right, we'll do it your way. The hides are yours by right, and splitting the meat with the folks, that's your good heart. Everyone remember Anzi's kindness." He looked around, his gaze landing on the 2 little creatures at my feet, one gold and one black, both settled down now, and he smiled. "And these 2 great heroes of our village, the little tiger, the bear cub. From now on, Anybody dare say one word about sending them off, I, Zhang Weimin, will be the first to refuse. These are Qingshan village's spirit beasts, our guardians. Am I right, folks? Right? Spirit beasts. Guardians. Keep them. We've got to keep them. Anybody touches them, I'll fight him to the death. The cheers shook the sky, echoing long in the night air, still hanging with the smell of blood from the wolf raid they'd just weathered. The firelight lit the villagers' faces, alive after brushing death, and lit the shape of the tiger and the bear beside me, looking especially magnificent in the dark. The Liu family of three, amid the cheers and the scorn, propped each other up and shrank back, tails between their legs, into that broken yard reeking of pig blood and piss, and didn't dare show their faces again. It was over. They hadn't gotten at anyone, and they'd lost so much face there was none left. How were they ever going to hold their heads up in this village again? The little tiger seemed to understand something. It lifted its head and let out a long howl at the star-filled sky. Grew. The bear cub, dazed and clueless, tipped up its round head and answered a long, dopey and earnest roar. The sounds pierced the night, echoing long through the mountain village. The crowd broke up. I dragged the 8 wolf carcasses, stumbling my way home, the little tiger and the bear cub flanking me left and right like 2 loyal guards. Behind me in the Liu yard, there was still muffled crying and Zhang Shirqin's low cursing. Nobody paid them any mind. I pushed open the yard gate. The tiny beam of kerosene lamplight glowed out from the main room, warm and welcoming. My mother reached the door first, her voice already cracking with tears as she looked me up and down in the lamplight. You hurt? Let your mama see you. I'm fine, Ma. Right as rain. I tossed the wolf carcass onto the ground, kicking up little specks of mud. Merciful heavens. She stared at that bloody wolf leg, then at the blood on my face and the wolf fur clinging to my clothes, sucking in her breath, sick with worry. My father hobbled out on his cane. He looked at the wolf leg, then at the 2 little critters behind me, blood-stained but bright-eyed and full of spirit. His expression was hard to read. Finally, he let out a heavy sigh. Long as you're safe. Long as you're safe. Elena stood behind my mother, those blue eyes startlingly bright in the dim light. She didn't say a word. She hurried forward, pulled out an old handkerchief washed nearly white, rose up on her toes, and carefully dabbed at the little cut on my temple. And her voice was soft, looking at the worry in her eyes. Whatever irritation I'd had melted clean away. I grinned. It's nothing. Didn't even break the skin. And listen, I've got news. The little moneymakers here are staying with us from now on. Nobody's going to talk about sending them away again. The whole family lit up. I guess it was a blessing in disguise. Who'd have thought wild wolves coming down the mountain tonight would end up letting these 2 little ones prove their worth? So long as they can stay, so long as they can stay. My mother kept murmuring it. Then something occurred to her. Come on, there's porridge warming on the stove. Wash up and get something in your belly. You've been at it all night. I splashed some water on my face and downed 2 big bowls of hot cornmeal porridge before that bone-deep chill finally eased off. The night grew late. Outside the window there was nothing but cold, clear moonlight. I lay on the calm, running numbers in my head. 8 wolves. The pelts were the real prize. On the black market, a whole one with good coloring could fetch 60 yuan. Even with some peppered by buckshot and a couple nicked up by the little tiger's teeth, sold as is, I'd clear 500-600 easy. That was a fortune. The meat was tough and gamey. Sharing it around the village to add a little richness to folks' pots was the neighborly thing to do, and we'd keep some to render for cooking oil. But the bulk of it had to be turned into cash. With money, that ancient bolt-action rifle at home was due for a replacement. Word was you could sometimes turn up a double barrel at the black market over at the grass market fort in town. Now that was a gun with real punch, enough to take down a wild boar, so I wouldn't have to hold back when I ran into big game up in the mountains. Then some good seed. The plot in the space yielded a crop every 10 days, and I didn't have enough seed for it. Elena was thin and frail. I'd get her a tin of malted milk to build her up. My mother had been going on for ages about wanting a few feet of flowered cloth to make a blouse. Turning all this over, I felt warm inside. My eyelids grew heavy, and I dropped off dead asleep. The sky was barely gray, the roosters just crowing for the first time, when I got up. I quickly rolled up the 8 wolf pelts, lashed them tight with hemp rope, then wrapped up the 2 fattest cuts of wolf meat in oilcloth, ready to head into town. The rest I piled in the corner of the yard and covered with a torn straw mat, waiting for Zhang Weimin to bring folks around to divvy it up. I said goodbye to my parents and to Elena, who'd just woken, and strode out. At the edge of the village, I paid 30 cents for a ride on the ox cart into town. The The cart creaked and swayed along the mountain road in the early morning, and by the time we reached the county seat the day had broken bright. I hefted my goods and ducked, sure of the way, into a twisting back alley. This was the grass market. Above board it was tightly policed, but on the sly you could find anything rare you wanted. I found an out-of-the-way corner and spread open one edge of the pelts. The sleek, glossy fur caught the morning light and drew a few glances right away. A middle-aged man in a blue cadre uniform and glasses ambled over, crouched down to inspect the quality, especially those few nicks. "How much you asking, friend?" "60 for the whole ones, 50 for the ones with nicks." I named a fair price. "Too steep." He pushed up his glasses. "Pelts are hard to move these days. 50 for whole, 40 for nicked." "I'll take the lot." I didn't even look up. "Go take another walk around." I knew what they were worth. No worry about selling. Sure enough, before long another man sidled up, wearing a leather-lined coat, looked like a mountain goods trader. He took one liking to them. "Friend, honest price, 55 for whole, 45 for nicked. I'll take everything." "Deal." I nodded readily. 8 pelts, 4 whole, for with flaws. He counted out the money, and a thick stack of 10 yuan notes went into my coat, heavy and reassuring. My heart settled. With the warm bills tucked away, I started making the rounds of the black market, heading first for the corner where they sold gear. Luck was with me. I really did spot a wiry man crouched against a wall, a long shape at his feet covered by a ragged burlap sack. He lifted one corner, and out came a jet black, gleaming barrel, a double barrel. By the look of the receiver, it seemed like something that had trickled over from the Russian side, and it was well kept. "How much?" I kept my voice low. "This many." He held up 2 fingers. 200. I had a feel for it. That was a fair price on the black market. No coupons needed here, and a bit pricier than the supply co-op was par for the course. I didn't haggle. I counted out 20 notes and handed them over. He checked the money, then quickly bundled the gun up in the sack and passed it to me. With the new piece under my arm, my step got lighter. Next up, seed. I picked out some cold hardy, high-yield corn and potatoes, and rice and wheat too, of course, for our family to eat polished rice and fine flour. Those two were what it came down to. Then I wandered over to a dry goods stall and bought salt, matches, and a few bars of soap, and drew off a caddy of sweet potato liquor for my father. I ran across someone selling imported fishing net, tested the gauge, and bought some. Sure, the village sat right against the big mountains, but the river had plenty to offer too. Every year the commune organized a few villages to fish and hunt together, and it had come in handy then. Last, I stopped at a stall selling rare foods and paid 8 yuan for a tin can of malted milk, golden yellow and looking every bit as precious as it was. At the flowered cloth stall next to it, I picked out a bolt of cotton, red with tiny white flowers. Picturing Elena in it, I couldn't help the corner of my mouth curling up. After all that shopping, most of the wolf pelt money was gone. I had a few dozen yuan left in my pocket, plus a good 40, 50 caddies of wolf meat on my shoulder. Seeing the sun was near noon, I hurried and caught an ox cart back to the village. The cart creaked and swayed along the dirt road, the sun baking a lazy warmth into you. I held the tightly wrapped new hunting rifle, feeling settled. I squinted, pretending to doze, but my mind sank down into the space of the mountain god Pearl. A single thought, and the seed I'd bought yesterday appeared on the land in the space. Corn, potatoes, rice, wheat, and a small packet of rye. Guiding it with my mind, I scattered it evenly across that black, oily, freshly turned soil. Work in the space was easy on the mind. You scattered it, and that was that. The rest left to that miraculous fertility. Figured it'd be ready to harvest in 10 days, maybe half a month. Just past noon, the ox cart reached the edge of the village. I hauled my goods toward home. The net rolled over my shoulder, the rifle tucked under my arm, the malted milk and that bolt of flowered cloth in my hands. I pushed open the courtyard gate. Elena was at the well washing vegetables. Hearing the noise, she turned, her blue eyes crinkling up. Yeah, I'm back." I set my things down on the floor of the main room. "What did you buy?" My mother heard and came out of the kitchen, ash still on her apron. I pulled things out one at a time. "Ma, cloth for you. To make a new blouse. This is malted milk, for Elena. Mix it with water to build up her strength. New fishing net, reinforced with nylon line. In a few days the fish will run upstream, and we'll go catch some big ones." My mother stroked that red cotton with the little white flowers, grinning ear to ear. "Io, what did you go spending money for? It's real pretty though? Girl, this pattern suits you. My eyes aren't what they were. You've got clever hands. Cut yourself a dress from it." Elena hugged the cloth, her fingers running over the fine cotton weave, then looked at that precious tin of malted milk. Her eyes went a little red, and she nodded hard at me. Brethren, thank you. What's there to thank me for? We're family. I waved it off, then picked up the tin of malted milk and pried off the metal lid. A rich, sweet, milky scent wafted out. I scooped out a scant half-spoon, stirred it into a bowl of warm water, and handed it over. Give it a try. Elena cradled the bowl carefully and took a sip. Her eyes lit up all at once. It's so sweet. She held that bowl of malted milk like she'd struck treasure, sipping at it little by little. The bear cub smelled it and nosed in, its wet snout snuffling hard at the rim of the bowl. Get, none for you. I shoved its big head away. It grunted twice, wounded, and flopped back down on the floor, staring up longingly. The little tiger couldn't be bothered with the sugary stuff, sprawled across the threshold, soaking up the sun, only flicking the tip of its tail. My father crouched there smoking his pipe, looking at the new rifle and net on the floor, and at the smiles on my mother's and Elena's faces. He took a couple of puffs and said nothing at all, but every wrinkle on his face had smoothed out. That night my mother stewed a pot of soup from the leftover wolf meat. It was gamey, so she added wild scallions and ginger slices and a pinch of salt. Hot going down, it warmed you right through. Elena mixed a small cup of malted milk for everyone in the family. My father tried a mouthful with a furrowed brow, then smacked his lips. It is sweet. The lamplight was dim and yellow, and the whole family gathered around the table, warm and content. I woke early the next morning. Thinking about the seed in the space, I sent my thoughts down into it. Hey, the black soil had sprouted tips, a wash of green, and the wheat and rice were shooting up especially strong. It had worked. Now I had my footing. Tucking away a pack of great front gate cigarettes I'd bought in the county seat yesterday, I headed straight for team leader Zhang Weiman's place. He'd just finished breakfast and was crouched at his gate sharpening a hoe. He grinned the moment he saw me. So early? Turned that stuff into cash in town yesterday, I bet. Made a little. I handed over the pack. Uncle Zhang, try these. Oh, great front gate. His eyes lit up. He took it, gave it a sniff, and tucked it in his pocket, his smile turning even warmer. Something you need? No need to stand on ceremony with me. That slope out on the west end of the village, up against the old woods. It's been lying fallow, right? I got straight to it. Grant it to me. I'll work it myself. He set down the whetstone, brow knitting. And I'm not trying to throw cold water on you. That ground's full of rocks and won't hold water. It's iffy even for corn. The team tried it a few years back. The seedlings didn't even come up full, and come fall we couldn't even earn back the cost of the seed. Why bother? Uncle, I'm not planting anything fancy. Just rye. Rye. He blinked. That stuff's even coarser, and the yield's lower to boot. Milled up, it's dark and rough and scratches your throat. Nobody in the village grows it anymore. Low yields, no worry. I smiled. It's lying fallow anyway. Scatter some seed and take whatever comes. Rye stands up to cold and poor soil. Come spring, when the old stores run out and the new crop's not in yet, even a little dark flower gruel is a good thing. Zhang Weiman studied me, thinking it over. This kid had just done the village a real service, saved lives, and gave up his wolf meat to share around. A capable young fella, and decent too. Now here he was, not resting on his laurels, wanting instead to break new ground to help feed his family. That worthless plot nobody on the team wanted. And he'd even brought a pack of good smokes. All right, he slapped his thigh. You've got the heart for it, so I'm behind you. I'll write you a slip. Count it as you breaking new ground yourself. No grain tax for the first 2 years. But I'll say it plain up front. That ground's really no good, so don't get your hopes too high. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. If it comes to nothing, I'll own that. Got to give it a try either way. The slip was in hand, a thin sheet of paper stamped with a red seal. I tucked it in my coat and walked out of the yard, unable to keep the corner of my mouth from curling up. Worthless ground? With the mountain god pearl, even worthless ground could turn to treasure. Come spring, when the seedlings shot right up, and besides, with this above-board plot as cover, whatever the space produced would from now on have a perfectly legitimate source. The next day, just as the sky was going gray, I shouldered my freshly sharpened hoe and called to Elena. Come on, let's get to work. She grabbed an old mattock and followed, the two of us picking our way out to the west end of the village. The ground was rough, all right up against the old woods, the whole surface studded with loose rock that jabbed at your feet, a thin layer of yellow dirt, and a few wilting sprigs of wormwood poking up. This is it. I planted my hoe in the ground. Elena looked at the rock-strewn ground, her blue eyes a little lost. Brethren, this Can it really grow anything? We'll try, won't we? No matter how many rocks, we'll pry them out one at a time. I swung the hoe. She raised the mattock too and brought it down on a big rock. Clang. Sparks flew, the shock jolting her arms numb, and the rock didn't budge an inch. Use finesse. I walked over and closed my hand around hers on the mattock handle. Drop your waist, plant your feet, drive the force from your waist. Don't rely on your arms alone. My hands were all calluses, and one of them swallowed the back of hers whole. Her hand was small and soft, trembling slightly, and where I held it seemed to catch fire. She flushed red to the roots of her ears and dropped her head, murmuring, I understand. Only then did I catch on that something was off. I looked down and met her scarlet ears and lowered lashes, like a startled little doe. Something stirred in my chest, and I quickly let go and coughed. Well, you give it a try. The two of us set to work on that rocky slope. I was strong, so I took on prying up the big rocks. She cleared the small ones and raked the clods I'd loosened off to the side. Clanging and clattering, we worked at it for days on end. Out early, back late, going toe-to-toe with a field of stone under the sun. My hands were fresh calluses and the soles of my feet ached from the rocks. But you could see the results. Slab after slab of rock cleared and heaped along the field's edge, revealing the poor, but at last respectable yellow dirt underneath. That afternoon, with the sun sinking to the west, the two of us dumped the last basket of rubble over the ridge. That barren slope, where not even a rabbit would leave droppings, we'd broken it into real ground by sheer force. Done. Job's finished. I put my hands on my hips and let out a long breath. Elena leaned against an old tree root, catching her breath, her little face flushed pink, a few strands of damp hair plastered to her temples. She smiled. Brotherin, we really did open it up. Of course we did. Look who was doing the work. I felt a bit smug and walked over, reaching out to help wipe the dirt off her face. Her face went redder still, and right in that little moment of tenderness, off in the distance up the slope, a figure was craning its neck to peer this way. It was my cousin, Jiang Jiuming. This character had been prowling the edge of the old woods, meaning to set snares and bag some game, when he caught sight of movement over on the barren slope. He came closer for a look, and his eyeballs nearly popped out of his head. Since when did that rock-strewn wasteland look like that? The stones were cleared, the ground leveled, and it looked ready to grow crops before your very eyes. Envy bubbled up sour in his chest. No good. He couldn't let this kid get rich all on his own. This Jiang and had shot a few wolves, cashed in the pelts to buy a new gun and net, and even those two beasts of his had become the village's sacred creatures. Riding high, the whole lot of them. He'd figured this kid had struck a bit of a fortune. Shouldn't he at least spare a thought for his own uncle's family? His own father was Jiang and's blood uncle. And what came of it? All these days gone by, and not so much as a fart to show for it. Never mind sending over a little wolf meat for them to taste. He hadn't even shown his face. Jiang Jiuming spat. He looked at the two of them down the slope, especially at Jiang'an, wearing that smug air like nothing in the world could stump him, and at that Russian wife of his, worn out with her face all flushed but smiling. The wicked heat in his chest climbed higher and higher. Struck it rich, and now he won't own his poor relations. Is that it? Looks down on their family now, does he? He ground his back teeth, holding down a bellyful of spite, then shot Jiang in one last glare, turned, and slipped away without a sound. With the work all but finished, I took Elena home. My parents had the meal ready ahead of time, heaping food into our bowls without letting up. Life was easier now, meat at every meal. That was a first in the village. But I couldn't sit still. There was another thing on my mind. In a little over half a month, it'd be time for the village fishing and hunting, when the fish schools ran back up the river channels, and every household had to put out nets. In past years, the commune organized it on a fixed schedule, but I remembered it clearly. This year, the schools came more than a week early, and by the time everyone caught on, the fish had long since cleared out. That new net of mine was exactly for this. After the midday meal, with the sun just right, I dragged the net out from the corner of the main room. Elena, give me a hand. Coming. The two of us found a wide spot in the yard and shook it open. The net was brand new, twisted from nylon line, far sturdier than the old hemp nets in the village, with a tighter mesh too. This net's good. She stroked the smooth line, her blue eyes shining. Better than the village ones. You bet. Imported goods. I felt a little smug. We each took an end and hung it open, sunlight spilling through the mesh and dapples. I took out a wooden shuttle and a few coils of spare net line. Even a new net needs looking after. Check for any loose knots, reinforce where it needs it, and dig out the fish bag to mend it too. The fish bag was a big sack sewn from old hemp cloth and attached to the back of the net to hold the catch. It had been used for years, and some spots had worn thin. Elena deftly dug out the fish bag, spread it on the millstone, sat on a low stool, and bent her head to mend it. Sunlight caught her golden hair with a soft glow, focused and quiet. I crouched by the net, threading needle and drawing line to cinch tight wherever a strand had come loose, my movements unhurried but steady. No one in the yard spoke. There was only the swish of the wooden shuttle and the whisper of needle and thread. The little tiger and the bear cub lay sprawled in the shade under the eaves, watching us lazily. The sun was warm, carrying that dry edge that comes at the start of summer. We hadn't been at it long when footsteps sounded at the gate, along with a forced, cheery greeting. "Anzi, you home? Hey, what are you up to?" I looked up, and my brow tightened almost imperceptibly. Jiang Jiuming. What was this guy doing here? 2 lifetimes of memories came flooding back, and it turned my stomach. In my last life, this uncle's family had bled us dry more times than I could count. Whenever it was time to collect the rationed allotment, my uncle and aunt would show up at our door, playing the big brother card to walk off with whatever they could grab. These past 6 months, ever since I took a wife, the whole village knew we couldn't make ends meet, so they'd cut off contact entirely. Now here he was, out of nowhere. A weasel wishing the chickens a happy new year. No good could come of it. Jiang Jiuming strolled into the yard with his hands behind his back, a grin plastered on his face. But his eyes were like hooks, sweeping around the room, and when they passed over that pile of stuff, a flash of greed shot through them. "So it's you, Jiuming." I brushed the dust off my hands, my voice flat. "Nothing much. Just mending the fishing net." "What are you mending that for?" He sidled up to the net and made a show of feeling it. "The commune fishing season's still a ways off. No point hanging it out now. It'll just collect dust, and you'll have to mend it all over again." What a hassle. He said one thing, but his eyes kept darting at me. "Anzi, don't take this the wrong way, but you're really moving up in the world, huh? Look at all this. New hunting rifle, new net, and what's that? Condensed milk." He pointed at the millstone. "You've nearly got the whole set of big-ticket items, haven't you? TSK. Good stuff like this. Hardly anybody in the village has laid eyes on it." I didn't take the bait. I just asked coolly, "Jiuming, is there something you need?" "I'm busy right now, and Irina's home. If there's nothing, you can head on out." That was me showing him the door. The grin froze on Jiang Jiuming's face. "Struck it rich, have you? Won't even let me through the door? And you're using the womenfolk as an excuse?" He swallowed his anger and grinned even wider. "Anzi, listen to you. We're cousins by blood. Break the bone, and the sinew still holds it together." He leaned in and dropped his voice. "I hear you took down a wolf a while back, sold it for a good bit of money. I'm happy for you, cousin. Anzi, let me run something by you. Times are hard. Everybody's scraping by in this famine. Now that you've come into some money, shouldn't you be thinking of your own kin? Spread the wealth around a little. Your uncle, that's your own flesh and blood uncle. Back when your family was struggling, didn't we help you out? Help us out." All that amounted to was trading a few vegetables and radishes back when things were still friendly. When we actually hit hard times, his family scattered faster than anyone. Before I could open my mouth, my mother, Lu Rong, who'd been stitching a shoe sole, and my father, Jiang Dashin, who'd been squatting on the threshold smoking, both came out. The moment Jiang Jiuming saw the elders, he straightened up and got louder. "Second uncle, second aunt, don't you think that's only right? Anzi's done well for himself, got money now, bought all this fine stuff. We're family. Good fortune's meant to be shared. My folks are back home talking about it, saying Anzi's a decent sort. He'd never forget his uncle's family." He turned his shameless face to my father. "Second uncle, say the word, won't you? Anzi's young and thin-skinned. Have him spare a little money, or some of that condensed milk, to help my parents build their strength back up. They're getting on in years, their bodies aren't what they were." My father puffed on his pipe, his brow furrowed deep enough to crush a fly, and said nothing. The smile was gone from my mother's face too, and the way she looked at Jiang Jiuming was full of disgust. Jiang Jiuming grew anxious and pressed another step forward. "Second uncle, say something, would you? Back when your family was poor, my folks helped you out plenty, didn't they? A few pounds of cornmeal counts for something. Now that Anzi's got money, he can't just forget where he came from the second he strikes it rich, can he? Can't even bear to give his own uncle a thing." My father's face went completely dark. My mother couldn't hold back. "Jiuming, that's not right. What do you mean, helped us out? That was all trading back and forth in the early days. Nobody took anything from anybody for free. Besides, Anzi earned that money with his life on the line. You have any idea how dangerous it is to hunt a wolf? That wolf pelt was his to earn. Second ant, you can't put it like that. Jiang Jiuming was thick-skinned enough to fire right back. Dangerous or not, it's over and done, isn't it? The money's in hand. Anzi's living the good life now, new rifle, new net, drinking condensed milk, and it doesn't cost anything to feed those two cubs? He'd rather feed the beasts up in the mountains than help out his own relatives? He'd watch his own uncle's family go hungry. Word gets out. Won't the whole village point fingers at his back and call him a disgrace to his own kin? The second the words beasts up in the mountains came out, every one of us changed expression. The little tiger and the bear cub caught the malice too, and a threatening growl rolled up from their throats. Jiang Jiuming flinched, startled, but then he remembered these two cubs answered to me, and that settled him back down. He sneered, and his voice climbed higher. Second uncle, you're a sensible man. Can you really stomach watching your own elder brother's family tighten their belts? If Anzi won't give, then he's disowning this family. He's got no conscience. Enough. I spoke up, not loud, but cold as ice, and the one word cut off the rest of his sentence. I stepped forward and stood right in front of him, staring him down. Jiang Jiuming, shut that mouth of yours. Spread the wealth? Share the good fortune? Is your family even fit to? My parents are kind-hearted, too decent to make a scene. I don't have that many qualms. You keep saying you helped us out. Then let me ask you this. The year my dad hurt his leg, when we were about to run out of food, my mom carried my little sister over to your place to borrow half a bowl of cornmeal to make gruel. What did your mother say? Jiang Jiuming's face shifted, and he opened his mouth to make excuses. I didn't give him the chance. I hammered it out, word by word. Your mother said, "Oh dear, we don't have any grain to spare either. The kid's father isn't feeling well. He needs fine grain to build his strength. Half a bowl of cornmeal, and she wouldn't lend it. And there's more. My dad dragged that hurt leg all the way to the grain station in the dead of winter to collect our ration. And on the way back, he slipped into a ditch, and the grain spilled all over the ground. Your dad was standing right there watching. My dad couldn't get up, and he wouldn't lift a single finger. My mom had to go pick it up in the dark. That's your family's idea of helping out." I jabbed a finger at his nose, getting more heated the longer I talked. Those 2 worst years of the famine, when the production team handed out relief grain, your family ran up faster than anyone, took your share, and shut the door to eat it yourselves. My parents were so hungry they swelled up. They went to your place to borrow a bit of bran husk, and your family barred the door shut tight and played deaf and dumb. That's your family's idea of kindness. And now you see I took down a wolf and made some money. So you come sauntering over with that shameless face demanding I spread the wealth, telling me not to forget where I came from. I nearly spat right in his face. Your family's nothing but a nest of bloodsuckers. Smell a bit of blood and you swarm right in, but when there's no money and no grain, you vanish quicker than ghosts. I'd sooner feed my money to a dog than give your family a single cent. That whole tirade left Jiang Jiuming's face flushing red then draining white, his whole body trembling. He'd never expected me to drag out every old rotten account. You're slandering me. He hopped with rage, his fingers shaking. You dare defame your elders. When did my parents ever do such things? You're unfilial. You're a traitor to your own kin. Ranting on, he suddenly swung the accusation toward my parents. Second uncle. Second aunt. You're just going to let Anzi badmouth my parents like this? Struck it rich, and now you look down on your poor relatives? A whole family of ingrates. Your consciences all eaten by dogs. Cursing me, fine. Cursing my parents, not a chance. Something in my head snapped. I closed the distance in one stride, and before he could react, I wound up my right arm and slapped that filthy, spewing mouth of his hard. Crack. That one landed harder and louder than the slap I'd given Lu Taiju back then. The sound of it exploded across the yard. Jiang Jiuming's head buzzed, stars bursting in his eyes, and his whole body spun half a turn like a top that had been whipped before he dropped face first into the dirt. Half his face swelled up like a steamed bun in the blink of an eye, 5 finger marks going red then purple, the corner of his mouth split and oozing blood. Ow! He rolled on the ground, clutching his face, screaming. He's beating me. Jiang is trying to kill me. Cousin beating cousin. You're getting beaten because you're a filth-spewing animal. I looked down at him. Say one more word against my parents and I'll knock every tooth out of your head. Get out. Get out of my yard. Roar. The little tiger had risen to its feet at some point, its golden eyes fixed coldly on him, a low growl rumbling in its throat. The bear cub reared up too, and with its dopey, blockhead look let out a roar of its own. Not a small one, either. One man and 2 beasts scared Jiang Jiuming half out of his wits. He scrambled and crawled toward the gate, still howling. You wait, Jiang'an. Just you wait. I'm going to the commune to report you. Report you for beating a poor peasant. Report you for keeping wild beasts. I grabbed the pick handle off the ground, the one I'd been using to break rocks, and made like I'd swing it. Get out, or I'll break your dog legs. Jiang Jiuming bolted out of the yard in a blind panic, not daring to look back, only tossing a few hollow threats over his shoulder into the wind. Anziyu. My mother looked at the now empty gateway and sighed. She started to say something, then swallowed it back. My father took a pull on his pipe, the wrinkles deepening in the smoke, and in the end only let out a heavy sigh, saying nothing. He knew I'd done nothing wrong. It was just that this relative was now well and truly cut off. I tossed the pick handle to the ground and walked over to my parents, softening my tone. Dad, Mom, don't let it get to you. Give people like that an inch, and they'll take a mile. We don't owe them a thing. If he comes back, I'll beat him every time I see him. I turned to look at Irina. The girl had been rattled by the whole scene, still clutching her needle and thread, a bit of panic in her blue eyes. It's over now. I gave her a smile. Go on and finish mending the net bag. She looked at me, then at my parents' complicated expressions, and gave a small nod. She sat back down on the little stool and picked up her needle and thread, her movements a little slower than before. The yard went quiet, leaving only the faint sound of thread pulling through burlap. I drew a deep breath and pushed the anger down. A man like Jiang Jiuming would never let a loss like this go quietly. Report me? I'd like to see what he could stir up. Go to the commune? His side of the family didn't have a leg to stand on. More than likely he'd head back to plot with that old shrew. Let him. I'd cross that bridge when I came to it. In this life, anyone who tried to walk all over me was going to find themselves with nowhere to stand. After the beating he took, Jiang Jiuming slunk off and didn't show his face for several days. I was glad for the peace and focused on tending to the net and net bag. Irina was clever with her hands, and she patched the old net bag up good and solid. That day I got up the moment the sky lightened and packed my things briskly. I rolled up the new net, tied up the old net bag, and grabbed the big back basket and 2 burlap sacks. Dad, Mom, Irina, and I are heading down to the river. My father nodded around his pipe. Be careful, the water's cold. My mother chased after me and pressed 2 coarse grain cakes into my hands. Something for your stomach. Come home early. I know, Mom. I tucked them into my shirt. Irina shouldered her own small back basket, packed with a water flask and a bit of salt. Treasure bowl, Blackie, let's go. At my call, the little tiger, dozing at the gate, sprang to its feet at once, all pep, and shook out its golden fur. The bear cub grunted and huffed as it rolled along after us. 2 people and 2 beasts, treading through the dew toward the big river gully outside the village. We'd no sooner stepped out of the village than someone poked his head out from behind a wall. It was that scheming Jiang Jiuming, still up to no good. These past couple of days he'd been stewing with spite, convinced I was off to do something good again without cutting his family in. Off to the river first thing in the morning with your Russian wife and those 2 beasts, and carrying a net? What's he scheming? Jiang Jiuming muttered to himself, his eyes rolling, and quietly fell in behind us. He didn't dare get too close, trailing us from a distance. We walked at an easy pace. The bear cub was playful, forever getting sidetracked by wildflowers along the way. The little tiger stayed alert, now and then glancing back toward where he was hiding, a low growl rumbling in its throat. What is it, treasure bowl? The little tiger nuzzled my leg with its head and looked back again. I followed its gaze. There was some movement in the brush off in the distance. I sneered inwardly. I could guess who it was. Not worth the bother. I kept walking. We reached a bend in the river where the current ran gentle and the water opened wide. It was so clear you could see the water grass swaying. Anzi, are there fish? Irina leaned over to look, her blue eyes full of hope. Don't rush. I set down the back basket and scanned the surface. Suddenly my eyes lit up. Beneath the calm surface, whole shoals of silvery gray shapes drifted slowly along, a staggering number of them. Now and then a fish leapt clear of the water, flashing silver in the morning light. Here they were, a few days earlier than I'd expected. The shoals had migrated ahead of schedule, and in no small numbers. Quick, help me cast the net. The 2 of us worked together, carefully spreading the long net into the water along the bank. The weights sank to the bottom, the floats fanning out across the top. Then we tied the mouth of the old burlap net bag securely to the tail of the net. I quietly siphoned a little spirit spring water into the water in front of me. Sure enough, the shoals surged straight toward the net. Not long after the net was down, the rope in my hands suddenly went heavy. Got it. I gave a low shout, and Irina and I hauled it toward the bank together. The net came up out of the water, its meshes glittering silver, thrashing and splashing in a wild racket. Fish big and small were bagged up inside, jumping for their lives, their scales dazzling in the sunlight. Grass carp, common carp, silver carp, big head carp, all packed in tight. Wow, so many fish! Irina cried out in delight, her little face flushed with excitement. The little tiger and the bear cub crowded curiously up to the water's edge. The bear cub reached out a paw to scoop at them and got smacked square on the nose by the tail of a big grass carp. It yelped and shrank back, which set Irina giggling. I was smiling too. This one haul was easily 100 pounds or more. We hurried to work the fish off the net and tossed them into the net bag. The heavy weight of it set my mind at ease. We were still picking off fish, getting ready to cast a second time, when a jumble of footsteps and voices came from off in the distance. Hurry, hurry, it's right up ahead at the river bend. Juming wasn't lying. There really are fish. I saw it with my own eyes. That Jiang and kid already pulled up a whole net, packed full of fish. Is this kid part rat? How's his nose so sharp? The shoals came early, and he already knew. Jiang Jiuming ran at the front, panting, a big crowd of villagers trailing behind him, shouldering nets old and new. His mother, Hu Yongqin, was jostling in the crowd too, running so hard her hair had come loose. There, look at that. Jiang Jiuming pointed at me, his face full of righteous indignation. I told you this kid's no good, sneaking off to catch fish on his own without a word to anybody. If I hadn't happened to catch him at it, the rest of us would still be in the dark. The shoals came this many days early. He must have known all along. He just wanted to hog it all for himself. The villagers rushed to the riverbank, and the second they saw the bulging burlap sacks at my feet, the new net freshly cast in the water, and the dense mass of fish shadows on the surface, they went into an uproar on the spot. Good heavens, there really are this many fish. Anzi, that's not right of you, kid. Why keep quiet about a good thing like this? Lucky Jiuming spotted it, or we wouldn't even get a bowl of hot fish soup. Grumbling, marveling, scrambling for a spot to cast their nets, they were a chaotic mob. Hu Yongqin planted her hands on her hips and started cursing me right in the face, spit flying everywhere. Ingrate, no conscience, heart eaten by dogs. Each insult uglier than the last, and she dragged my parents into it too. I shot her a cold glance. The little tiger seemed to understand, and it let out a sudden roar. She clammed up on the spot, though she still shot me a vicious glare. I couldn't be bothered with her. I sneered and turned back to help Irina cinch the mouth of the net bag tight. The villagers had no time for the show anymore either. They fought to stake out their spots, casting their nets in a frantic scramble. In no time the riverbank was buzzing with noise, splashes and shouts rising one after another. The catches weren't bad. Nothing next to mine, but a net still pulled up a dozen-odd pounds, and every face glowed red with excitement. Jiang Jiuming and his mother found a spot too and flung their net down any which way. Hu Yongqin cursed me the whole time she hauled it in, saying my dad's bad legs served him right, that the whole family looked short-lived, that we'd struck a little money and forgot our own name. Listening to that filth, my eyes went colder. I hauled up the second net, another big load of thrashing, leaping catch, and dumped it into the net bag. The big net bag was nearly full now. Just then, my eyes settled on the middle of the river. That was where the water ran deepest and the current fastest, and yet the shoals were denser there, the fish noticeably bigger. The dorsal fins of several big black carp cut just along the surface. Too bad it was too far from the bank, and the current too swift. The nets from shore couldn't reach it at all. The autumn river ran bone cold. Strong swimmer or not, making it across would be dicey, and with no telling what lurked beneath the surface, it was too risky. The villagers stared at the churning shadows of fish out in the middle of the river, swallowing hard with naked greed. The fat ones are always right in the middle. Damn shame we can't reach them. Water's too deep, too fast. Who's gonna go down there? I frowned, turning the problem over in my head. Then something on the far bank caught my eye and held it. Over by the reed marsh, in the shallows, stood a huge moose. Its shoulders came up to a man's height, and a massive rack of tangled antlers crowned its head as it dipped down to drink and graze. Those four thick legs, those broad hooves, born to wade water. My heart gave a sudden jump, and a bold idea surfaced. Casual as anything, I edged a few steps closer to the water. Nobody noticed. Every eye was glued to the fish out in the middle. Quietly, I focused my mind and stirred the mountain god Pearl inside me. An invisible current spread out toward the moose across the river, like the faintest of calls, carrying reassurance, carrying the power of a pact. Temporary pact. Target, adult moose, male. Establishing pact. Minds aligning. The moose snapped its head up, antlers swaying, and a pair of wary brown eyes cut clear across the wide river to land squarely on me. Man and beast, locking eyes across the rushing water. The wariness in its gaze dissolved fast, softening into calm, even a hint of affection. Its huge body shifted. Done. A grin tugged at the corner of my mouth. The moose hesitated no longer. It swung those thick legs into the river. The water rose to its shins, but every step was steady as it made its way toward my side of the bend. It made no small commotion, and immediately every eye on the bank swung toward it. Good Lord, look at the size of that moose. Why is it coming this way? Ain't it scared of people? Careful now. Those things are strong as hell when you rile them up. The villagers cried out and shrank back. Jiang Jiuming and his mother froze mid-motion, dumbstruck. The moose waded closer and closer, and its path took it straight through the shallows where Jiang Jiuming and his mother had cast their net. Hey, my net. Jiang Jiuming caught on, watching those thick hooves about to come down on the net he'd just set, and yelled in a panic. Before the words were even out, splash, a hoof came down hard in the water, dead center, right on the floats and lines of his ratty old net. A crisp rip cut through the air. What chance did that ancient, threadbare hemp net stand against a few 100 pounds of moose? It tore open in an instant. The palm-sized minnows caught inside spooked and flopped right back out through the gash into the river, splashing water all over Jiang Jiuming's face. I am my fish, my net. Jiang Jiuming's face twisted with grief. He hopped in place, jabbing a finger at the moose and cursing it blind, demanding it pay for his net and his fish. Hu Yongqin slapped her thighs and wailed too, spitting out a string of filth about the damned wild beast, the jinx, the plague on their house. The moose seemed to take offense as well. Its tail flicked up, plop, and a load of droppings landed right on the ruined net. The fish drifting nearby scattered at the commotion and vanished without a trace. The fish are gone. All my fish are gone. Hu Yongqin sobbed, racked with grief. Trembling with rage, Jiang Jiuming swung his dip net up and smacked the moose across the head. That did it. The moose reared as if startled, and its hoof came down solid on his net lines. Ryup, and the current tore the wrecked net into even more useless shreds. Jiang Jiuming just stood there, stunned. Damn it, was this moose out to get him personally? The villagers nearby lost their nerve too and hurried aside, terrified of catching the big animal's attention. Jiang Jiuming shook all over with fury, but he didn't dare actually tangle with a massive creature. All he could do was fish out the ruined net while cursing viciously. I hope you get trampled to death, you son of a bitch. Better yet, go on over to Jiang inside and stomp his new net into scrap too. Let him get nothing for his trouble. He glared, spitting out the vicious wish, eyes locked on the moose's path. The moose waded through the shallows and came straight toward me and Irina. I stood at the water's edge, watching it approach in silence, my face blank. Irina was a little nervous, hiding behind me, her blue eyes wide with curiosity and unease. Everyone watched, some tense, some gleeful, as the moose drew nearer and nearer to the new nylon net I'd set in the water. Just as those thick hooves were about to come down on the net, Jiang Jiuming's face was already splitting into a savage grin. But at that very moment, the moose lifted its hoof and nimbly stepped around the net lines, wading past right along the edge without so much as grazing a single strand. Hey! Jiang Jiuming nearly leaped up in rage, the breath jamming in his throat. That goddamn animal's got a taste for who it messes with, huh? Goes straight for mine. Mother and son scrambled to haul in the net, now shredded like rags. There'd hardly been any fish in it to begin with, and most had flopped away just now. The few left were limp and pathetic, a miserable sight. Pull it up quick, see if it can still be patched. Hu Yongqin was so frantic her face went white. Jiang Jiuming gritted his teeth and yanked hard toward the bank. The net was old, the lines thin, soaked soft and weak from long use, and this year's fish were unusually strong. Several knots had already come loose. With rage bottled up inside and no restraint in his hands, he gave one violent heave. Ryup! A huge gash tore open through the middle of the net. The water poured out, and the last two minnows slid free, flopped twice on the mud, and went still. My net, my fish! Hu Yongqin dropped onto her backside and wailed, her face crumpled like a walnut shell, cursing the moose for being blind, for being a plague god reborn. Jiang Jiuming looked at the utterly ruined net in his hands, then at the two dead fish by his feet, shaking with rage, his eyes gone red. He jerked his head up to find the moose and take it out on the beast, and nearly had his eyeballs pop out. That mighty moose had walked right up to me, and now it lowered its head meekly, its great antlers nuzzling gently against my arm, a low, almost fawning rumble in its throat. That thick tail even swayed clumsily side to side, like a big dog's. I'll be damned. Jiang Jiuming's throat seized up, his whole face flushing red. What kind of world was this? A wild beast learning to recognize a person and wagging its tail on top of it. And what came next dropped his jaw even further. I patted the moose's thick neck and, without a word, swung myself up onto its back. The moose stood rock steady, not even a wobble. I reached a hand out to Irina. Come on up. Her blue eyes were full of wonder, but she had a groundless trust in me. She gave me her hand, and with my help clambered awkwardly up onto the moose's broad back, settling behind me and wrapping her arms around my waist, nervous and thrilled all at once. Treasure Bowl, Blackie, watch our stuff. I called toward the bank. The little tiger and the bear cub immediately trotted over to the bulging fish net and hunkered down beside it, proud as anything, their golden eyes sweeping coldly over the crowd. The moose carried the two of us back into the river. Those broad hooves were made for wading, and even out in the middle where the current ran fast and the water topped its legs, it walked steady, the water only reaching its belly. Everyone on the bank was floored. Good God, Jiang rode a moose into the river? Is that moose's? How's it so tame? Look, they're heading right for where the fish are thickest. The chatter was all disbelief, thick with envy. The moose carried us straight to the deepest part of the middle, where the fish swarmed at the edge of a whirlpool. The water spun there, and silver-gray backs churned and leaped in dense, teeming waves, a sight to set the heart racing. But no one dared, and no one had the means to reach it. Steady on the moose's back, I unfurled my new net, picked a perfect spot, and swung my arm. The net opened like a silver lotus and dropped precisely into the heart of the whirlpool. The moment it hit the water, the net line yanked down hard, the pull so fierce it even made the moose sway. Up! I barked, and Irina and I heaved on the line together. Splush! The net broke the surface, throwing up a huge spray. Inside, silver flashed wild, a chorus of slapping and thrashing. So many fish they'd warped the mesh out of shape. All fat grass carp and bighead carp, the smallest as long as an arm. We hauled the heavy net up onto the moose's back together, the fish still thrashing madly, soaking us head to toe. Irina burst into giggles, her clear laughter rippling out across the water. That one cast held more than 10 casts from the bank. The folks on shore had gone green with envy, drooling. A few instinctively took a couple steps into the river, but one look at that bottomless, rushing current sent them scrambling back. Son of a bitch, Jiang's luck is downright uncanny. That moose must have been sent by the mountain god to help him, huh? Ugh, nothing kills you faster than comparing yourself to others. Jiang Jiuming and Hu Yongqin looked at the net full of fat fish on the moose's back, then at the ruined net in their hands and the two dead fish by their feet, shaking with rage, teeth grinding. The comparison stabbed at their hearts like a knife. Ma, we can't just stand here and watch. We've got to do something, teach him a lesson. Jiang Jiuming's eyes were red with jealousy. He suddenly rushed over to a villager beside him. Erguzi, lend me your net, quick. Erguzi hesitated. Jiuming, my net's pretty old too, and I still gotta catch fish. Quit yapping, I'll give it back. Jiang Jiuming snatched the net away, and without caring whether the spot was any good, cast it messily into the shallows a little downstream of me. Hu Yongqin rushed to help. The net had barely landed when Jiang Jiuming felt the line drop hard. There we go, a big haul, he crowed, and he and his mother pulled up with everything they had. The net was heavy, all right, and something inside seemed to be struggling violently. I was hauling in my net out in the middle when I heard a ripping sound from the bank. I looked back to see a big gash torn open in Jiang Jiuming and his mother, Hu Yongqin's ratty hemp net, and a grass carp half as long as a man came shooting out through the hole. Its tail slapped Jiang Jiuming across the face, hard enough to make him see stars. My fish, Jiang Jiuming shrieked, clutching his face. But that grass carp didn't head off anywhere else. It swam against the current, straight toward me. The few smaller fish behind it went wild too, racing over to the spot where I'd cast. In the blink of an eye, Erguzi's ratty net held nothing but rotten weeds. Hu Yongqin slumped down into the muddy water and screamed like a stuck pig. I paid them no mind. Irina and I pulled up 2 more nets of leaping fish, until the net bag looked fit to burst. That'll about do it. Let's haul some back for now. I patted the moose's neck and dissolved the temporary pact. It rubbed its big head against me before ambling back through the water into the woods. The sun climbed toward noon. Whether they'd caught much or little, all the villagers' hauls put together didn't come close to a fraction of mine. The tired ones started hauling their catches home one by one, and the riverbank slowly emptied. I rolled up the new net and set it on a big rock by the shore. Then Irina and I lifted the impossibly heavy fish basket and headed up the bank. The little tiger and the bear cub trailed behind. There were at least 200 more pounds of big fish still to move. Behind the rock, I didn't even need to look to know what Jiang Jiuming was scheming. "Ma, get over here, quick." He kept his voice low, and it trembled. Hu Yongqin scrambled up, tears and snot still on her face, her eyes full of greed. "How do we do this? That dumb deer left the fish and the new net right here. Fish in the river belong to whoever catches him. He's gone, so it's ours." Jiang Jiuming grabbed my roll of brand new nylon net and shook it out. It gleamed in the sun. "Good stuff. It's mine now. I'll take the net too, so he's got nothing to fish with from here on out." Right. This ungrateful wretch hoards everything for himself. He's got it coming." Hu Yongqin lunged straight for the fish basket, sticking her rear in the air as she dug for fish, cursing nonstop. "Little animal, think you're so clever? These fish ought to go to your auntie." While mother and son were busy at it, a low tiger's roar burst out of the reeds beside them. The little tiger hadn't gone far at all. A streak of gold shot out, aimed right at Hu Yongqin's upturned backside. "Ayu, oh my God!" she screamed, knocked forward, nearly pitching headfirst into the fish basket. The little tiger's teeth weren't fully grown, and its bite wasn't much, but one chomp went through the padded trousers and sank into flesh. Hu Yongqin twisted and swatted, and, up, the seat of her trousers tore wide open, gray cotton stuffing spilling out. "You murdering little beast, I'll beat you to death." She grabbed a dead branch and lashed out. The tiger let go and sprang away, staring at her coldly, a rumble in its throat. Her swing hit nothing but air, and she nearly toppled over. "Ma!" Jiang Jiuming grabbed the ruined dip net and moved to charge over. He'd barely taken a step when the bear cub barreled out of the reeds like a little cannonball, slamming straight into his shin. "Ow!" He stumbled, dropping the net. The bear cub reared up and slapped both furry paws against his thighs, hammering like little mallets. He raised a foot to kick, but the cub ducked low, dodged, circled to the side, and, chomp, clamped onto his wrist. SSS. Jiang Jiuming sucked in a sharp breath at the pain, feeling like the bone might shatter. He shook his arm frantically, but couldn't throw it off. The cub's four paws scrabbled everywhere, trampling all over his stomach and legs. Hu Yongqin was faring even worse. She clutched her bleeding backside and hobbled to run, but the little tiger darted out ahead to block her path. She spun to change direction, and the tiger whipped around behind her, raking its claws hard across her other calf. Ah! Another rip in her trousers, and her shin burned like fire. She tried to hit it, the tiger leaped clear. She tried to run, the tiger chased and bit at her pant leg. Hu Yongqin was like a mouse toyed with by a cat, scrambling and shrieking bloody murder across the riverbank. Her padded trousers torn to tatters, cotton flying, blood and mud smeared over her rear and legs. "Help! Murder! The beast's biting people!" She screamed, her voice raw. Jiang Jiuming wasn't doing any better. By the time he finally shook the bear cub off, 2 rows of purple bite marks ringed his wrist. He reached for a stick, and the cub pounced, hugging his leg and butting his head. He tried to kick, and the cub circled behind and bit him square on the backside. Arg! His trousers bitten through, he clutched his rear and hopped around, tears springing to his eyes. Mother and son rolled and thrashed in the mud, clothes shredded, skin covered in bite marks and claw scratches, red and swollen, a wretched sight. Irina and I had just gotten back from hauling a load and stood on the little path along the bank. I folded my arms and drawled, "Well now? Cousin, auntie, just what are the two of you up to?" Mother and son jolted and snapped their heads up. "Jiangin, you little animal." Hu Yongqin clutched her blood-soaked, ruined trousers and pointed at me, howling. "You did this on purpose, didn't you? You set these 2 beasts on us on purpose. May you die a rotten death." Jiang Jiuming crawled up out of the mud too, half his face swollen, every old grudge and new one flaring up at once. He craned his neck and bellowed into the distance. "Everybody come look." Jiang had set his beasts to bite people, and his own family at that. These aren't holy beasts, they're man-eating menaces. That's right, menaces. Hu Yongqin chimed in instantly, slapping her thighs and wailing. "Neighbors, come see for yourselves. This ungrateful wretch strikes it rich and sets his beasts on his poor kin. Look at my leg, look at my rear, all chewed to pieces. These two little beasts have got a taste for human blood now. From here on the village livestock, the village children, they'll all be in danger. This is a root of disaster. They've got to be put down. The villagers who hadn't yet left and those resting in the woods came running at the commotion, and the sight on the riverbank left them all stunned. Good Lord, how'd this happen? The tiger cub and the bear cub bit them? And Z, what on earth is going on here? What's going on? Irina's little face flushed red with anger, her chest heaving. She strode down onto the riverbank in a few steps, heading straight for Hu Yongqin. Hu Yongqin was still sitting on the ground, slapping the water and crying. Oh, my miserable life. My own nephew set his beasts on me. There's no justice in this world. Shut your mouth. Irina roared. Smack. A ringing slap landed across Hu Yongqin's face, cutting her wailing off right down her throat. The onlooking villagers were all struck dumb. You dare hit my mother? Jiang Jiuming's eyes split with fury as he moved to charge. Stand right there. I stepped forward and let out one cold word. His feet stopped dead. Irina jabbed a finger right at Hu Yongqin's nose, blue eyes blazing. You're lying through your teeth. Treasure Bowl and Blackie never bite anybody. They're the sweetest animals around. You two must have done something rotten. That's why they went after you. My slap left Hu Yongqin completely stunned. She just stood there clutching her face, unable to snap out of it. But the woman had nerve. The second she recovered, she started shrieking. Bullshit. You little foreign hussy. You dare hit me. Your damn beasts bit us. Everybody saw it. They've tasted blood now. They'll be eating people next. That's right. The proof's right here. Jiang Jiuming jumped in, pointing at the wounds on his body. Look at these teeth marks, these claw marks. Who else could have done this? Jiangyan, you owe us an explanation today. Pay up, get us to the clinic, or we're going straight to the commune to report you for keeping wild beasts that attack people. We'll make sure you can't wriggle out of it. I watched the two of them, mother and son, screaming through their little performance, and my cold smile deepened. I didn't bother answering. I ambled down the riverbank toward my rolled-up fishing net and the mesh bag beside it. The net had been flipped over, the mouth of the bag torn open. A few big fish lay flopping in the mud. I bent down and picked them up one by one, dropping them back in the bag, brushed the dirt off the net, then finally lifted my head. My eyes swept over the gathered villagers before settling on the pair. Oh, Treasure Bowl and Blackie bit you too. My voice wasn't loud, but every word came out clear. That's right, everybody saw it. Jiang Jiuming barked, craning his neck. They saw it. I nodded, a touch of amusement in my tone. But I'm a little curious. I strolled up in front of them, my gaze turning cold. It's the middle of the day. Everyone's gone home for their afternoon rest. Out here on this riverbank, was there anybody besides you two? The villagers glanced at each other and shook their heads. Then here's the question. I pointed at the disturbed mesh bag, then at the tiger cub and the bear cub. You two aren't resting at home. So what were you doing at the spot where I set out my fish and my net? And standing so close? These two cubs of mine are fierce about protecting home and food. Normally in the village, they don't even bother the chickens and ducks. Most they'll do with a stranger is growl a couple times to scare them off. But if somebody sneaks around while the owner's away, trying to touch what they're guarding, well, never mind a tiger cub, even a plain old guard dog would bite when it's riled, wouldn't it? The moment the villagers heard that, the way they looked at the mother and son changed on the spot. Yeah, it makes sense. Middle of the day, what were those two doing hanging around somebody's fish basket? Look, the bag's ripped open, fish spilled all over the ground. They weren't trying to steal the fish, were they? Got caught stealing by a guard animal, and still got the gall to holler? The muttering came stabbing in like needles. The pair's faces went red, then white, then red again. Bullshit. Jiangyan, you're slandering us. Hu Yongqin screeched. Who stole your fish? We just came to see how much you'd caught. Can't we care about our nephew? That's right. Good intentions treated like garbage. Jiang Jiuming argued too. Who knows what got into those two beasts, jumping up and biting people. If you ask me, they're too wild to tame. They can't be kept around. Came to see. I let out a scoff and pointed at the ragged old mesh bag tossed off to the side. You brought your busted bag along to see? Auntie, your hand was in my bag digging out fish. You call that seeing? I pointed at Jiang Jiuming next. Cousin, you had my new net gripped in your hand, about to stuff it in your shirt. You call that seeing too? I was picking it up for you. Didn't want it to get dirty. As thick as his skin was, even Jiang Jiuming had gone the color of liver. Picking it up for me. My eyes went fully cold. Don't tie your shoes in a melon patch. Don't fix your hat under a plum tree. Even a 3-year-old knows that. One of you digging out my fish, the other clutching my net, and you're telling me you came to look? I suddenly raised my voice and let them have it, cursing them out top to bottom, pouring out all the anger I'd been holding in. Thieving hearts that wouldn't quit, jealous of what I'd caught, deserving every bite they got, each line harsher than the last, until they couldn't hold their heads up. If Treasure Bowl and Blackie hadn't been sharp enough to stand guard here, I'd have come back to not even a fishbone left. You're making it up. We didn't. Jiang Jioming still talked tough, but his voice had clearly gone hollow. Didn't. I was done wasting words. I stepped forward, my right hand shooting out like lightning to grab him by the collar. His legs were already weak. One yank from me, and he stumbled forward, dragged right up to my face. Let go of me, he struggled in terror. I've got plenty of ways to make you tell the truth. I swung my left arm around. Crack. Another ringing slap landed on the already swollen side of his face. Ag. His head rang, and he screamed out. Before he could finish howling, I drove my foot into his gut. He curled up like a boiled shrimp. Jiangyan, you're beating people again. Is there no law anymore? Hu Yongqin wailed and threw herself at me. Get out of the way. I didn't even look at her, just kicked her square in the shin. She yelped and dropped back down into the muddy water, sucking air through her teeth from the pain. I hauled Jiang Juming closer by the collar, our noses almost touching. Say it. Were you trying to steal my fish and my net? I. My presence had him too breathless to speak, his lips trembling. Say it. I warned. No. His voice was tiny as a mosquito's. No. I sneered, let go of his collar, and grabbed the wrist the bear cub had just bitten, squeezing hard. Ag. It hurts. Let go. His wrist bones felt like they'd shatter. Tears burst out on the spot as he knelt half down, wailing. You admit it or not? I bore down harder. He looked into my eyes, which held not a trace of warmth, then at the scorn on the villagers' faces all around, and his last shred of courage drained away. I admit it. I lost my head. I wanted to grab a few fish. He sobbed out the truth. Grab a few fish? Then what about my new net? I pressed. The net. I wanted to see it too. He was in so much pain his eyes rolled back. See it. I let go with a jerk and kicked him rolling to the ground. A dog can't quit eating shit. Huh. Still talking tough at this point. You used your busted bag to see my fish? Looks to me like you wanted to see it all the way home. Skin, bones and all. He curled up in the muddy water, clutching his wrist and shoulder, his face a mess of snot and tears, not daring to make another sound. Hu Yongqin had wilted completely too, sitting on the ground sniffling quietly, not even daring to cry out loud. I turned around and said in a heavy voice to the watching villagers, you've all seen it, uncles and aunties, and you've heard it. It's not that I, Jiangyan, won't cut people slack. Some folks just won't take a favor when it's handed to them. Can't catch fish themselves, so they come steal mine, get bitten and deserve it, then turn around and smear my cubs as menaces. That kind of scheming deserves to be punished. The villagers nodded one after another. Pa, shameless. Caught stealing and still crying wrong. N's cubs are so well behaved. They even saved the village last time. These two have rotten hearts. They deserve to get bitten. The mother and son wish they could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. I walked up to Jiang Juming and looked down at him. Cousin, so how do you want to handle this? He looked up, eyes full of fear. It's all my fault. Let me make it up to you. Make it up. I scoffed. You two cursed at me, slandered me, tried to steal my stuff, nearly dragged it all the way to the commune, and when my bad settles it. Then what do you want? What do I want? I held up 2 fingers. 2 options. I pointed at the tiger cub and the bear cub. First, weren't you just going on and on about how they're menaces that ought to be put down? Fine. I'll untie the ropes right now and let them get friendly with you two again. We'll see who ends up dead in the end. Rurur. The tiger cub growled low, right on cue, golden eyes locked on him. The bear cub grunted and shuffled a step closer. No. I was talking nonsense. Jiang Jioming was scared out of his wits, waving his hands frantically, nearly wetting himself again. Then option 2. I pulled my fingers back, my tone flat, but leaving no room for argument. Pay up. You two scared my cubs, slandered their reputation, and attempted theft to boot, trying to wreck my property. Emotional damages to their good name, a scare fee, plus the bag mouth you ripped. One price, 50 yuan, not a cent less. 50 yuan. Both of them shrieked at once, faces gone white. 50 yuan. These days a strong laborer working a whole month after his ration costs might not have even 5 left over. 50 was an astronomical number. You're robbing us. Hu Yongqin wailed again. Where would we ever get that much? You don't have it. My eyes sharpened. Then take option 1. Treasure bowl, Blackie. Don't let them go. Jiang Jiuming lunged forward and wrapped his arms around my legs, crying. And we'll pay. But we really don't have that much right now. Don't have that much. I kicked him away and brushed the mud off my pant leg. Then write an IOU and put your thumbprint on it. Come up with 50 yuan within 3 days. 1 cent short, and I'll take the IOU to the commune's security director and report you for theft. I gave a cold little smile, my eyes moving over the wounds on their bodies. Or else I'll drag the two of you to the clinic and let the doctor take a good look, see whether these so-called wild beast wounds meet the standard for a payout. Hard and soft at once, every path cut off. The pair despaired completely. They knew I'd do it. Go to the commune, and they were in the wrong from the start. Go to the clinic, and one look at those wounds would show they were from small animals, only nailing down the shameful fact that they'd been bitten while stealing. We'll write it. Write the IO. Jiang Jiuming slumped to the ground, ashen-faced. I'd come prepared. I pulled a little notebook and a stub of pencil from inside my shirt and scratched out the IOU. Jiang Jiuming and Hu Yongqin, for attempted theft, slander, and property damage, voluntarily agreed to compensate Jiang in 50 yuan in full, to be paid within the day. Thumbprint. I tossed the notebook over. Trembling, he dabbed at the blood on the corner of his mouth and pressed his thumb down. I forced Hu Yongqin to shakily press hers too. Get home and scrape the money together. I put the IOU away. If it's not at my house in 3 days, you know what's coming. Now scram. That word scram was like a pardon. The pair fled the riverbank in a sorry state, not daring to look back. Pa, serves them right. Nice workin'. That's exactly how you handle people like that. Treasure bowl, Blackie, good job. The villagers spat toward their retreating backs, then crowded around to praise me and the 2 cubs. Once the troublemakers were gone, the riverside quickly went quiet. Everyone headed back for their afternoon rest. Irina and I struggled mightily and finally hauled that last heavy mesh bag into our little courtyard. Oh my heavens! Lu Rong was sitting by the kitchen door shelling beans. She glanced up and the beans in her hands scattered all over the ground. Zhang Dashin came out at the sound, the dry tobacco pipe in his mouth nearly falling. He stared at the fish piled into a little mountain in the yard, every one of them leaping and flashing silver, big ones and small ones flopping in a heap, splashing water everywhere. Dad, Mom, this is all of it. I wiped away sweat and grinned. Lu Rong walked around the fish pile twice, her eyes crinkling into a smile. This is enough to feed the family a whole year. Old Jiang, look at this big head carp, and this black carp, one fatter than the next. Jiang Dashin crouched down, picked up a big black carp still flicking its tail, hefted it, and the wrinkles on his face smoothed right out. Would you look at that? This one's got to be a good 10+ caddies. And you've really got it. At this rate, we'll be drying fish clear into the year after next. Mom, we'll dry fish, but not all of it, I put in. This much we can't finish eating and can't keep. We'll save a portion for ourselves, salt some, dry some. And the rest I'll take by ox cart to the county tomorrow morning and sell at the state-run aquatic products purchasing station. Turning it into cash is the practical move. Right, sell it for cash. Jiang Dashin nodded again and again. Sitting around here, it'll just draw flies. Sell it and buy some things for the house, and get Irina a length of new cloth for a dress too. The whole family fussed happily over the silver mountain for a good while. Lu Rong hurried off to find big basins and buckets to hold the fish. Jiang Dashin busied himself clearing the yard to make room, and Irina and I carried the rest of the fish back. The little courtyard filled up with buckets and wooden basins, the fishy smell mixing with the damp air, but breathing it in put my heart at ease. This was the smell of money. We worked until dark, and the whole family collapsed exhausted and went to bed early. Once Irina was fast asleep, I got up in the dark and slipped out into the yard. Under the moonlight, I dipped my finger into each of the fish buckets, and a few drops of icy spirit spring water melted in without a sound. The listless fish perked right up, tails swishing eagerly. Sleep now, I murmured. Tomorrow it all comes down to you fetching a good price. Back inside, I dropped into bed and was out. The next day at first light, I climbed up and went to Uncle Laochuan's place at the east end of the village, renting his old yellow ox and flatbed cart for 20 cents. I quickly loaded the 5 biggest wooden buckets and lashed them down tight with rope. The water sloshed in the buckets, fishtails slapping and splashing. The remaining fish would keep Mom and Dad busy for several days. Hiya! I hopped up onto the cart's shaft and cracked the whip. The old yellow ox creaked and groaned its way out of the village entrance. Just as I turned onto the main road to the county, my ear twitched. That fine hearing the mountain god Pearl had given me carried the goings-on behind the crook-necked old elm at the village entrance clearly to me. It was Lu Taiju, voice low, muttering, full of hatred. That son of a bitch Jiangyan. Gonna take your money. Make you cough it up with interest. The corner of my mouth curled up. Lu Taiju? Still got his eye on my money. All right. Wanna ambush me on the road? I flicked the whip and the old yellow ox picked up its pace. Bring it on. If I don't fix you good and proper this time, my name isn't Jiang. Once I reached the county, I drove the ox cart to the aquatic products purchasing station beside the supply co-op like I'd done it 100 times. Before I'd even come to a full stop, the splashing racket from the 5 buckets of fish had already drawn a crowd. A few fish sellers were lined up at the door, not much fish between them, all droopy-headed, some already belly up. The spectacle I rolled in with made me the center of attention. Whoa, who's this? Hauling in this much? Good Lord, how are these fish so lively? Look at all that splashing. 5 whole buckets, all alive. How many caddies is that? A few fish dealers, eyes lit up, came rushing over to crowd around. The man in charge of weighing was a middle-aged fellow in glasses, surname Wang, known as Wang III. He'd heard the commotion and come out already, and one look at those 5 buckets of live fish set his eyes shining behind the lenses too. Young man, these your fish? He walked over to the buckets. Fine fish. Even in size, all alive, you don't see this often. Just caught them, I said, lifting a bucket down. Trouble you to weigh them, Wang III. You got it. He called 2 young fellows over to bring the scale. The dealers who'd wanted to buy the fish on the side saw their chance was gone and backed off, sulking, staying to watch the show and clicking their tongues. Look at this guy's luck. He must have hit a big school of fish. Maybe a whole village pooled theirs for him to sell. Pooled. A whole village couldn't pool this many live fish. Look at how they're going. Fresh as if they just came out of the water. The fish bucket was lifted onto the old-style platform scale, water pouring down. Steady. Wang III watched the counterweight. This bucket, 167 caddies, for tails. The crowd let out a gasp. One bucket was near 200 caddies. Second bucket, 155 caddies, 8 tails. Third bucket, 173 caddies even. 5 buckets in a row, every one of them solid weight. Old Wang III worked his abacus in a rapid clatter, then looked up, his voice climbing higher. Young man, 827 caddies, 4 ounces total. Well, would you look at that? He fished a stack of bills out of his canvas bag, wet his thumb, and counted through it carefully, once and then again. Here, count it yourself. He held out the thick wad. 331 yuan. I took it, didn't count it, just tucked it straight into my inner shirt pocket and patted it. Thanks, Wang III. Don't mention it. You get more good stuff like this, you bring it right here. 331 yuan, a thick stack of it. These days that was close to half a year's wages for a factory worker in the city. I packed up the empty barrels and untied the ox cart. Hiya. The old yellow ox pulled the now light cart, creaking and groaning as it turned back toward the village. I touched the solid wad of cash against my chest and felt a smile pull at the corner of my mouth. But underneath that smile sat a cold edge. My ear twitched. I could already hear, on that dirt road at the edge of the village, the sound of certain people grinding their teeth. Come on then. I cracked the whip with a sharp snap. Let's see who ends up teaching who a lesson. The ox cart rocked and creaked down the dirt road back to the village. The sun hung low in the west, warm enough to make a man drowsy. I sat with my arms crossed and my eyes half shut, fingers absently rubbing the stack of bills against my chest while I figured out what to do with the money. Then the cart lurched down hard, and I got thrown around like crazy. Whoa! I nearly got tossed off the shaft. The old ox let out a strained bellow, its front hooves sinking, the whole cart tilting sideways. A wheel had dropped into a hole, freshly dug, and then covered over with a thin layer of loose dirt. The mud around the rim was still wet. Son of a bitch. I hopped down, circled the hole once, and let out a cold laugh. Digging holes. Lu Taiju, that's about all you're good for. I gave the ox's neck a reassuring pat and swept my eyes over the waist-high weeds lining both sides of the road. Sure enough, the grass rustled, and 5 or 6 figures came scrambling out, hemming me and the cart in on all sides. The one out front was a big, thick-waisted brute with a face full of mean-looking flesh, his filthy padded coat hanging open. The village's well-known head thug, Li Ergu. Lu Taiju trailed right behind him, back ramrod straight. A vicious grin he made no effort to hide plastered across his face, like he wanted to swallow me whole. Jiangyan, Lu Taiju stepped forward, his voice shrill, unable to hide his glee. "Want to sell your fish? 5 whole barrels of live fish. Bet you made a nice pile, huh?" He rubbed his hands together, eyes fixed greedily on the bulge in my shirt. "If you know what's good for you, hand over the money now. That business with my family's pig pen you screwed up before? I'll be generous and call it even. Otherwise, you're not walking out of Dead Man's Ditch here in one piece today." The other thugs chimed in around him. "You hear that, Jiangin? Brother Zhu's talking to you. Hand over the cash. Don't go looking for trouble. Brother Go here doesn't play nice. Be smart and you'll suffer less." Li Ergu crossed his arms and eyed me sideways. That looked like he was sizing up a slab of meat on a chopping block, then snorted through his nose. I didn't even lift my eyelids. It was like watching a swarm of buzzing flies. I slowly brushed the dust off my pant leg, and only then did I raise my eyes and look at him like he was a pile of dog crap. "Lu Taiju." My voice was low, like ice chips hitting the ground. "You really never learn, do you? Just got your ass beat, and now you're playing highway bandit." I jerked my chin toward Li Erga's crew. "You think this bunch of sorry rejects can rob me? Get lost and cool off." "You." Lu Tieju's face went purple as pig liver. "You've got some nerve, Jiangin, staring death in the face and still running your mouth. You think you're still the Jiangin with a tiger and bear cubs watching your back? Today it's just you, all alone, a general with no army. I'd like to see what you've got to push me around with now." Li Ergu was set off too by how completely I'd ignored him. He took a step forward until he was practically in my face, spit flying everywhere. "Big talk, kid. On our turf, dragon or tiger, you coil up and lie down like the rest. You dare talk to Brother Go like that? 2 roads now. Either you pull out the cash and kneel down, kowtow 3 times to Brother Zhu to apologize, and I let you crawl off. Or," he squeezed a fist the size of a clay pot, knuckles cracking, "I chop off these hunting and fishing hands of yours, and we'll see what you use to strut around the village after that." "That's right, kneel." Lu Taiju egged him on from the side. "Jiangin, get down and beg, and maybe you keep the hands that feed you. Keep mouthing off and crippling you would be getting off easy." The 2 of them putting on this little double act was wearing on my nerves. I dug a finger in my ear, the picture of impatience. "You done?" I lifted my eyelids. "So much hot air. If you want to fight, fight. Enough with the yapping." I rolled my wrists and cracked my neck side to side, then let my gaze sweep over the ones itching to jump me. A bunch of sorry rejects like you couldn't even fill the gaps in my teeth, all put together. "And you want to rob me? Keep dreaming. You're fucking asking to die." Li Erga finally blew. He'd bullied his way across these 10 villages for years. Who'd ever pointed a finger in his face and cursed him like this, and in front of this many underlings? If he didn't put me in my place today, he'd never hold his head up in the village again. "Won't drink the toast. Take the punishment. Brothers, get him. Wreck those hands first. Get him. Beat him to death." The thugs came charging and howling, fists, feet, and rotten sticks they'd grabbed off the roadside, all raining down at me. Lu Taiju hung back, a giddy, savage grin on his face, like he could already see me beaten into a dead dog begging on my knees. I moved, faster than they could believe. Li Ergu just saw a blur, and my figure seemed to vanish. The next second, the yellow-haired one out front swinging his stick had his wrist clamped like it was caught in an iron vise. "Yeah," I twisted and yanked. Crack. The sound of splitting bone mixed with his gut-wrenching scream. The stick flew from his hand before it ever came down. I swung him around like a busted sack and slammed him hard into the next guy lunging in. Bam! The 2 of them tumbled into a heap in the mud, one clutching his mangled wrist and screaming, the other seeing stars and unable to get up. One on the left kicked at my kidney, trying to sneak me. I didn't even look, just angled my body slightly, and the kick grazed my clothes and hit nothing but air. At the same time, my elbow shot back like a viper striking from its hole. The guy's chest took it like a sledgehammer. His face went purple as an eggplant, and he sank to his knees clutching his chest, gasping for breath. One on the right threw a punch at my face. I didn't dodge, didn't dip. My left hand snapped onto his wrist like lightning and yanked him toward me. His body pitched forward against his will, and my knee was already ramming into his gut like a battering ram. Bleh! Sour bile and his breakfast came spraying out, and the whole man curled up on the ground like a shrimp, convulsing. Of the last 2, I kicked one square in the shin, and he hit the ground rolling and wailing, clutching his leg. The other one turned to bolt, and I grabbed him by the back of the collar and hauled him back like a baby chick. One big, open-handed smack sent him spinning 3 times before he pitched over face first, cheeks swelling up huge, spitting out 2 bloody molars. A few breaths, that was all it took. The 6 thugs who'd been howling a moment ago were all sprawled across the rutted dirt road. One screaming over a broken hand, one dry heaving over his stomach, one curled up rolling around clutching his leg, and one flat out knocked cold. The bawling and wailing all ran together, like walking into a slaughterhouse. The dust settled slowly. Beside the ox cart, I was the only one still standing, not even the hem of my clothes out of place. I clapped my hands, brushing off the dust, and let my eyes travel over the 6 pieces of trash scattered every which way on the ground, coming to rest at last on Lu Taiju and Liurgu, both white as sheets. The corner of my mouth curled up. My voice was quiet, but the two of them heard every word. "Oh, that's it. Liurgu, these brothers of yours don't take much of a beating, huh? You. The rage in Liurgu's chest shot up again, burning until his forehead went hot. I knew exactly what was eating him. All these years running the show, who didn't holler "Brother go" when they saw him coming? When had anyone ever cursed him like this in front of his own defeated crew? If he didn't win this back, how was he supposed to run with the wolves after today? "Jiangin, I'll fuck your grandmother." His eyes went red, and he stamped his foot hard, kicking up dust. "Don't get cocky, you son of a bitch. Today I'll teach you how many eyes the king of horses has." Face mattered more than his life. That was his whole gamble. I'd just finished pounding people, so my hands would be soft, and he'd hit me while I was worn down. He roared, big and thick-waisted, charging at me like a wall, that clay pot fist wound up and driving straight at my face. I didn't dodge. I met the punch and dropped straight down, shrinking a good head shorter. That heavy, powerful fist of his grazed past the hair on top of my head, not touching a strand. His target gone, he couldn't stop his feet and kept barreling forward. In that instant, old force spent and new force not yet born, I closed in and clamped onto the pulse of the wrist that had thrown the punch, grip like an iron vise. Half his body went dead in a flash. My knee followed, driving into the soft ribs at his side like a battering ram. "Yeah!" He screamed and doubled over, folding up like a boiled shrimp. My hands didn't stop. I hooked his wrist, pulled him in against me, and swept his leg out. His 100+ pounds felt weightless in my grip, lifting up into the air. Bam! Face down onto the hard dirt road, a solid faceplant in the dirt. His nose bent on the spot, blood smearing his whole face. 2 front teeth spat out in a froth of blood. I stepped forward, planted my foot on his back, and stomped his half-risen body right back down. "Guh." He nearly blacked out. "TCH." I looked down at him. "That's all you've got? And you've got the nerve to play highway robber? You're not worthy." Liurgu buried his face in the dirt, so humiliated he wanted to die. Lu Taiju, off to the side, had his soul scared clean out of him. Urgu, the best fighter, was a dead dog now. His mind went blank with a buzz. Revenge and riches thrown clear out the window. One thought left: run. While I had my foot on Urgu, he spun around and dove into the man-high weeds, faster than the year the dog chased him for stealing corn. Trying to run? I didn't even turn my head. My toe hooked up a clod of dirt the size of an egg and sent it whistling straight at the back of his right knee. "Ow, I'll fuck your." Lu Taiju had barely made it 2 steps into the grass when his knee buckled numb, and he pitched forward face first into a clump of thorny caltrops, jabbed all over and yelping. His right leg wouldn't hold him, so all he could do was thrash blindly in the grass. Only now did I slowly draw my foot back. Without so much as a glance at Urgu on the ground, I crossed to him in a few strides. He heard the footsteps, looked up in terror, and met my face head-on. "Jiangin, Anzi, I was wrong. I was wrong, brother." He was shaking to pieces. "Wrong." I crouched down to eye level with him. "Wrong how? I shouldn't have been jealous of you. Shouldn't have called Brother Go and them out here." Tears and snot ran together down his face. Smack! I brought my hand around in a big, open-handed slap that snapped his head sideways, 5 finger marks surfacing instantly. "Jealous." My voice was cold as ice chips. "You were fucking just jealous. I wouldn't save that plague-ridden pig of yours, and you hated me for it. You couldn't keep up with the fishing, and you hated me for it. You watched me sell fish for cash, and you hated me till your teeth itched. You just love making trouble, love calling in others, love eyeing my money, don't you?" Smack, smack, smack. 3 more, left and right, cheeks swelling fast, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. "Ugh, I won't do it again, Brother Anzi. I really won't." He was beaten senseless, like a child scared out of his wits. "Won't do it again." I grabbed a fistful of his hair and lifted that pig's head swollen face until we were nose to nose. "Looks to me like you've got plenty of nerve. This isn't over." Lu Taiju and Li Urga both shuddered at the same time. Not over. They'd been beaten, and it still wasn't over? I let go and stood up, my cold gaze sweeping over these few pieces of garbage. Blocked my cart, dug a hole to hurt my ox, held me up getting back to the village, and then tried to snatch my hard-earned money. Take one beating and think you can dust off your ass and crawl away? There's no bargain that cheap in this world. No use wasting words. I got straight to it. I walked over first to Liurgu, groaning where he lay. What do you want? What do I want? Collecting a debt. I bent down and started stripping off his clothes. That padded coat, so filthy you couldn't tell its original color. I tore off in a couple of yanks and threw aside, then the sour-smelling ragged undershirt beneath it. Jiangyan, you fucking stop. You wouldn't dare. He struggled desperately, shamed and furious. I planted a foot on his chest, hands never stopping. His waistband was tied in a dead knot, and I couldn't be bothered to work it loose, so I just wrenched hard. Ryup, the ragged pants and the shiny, worn-out shorts under them came right off his waist. Oh! He screamed like a stuck pig. A cold gust blew through, and his bare white ass was out in the open air, chilling him into a full-body case of goosebumps, mortified to the core. I didn't even look. I stripped him clean, didn't leave a single thread. Then I picked up the ragged padded coat and dug through the pockets. A jingle of coins, a few crumpled small bills, some fin notes, and a little roll of tattered grain coupons, all into my pocket. Broke bastard. I tossed the coat onto the cart. Then I did the same all down the line, walking over to the thugs still groaning, ignoring their wails and pleas, stripping them quick and clean. Ragged coats, worn undershirts, patched pants, holey shorts, not one item left, every last coin and coupon picked clean. Last came Lu Taiju, still shaking, trying to curl himself into a ball. Don't, Brother Anzi, don't strip me, I was wrong. I really was wrong. Move it. I kicked him over, stripped him just as bare, and took the few yuan that were all he had on him. The late autumn evening wind howled across the empty dirt road. 7 pale, stark naked men, like a herd of plucked pigs waiting for slaughter, huddled on the cold mud. Some hugged their arms with teeth chattering. Some buried their heads in the dirt covering their crotches. Liurga's face was white, his lips blue, his 2 hairy legs bared to the cold and cramping. I clapped my hands, walked to the ox cart, untied the reins from the crook-necked tree, and got ready to leave. Jiangyan, you can't leave. Liurga was in a full panic now. You took all our clothes. How are we supposed to get back? Cold as it is, this'll freeze a man to death. At least leave us one thing to wear. The chill came up the moment the sun dropped, and out here in the wilds, naked, a man really could freeze to death. And even if you didn't freeze, walking bare-ass to the edge of the village would get you hauled off as a pervert and thrown in a cell. Lu Taiju and a few of the others caught on too, wailing to heaven. Brother Anzi, I beg you, give them back. I really was wrong. Please, we'll freeze to death. Give us a way to live. I just settled onto the cart shaft, and I turned my head to look at these 7 bare-ass things trembling in the twilight wind, not a trace of warmth in my eyes. How's that my problem? You had the guts to come rob my cart. You should have figured on the day you'd go home bare-assed. Get lost. A good dog doesn't block the road. I grabbed the whip and cracked it in the air over the old ox's rump. Hiya! The old ox bellowed and pulled the cart, piled with ragged clothes and shoes and empty barrels, creaking and groaning off toward the village. Jiangyan, you fucking die a horrible death. You bastard, this isn't over between us. Jiangyan, give the clothes back now. Watching the ox cart actually leave, Liurgu, Lu Taiju, and the rest fell into total despair. Forgetting all about begging, they screamed curses at the top of their lungs, voices warped and cracking with cold and fear. I didn't turn my head, acted like I couldn't hear a word of it. The cart rolled over that dirt hole Liurgu and his men had just dug. Sitting on the shaft, I glanced over the few bare-assed cowards and nailed my gaze on Liurgu, cursing the loudest. Fine, you it is. I sprang up off the cart shaft, pushed off the cart bed with my right foot, launched into the air, and twisted my body midair. Fuck you. My right leg whipped out like a steel lash, cutting through the air with a whistle, and slammed square into Liurgu's chest. Bam! His chest took the hit like a charging bison had rammed it, ribs letting out a crack that set your teeth on edge. He flew backward with a scream and crashed into the pit they'd dug themselves, splashing up a huge spray of mud and water. Ugh! He thrashed in the muck, choking down mouthfuls of muddy soup, vision going black, without even the strength left to curse. I dropped back onto the cart's shaft, didn't spare the guy in the pit a single glance, and cracked the whip. Hiya! The ox cart creaked and groaned off toward the village, rounded a bend, and was gone. Duanto Gully fell quiet. Nothing left but cold wind swirling dead leaves, and 7 stark naked, pasty white men shivering in the cold. Brother Go, what do we do now? Lu Taiju hugged his arms, lips blue with cold, teeth chattering. Do what? Crawl back home first. You want to stand here and freeze to death. Li Ergu soaked in the mud, humiliated and furious, cursing 18 generations of Jiang'an's ancestors, shaking with rage. The shame. The utter, crushing shame. The others forgot their pain too, scrambling on hands and knees into the weeds, frantically ripping up dry, stiff grass to cover themselves and stuff between their legs. But what could a few grass blades do against the deep autumn chill? One gust, and they fell off, leaving the men blue all over. 7 bare-assed men, draped in withered grass and dead leaves, looking like wild boars just crawled out of a mud pit, stumbling toward the village step by clumsy step, accompanied by stifled wails, chattering teeth, and a bone-deep hatred for me. Those retreating figures, hunched, staggering, both comical and pitiful. By the time I ambled back to the village entrance, it was already dark. I returned the cart to Uncle Laoshuan, tossed him 2 big grass carp on the side, and he grinned ear to ear. I picked up my empty buckets, the wad of bills tucked in my shirt, and headed home through the dusk. I pushed open the courtyard gate. The oil lamp glowed in the kitchen, the smell of stewed vegetables mixed with wood smoke drifting out. I pulled out that thick wad of bills and slapped it down on the Kong table. Slap. Every eye in the family snapped to it. Fish money. 331 yuan, I said, casual as reporting the weather. Good heavens. Lu Rong sucked in a sharp breath, eyes going round, hands trembling. Jiang Dashan forgot to puff his pipe, staring dead at the money, and after a long while let out a breath of smoke. Good, good. Alina's face lit up too, her eyes sparkling. I counted out 350 yuan notes and slapped one down in front of each of them. Dad, Mom, Elena, 50 each. Keep it for the household, buy whatever you want, don't scrimp. How could we? Lu Rong pinched the crisp bill, hands shaking, delighted and pained all at once. It's too much, and Z, save it for when you take a wife. Mom, take it. I wouldn't hear it. Doesn't the house need things? Doesn't Alina need a new set of clothes? Besides, I've still got plenty here. Jiang Dashan silently tucked the money into his deepest pocket, took a puff, every wrinkle on his face smoothing out. Will do, as in Z says. Alina pinched her bill, her face going red. Thank you, brethren. We're family. What's there to thank? I picked up my bowl. Eat, eat, I'm starving. Under the oil lamp, the family gathered around the Kong table, food steaming hot. Lu Rong nagged about spending the money carefully. Jiang Dashan listened with a smile, and Alina picked out the biggest piece of fish for my bowl. That night, I slept especially soundly. Life settled down. With Lu Tieju's gang out of sight, the village was a lot more peaceful. I didn't stay idle either, heading into the mountains every few days. With the mountain god Pearl on me and the 2 beasts at my side, hunting was like picking things up off the ground. A fat rabbit today, a dumb roe deer over my shoulder tomorrow. The kitchen never lost its smell of meat, and the eaves hung full of glistening dried fish. Lu Rong's smile never faded. Jiang Dashan stood a little straighter, and Alina cut a length of rosy pink cloth to learn sewing from Mom. The little courtyard rang with laughter every day. That morning, I just set down my bowl and picked up my hunting rifle and backbasket to head into the mountains. I pushed open the gate and spotted village chief Zhang Weiman pacing under the old scholar tree out front, hands clasped behind his back. His brows were knotted tight, his face wrung with worry. He craned his neck peering into my yard, lips moving, then swallowing his words back down, and kept circling. Clearly had something on his mind, and it was troubling him. I set down my basket and walked over. Uncle Zhang, what are you circling my gate for this early? Something up. Zhang Weiman startled at my voice, stumbling, his old face flushing red, hands wringing his shirt hem like a young bride caught doing something wrong. And Z, there's a little something. I wanted to ask you a favor. Go on. If I can do it, I will. He drew a deep breath, leaned in close, dropped his voice very low, eyes darting side to side. And Z, Uncle wants to ask you for something. What thing? Just. His neck swelled a size thicker. He hemmed and hawed forever before squeezing out 2 words like a mosquito's whine. Deer whip. His head nearly drooped to his chest after. I blanked, then took another look at his 40-some-year-old face, and got it in a second. He wanted to father a child in his old age. Ahem. I fought back a laugh. Uncle Zhang, you mean to? I. He stamped his feet in embarrassment, face red as a monkey's rear. Quit ribbing your uncle. You're Andy. AI, we've been wanting to add another mouth, but I'm not up to it anymore. His voice trailed off smaller and smaller. I understood completely and nodded gladly. Sure, Uncle Jean. If I run into one in the mountains, I'll get you one. Really? His head shot up, cloudy eyes flaring bright. He grabbed my arm, shaking with excitement. Good lad. Uncle knew you had the skills. Uncle won't take it for nothing. I'll pay you the county pharmacy price. Money can wait. I waved him off. I'll be poking around the mountains these next couple days. If I run into one, I'll bring it back for you. Good, 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 Uncle, wait. He rubbed his hands together, all his worries swept away, and left with a spring in his step. I shook my head, went back into the yard, and gathered up Alina, Little Tiger, and the bear cub. The four of us headed toward Great Green Mountain, into the rising sun. Once in the mountains, I patted Little Tiger's furry head. Treasure bowl, go on, sniff around, find the ones with big long antlers. Little Tiger rumbled in his throat, nose to the ground, sniffing this way and that, tail wagging happily. The bear cub tried to copy him, only to trip over a dead vine and take a tumble, then got up, shook his head, and dopily carried on. Alina snorted a laugh. Before long, Little Tiger stopped at a patch of soft mud, front paws digging, growling low. I crouched down for a look, several rows of tracks, slender, cleanly cloven. Deer tracks, good-sized ones and fresh. Tiger, good work. Following the tracks, they led toward a mountain hollow thick with brush. Come on, keep up, quiet now. The two of us and two beasts slipped through the woods like shadows. The closer we got to that brush, the more the air carried a whiff of rank animal scent through the smell of grass and trees. I raised a finger to my lips for silence and parted the branches to look through. In the hollow, a small herd of sika deer grazed at their leisure. A few does had their heads down chewing grass. The most striking were the two bucks in the middle, powerfully built, shoulders as high as a man's chest, antlers atop their heads like two thickets of gnarled branches. The pair had their heads down, antlers locked and grinding, crack after crack, neck muscles bulging, nostrils blowing white steam, neither giving an inch. Fighting over territory, over mates. Yow yow. The slightly bigger one suddenly surged with force, driving his rival back several steps. The other wouldn't yield either, gave a low bellow and charged back in. The heavy impact echoed through the hollow. They're fighting so fiercely. Alina breathed the words against my ear, her eyes shining. I curled up the corner of my mouth. Perfect chance. Let them wear each other down a bit more. Silently, I took down my double-barreled rifle, pulled the bolt, chambered the round. Alina unhooked the rope from her waist, flicked her fingers into a slipknot, and fixed her eye on a plump doe at the edge. Little Tiger crouched low, a rumble held in his throat. The bear cub pawed the ground nervously, ready to pounce any second. The two bucks gradually showed their fatigue, breathing heavier and heavier, sweat gleaming on their bodies in the sunlight. The bigger one surged again, finally knocking his rival into a stumble, staggering back. Just as it raised its head to bellow. Bam! A gunshot tore open the stillness of the mountain woods like a thunderclap. Blue smoke curled from the muzzle. The magnificent buck shuddered all over, a burst of blood mist erupting from its neck, its huge body seizing rigid, all four legs going boneless as it crashed onto its side, twitched a few times, and went still. Blood swiftly stained the withered grass red. Aru. Almost at the same instant, Little Tiger had already charged out, lunging straight at the other, still panicked buck. The herd erupted into total chaos, does screaming and scattering into the dense woods. The surviving buck, terrified out of its wits by the gunshot and the smell of blood, wheeled around and bolted. But Little Tiger was far faster. The golden blur closed in a few bounds and clamped onto the deer's hind leg. Roar! The bear cub came barreling down the slope too, bawling to help. His round little body made quite a racket running, but all brawn and no technique. He charged straight at the buck's rear flank. The startled buck didn't panic. Mid-run it slammed to a stop, spun, and its hind hoof shot back like lightning. A whoop landed square in the bear cub's furry face. Blackie let out a wretched cry, flipped head over heels in midair, and rolled down the slope like a black rubber ball, flattening a patch of brush before finally sprawling flat on his back at the bottom, seeing stars. Little Tiger wasn't fazed at all. In that split second the buck spent kicking the bear, Tiger sprang up and clamped his fangs precisely into the deer's leg tendon. Yow! The buck gave a mournful cry, its hind leg buckling, its rhythm all thrown off, staggering and nearly toppling. In that flash of an instant, Alina made her move. A flick of her wrist, and the lasso shot out like a nimble snake, dropping dead-on around the buck's high-raised neck. She dropped her weight back, sinking her whole body's strength down, both hands hauling on the rope. The lasso snapped tight, the rawhide cord biting deep into the deer's neck. Choked, the buck's eyes bulged, front hooves lifting off the ground, dragging Alina forward a few staggering steps. But she planted her feet hard and, through sheer stubborn grit, held steady. Bam! My second shot followed. The buckshot punched into the flank exposed in its struggle, destroying the organs outright. The buck's struggle cut off all at once, its huge body crashing down, only its four legs twitching unconsciously. Beautiful, I praised, stepping up to help her loosen the lasso. Alina panted hard, cheeks flushed, her blue eyes full of excitement and pride. The does all fled, but does are for breeding fawns, just as well. These 2 deer whips would be plenty for Uncle Jean. Little Tiger flopped down beside the 2 deer, wearing that look of waiting for my praise. I kept feeling something was missing, and after blanking for a while I finally remembered the bear cub that had rolled to the bottom of the slope. Blackie, you dead or what? If you're not dead, get your ass back up here. After a good while, Blackie came whimpering and wobbling back up. His left cheek was swollen up huge, his nose bright red and caked with mud and grass, one eye swollen to a slit, an utter mess. He nuzzled pitifully against my leg, whining low in his throat, like he was filing a complaint against that wicked deer. Dummy. I was angry and amused all at once, and gave his rump a kick. Serves you right for charging in so hard. All right, quit howling. Take the kick and learn your lesson. Next came dealing with the spoils, work I knew well. I drew my hunting knife, skinning, bleeding, gutting, boning, quick and clean. Deer hide's a good thing, has to come off in one piece. Bleed it dry, and the meat won't taste gamey. The most important part was the thing Uncle Jean had his heart set on. I carefully cut off the 2 still warm deer whips, wrapped them in oil paper, and tucked them into the very bottom of the basket. I picked out the good organs to take along, left the rest as an extra meal for the mountain's wild dogs. Alina, lend a hand, tie the meat up tight. She answered, and took out hemp rope to help me bundle the big cuts of venison. Plenty strong, and quick about it too. I cut a few wooden poles, lashed them with vines into a makeshift sled, and piled the venison, hide, and offal all on top. Done. I clapped my hands, looking at the fully loaded sled, feeling mighty pleased. This trip was worth it. I picked up the tow rope. Come on, down the mountain. Alina carried the small basket, holding the odds and ends and that packet of deer whips. Little Tiger walked lightly alongside, while the bear cub trailed at the very back with his head drooping, now and then poking at his swollen face with a paw. We'd only gone a few steps when out of the corner of my eye I caught something different in a shaded crack in the rocks to the side. Leaning in for a look, a few slender, jade-green leaves poked out from the crack, a thin flower stalk in the middle, topped with a cluster of little berries as red as agate. Hey, I grinned. I knew this stuff. Wild ginseng. By the looks of it, not very old, maybe 10 some years, but good stuff all the same. I carefully pried away the loose rock and soil with my hunting knife and worked the whole plant out bit by bit. The roots were fairly intact, like a little whiskered mannequin. Good stuff. I hefted the ginseng, breaking into a grin. Perfect to soak in wine along with those 2 whips and send over to Uncle Jean. Guaranteed to make him vigorous as a dragon. I wrapped the ginseng in oil paper too and tucked it into Alina's basket. Let's go. In great spirits, I picked the rope back up and headed down. The light in the woods was starting to dim, had to get moving. We'd just rounded a patch of dense brush when Little Tiger, walking at the front, suddenly froze. He dropped low all at once, every hair on his body bristling up in an instant, a very low, very fierce growl rumbling in his throat, not the kind he made when begging for affection. His amber eyes were locked dead on the dim depths of the woods ahead, tail rigid and straight as a steel lash coiled to strike. My heart lurched. I stopped at once, one hand quietly reaching for the gun on my back. Alina sensed something was wrong too, and held her breath. Even the listless bear cub raised his head warily, round ears pricking up, an uneasy growl low in his throat. The woods were dead silent, unnervingly so. Even the insects had gone quiet. Little Tiger's bristling growl stabbed into my ears like an icicle, and a chill went shooting up my spine. The moment my fingers touched the cold gun barrel, something jerked violently in the depths of the woods ahead, beneath the dead branches. Not much movement, but it carried a sinister edge. Then a thing, earthy yellow with black rings, thick as a bull's mouth, slowly rose up out of the pile of dead leaves. That head, triangular, two little mung bean eyes on top glinting with cold, vicious light. Its neck spread out wide and flat, like a tattered palm leaf fan. Mudball snake. My heart lurched, and I cursed under my breath. Damn it. Ran straight into this life-taking devil. The mudball snake. A ruthless character of the old northeast forests, the Ushuri pit viper, deadly venomous. Judging by that girth, it had lived a good number of years, definitely the local overlord of this patch. The big snake was mid-ambush. Ahead in the grass, a fat rabbit had its rear stuck up, nibbling leaves. Utterly unaware death was upon it. The mudball snake was coiled, head drawn slightly back, on the verge of springing out like a taut rubber band. But Little Tiger's low growl, along with the noise from our group, had ruined its hunt. Its mung bean eyes whipped around, cold as ice, fixing dead on Little Tiger. Its neck spread wider still, hissing out a sound like a small knife scraping bone, setting your whole body tingling. Little Tiger wasn't having it. Glared at by this long worm, his golden fur bristled even further, back arching, low growl turning into a bloodthirsty roar, all four claws digging hard into the ground. His territory had been invaded. He was furious. At this powder keg moment, a badger, probably just spooked out of its wits by Little Tiger's roar, came bursting mindlessly out of the woods to the side. And wouldn't you know it, blundered right into the open ground between the mudball snake and us. The moment the badger poked its head out and saw that big snake flicking its tongue, it let out a startled squawk, legs going weak, stumbling. The animal's nerves snapped at the noise, and the fury coiled in its rigid body couldn't be held back any longer. Its head whipped around like lightning, so fast it blurred into a black and yellow streak. That gaping maw carried a gust of rank wind as it cracked into the badger's flank with a sharp snap. Squeal. The badger let out a horrible shriek, flung sideways 2 or 3 meters through the air before slamming hard into the old oak, then sliding down limp. Skin split open, flesh torn, black blood oozing from the puncture wounds. It was clearly about to twitch its last. The fangs hadn't even sunken fully. Just the venom and brute force were enough to finish off a badger in one blow. Having flung the badger away, the snake's beady eyes locked onto me again. It had made up its mind. Out of all these invaders, I was the biggest threat. Its body suddenly twisted, and like a massive whip hugging the ground, it swept sideways at me, kicking up a storm of dead leaves and gravel. The momentum was overwhelming, like a landslide. Move, I roared, shoving Irina out of the way. I kicked off the ground, dove sideways, and rolled clear, just barely grazing past the snake's body. Its scales scraped over the gravel with an ear-splitting screech. The instant I dove out, and its strike missed, the massive snake head reared up high off the momentum. Towering over me, it opened that bloody mouth wide, trailing a thick rank stench, and shot straight at my head like a yellow bolt of lightning. Too fast. I could even see the black hollow of its throat and the cold glint of its fangs. A hair's breadth from death. Ruhar. A golden shape came hurtling in from the side, wild with reckless, do-or-die frenzy. The Little Tiger. It slammed hard into the snake's reared neck, its sharp claws raking a few bloody streaks across the tough scales. The snake recoiled in pain, its head jerking to the side. The fangs grazed past my shoulder and bit down on nothing. Blackie, ram it. I seized the life-saving chance, roaring as I rolled across the ground to dodge a second strike, swinging my rifle around. The bear cub was still a little dazed, but hearing my command and seeing the tiger charge in, that dumb bravery of his kicked in too. He let out a bellow, forgot all about his aching face, lowered his head, and like a black battering ram, came thundering into the middle of the snake's body. Wham! A solid, dead-on hit. The snake's thick body buckled from the impact, and its coiled formation instantly fell apart. Yes. My eyes lit up. This was my chance. I dropped to one knee, rifle to my shoulder, the cold barrel dead set on the spot just below its head where the impact had thrown it off. The snake's heart. What folks call this 7-inch spot. A small snake you can just club to death and be done with it. But a beast this size? Without a gun, I wouldn't dare get anywhere near it. The snake sensed the deadly threat too. It snapped its head hard to shake off the tiger's bite, then lunged at me again, that rank wind trailing behind it. Those dull gray eyes were nothing but murderous rage. Go to hell. I held my breath and squeezed the trigger, steady. Bang. The gunshot cracked through the forest. The bullet spun out of the barrel, screaming like the Reaper himself. Flup. Blood and shattered scales burst out below its neck. The bullet had bored clean into the heart. That high-reared snake head froze in midair. The savage light in its beady eyes solidified in an instant, then rapidly dimmed. The enormous body collapsed as if every bone had been pulled out of it, crashing down to the earth. The snake writhed and rolled in agony, like a dying giant earthworm, churning the dead leaves and gravel around it into a mess. Its tail thrashed madly against the ground, hard enough to make the earth tremble. But this was just its death throes. Heart blown to pieces, not even a god could save it. It rolled and convulsed for a good half-minute before the body gradually went still, leaving only the occasional faint twitch. The reek of it hung in the cold air. Only then did I let out a long breath. The cold sweat on my back had soaked clean through my shirt. I stood up and walked over, nudging the thoroughly dead snake head with my foot. The little tiger came over, sniffed at it, and rumbled low in its throat, like it was declaring victory. The bear cub trotted over to the whipped dead badger, pawed at it, then looked at me, as if asking whether we still wanted this thing. Irina's face was a little pale, but her eyes were steady enough. She walked over quickly. "Anzi, you okay?" "I'm fine." I shook my head, looking at the giant windfall on the ground, and slowly grinned. "Damn, that was a close one, but this is good stuff." I crouched down and drew my hunting knife. This thing was a treasure from head to tail. The gallbladder clears heat and detoxifies. Soak it in liquor, and it's unbeatable. Cure the skin right, and you can use it for drum heads or knife sheaths. Tough as anything. The meat looks creepy, but processed properly, it's a real tonic. "Irina, drag that badger over too. No sense wasting it." I gave orders while briskly cutting into the snake. "Treasure bowl. Blackie, you two settle down and quit causing trouble. Knife up, knife down." I chopped the snake's head clean off. The thing still had nerve reflexes. While I was working on it, it bit me on the backswing. First I cut out the gallbladder, wrapped it in oil paper, and set it alongside the deer penis and wild ginseng. Then I skinned it. That hide was tough. Cost me a good bit of effort. I peeled the whole thing off, cut a few sections of the fattest meat, and left the rest of the innards for the forest's cleanup crew. I didn't let that unlucky badger go to waste either. Took both hind legs. Now the wood sled was even heavier. Venison, deer hide, badger legs, snake skin, snake meat, piled up like a little mountain. Huh, this trip really was a windfall. I grinned, the earlier scare already thrown to the back of my mind. Come on, let's head down. Extra rations tonight. Just before the sky went fully dark, I hauled the sled down with Irina and the two cubs trailing behind, and finally made it to the edge of the village. A few villagers were milling about under the old elm. "Huh, Anzi's back? What view you got there? Looks like a mountain. Is that meat? Good lord, that much weight. You must have bagged some big game, huh? What's that colorful hide next to it? Oh my mother, is that long thing a snakeskin? That big?" The gasps came one after another. A haul like this wasn't something you saw often in Qingshan village. I nodded to each of them and kept walking without looking back, leaving all those envious stares behind. Outside the crowd, a woman with a headscarf leaned half her body out of a battered doorframe. My aunt by marriage, Hu Yongqin. Her eyeballs were glued to my pile of meat, and the look in them was like a needle dipped in poison. The moment she spotted the meat, her face dropped a mile. That 50 yuan she'd had to pay out last time still stung her to the core. This wolf pup went into the mountains and came back like he was moving house, living better than they did. She spat, slammed the courtyard gate shut with a bang, and stormed off, all worked up, to go find that spineless man of hers. I paid her no mind and hauled everything straight to the village chief, Zhang Weiman's door. "Uncle Zhang, you home?" I'm here. Zhang Weiman sprang out like he was on springs, rubbing his hands, his face both anxious and a little embarrassed. "Anzi, how'd it go?" "Didn't let you down. Ran into two stags fighting and got you a good one." I motioned for Irina to hand over the basket, dug the oil paper bundle out from the very bottom, and unwrapped it layer by layer. First I took out the two still springy deer penises, then held up that little wild ginseng with its roots all intact. "Uncle Zhang, here's the penis you wanted." Got lucky and dug up a little ginseng too. It's young, but it's still good stuff. Soak these two in high-proof liquor, bury it in the cellar for a month, and the potency'll be top-notch. Zhang Weiman's eyes went straight at the deer penis, and when he looked at the ginseng, he got so excited his hands shook. He grabbed it like it was a gold ingot. "Good. This is great. Anzi, you've done your uncle a huge favor." He hurriedly fished out an old handkerchief bundle from inside his coat, counted out 5 10 yuan notes, and stuffed them hard into my hand. "Take it. Pharmacy price. Your uncle can't have you working for nothing. Uncle Zhang, now you're treating me like a stranger. We're all neighbors here. What's a little favor? No, we keep things separate. If you don't take it, how could your uncle ever ask you for anything again? Take it. And once the liquor's steeped, I'll treat you to a drink. All right, then I won't stand on ceremony. I tucked the money into my pocket, then handed over the roe deer leg. Take this too. Add a dish to your table. Io, how can I take that? His mouth put up a polite protest, but his hands took it without the slightest hesitation, and he grinned ear to ear. Anzi, from now on, anything you need, just say the word. Whatever your uncle can do, he'll do it. No question. Great, that's all I need to hear. I hauled the rest of the goods back to my own little courtyard, unloaded the venison, snake meat, and badger legs, and hung the snakeskin up somewhere shaded. The little tiger and the bear cub were worn out, each curled up dozing. Lu Rong and Jiang Dashan looked at the haul, grinning so wide they couldn't close their mouths. The whole family pitched in, unloading meat, skinning hides. The iron pot in the kitchen was already stewing venison, mixed with the badger legs, and the smell of meat filled the little yard. Under the dim yellow oil lamp, the family sat gathered around waiting for the food, laughing and chatting nonstop. My dad kept his head down over his porridge, but the corners of his mouth had softened. Irina picked out a big chunk of the leanest venison and dropped it into my bowl, her blue eyes shining bright. But I'd barely picked up my bowl and eaten a few bites when the courtyard gate got pounded on so hard it rattled. Dashan, Dashan, open up. The voice was coarse and grating, overbearing. The warmth in the yard shattered in an instant. The little tiger's head snapped up, ears pricking forward. The bear cub shrank in against my leg. My dad set down his chopsticks and went to open the gate. He slid the bolt, and there stood Jiang Jianjun's dark, tower-like frame blocking the doorway, Hu Yongqin cowering behind him, her eyes full of gloating. The moment Jiang Jianjun stepped inside, his eyes first swept over the pile of venison and snakeskin in the corner, greed laced with a sour envy. He gave a snort through his nose, put on the full airs of the eldest brother, and opened his mouth, stiff as a board. Dashan, is this how you run your household as a father? Huh. My dad was thrown. Big brother? What do you mean by that? What do I mean? Jiang Jianjun stepped into the yard, acting like it was his own home. I was away for a while, and I had no idea our Jiang family had produced such a big shot. Jiang has made something of himself, catches fish in the river and strikes it rich, kills a wolf and plays the village hero, mighty capable. Must have stashed away a good chunk of money by now, huh? What's the point of being rich all by yourself? Why not help out your aunt and cousin? Fine, don't help, but you make them pay money on top of it? You're slapping me, your uncle, right in the face. Dashan, today you owe me an explanation. My dad's face went ugly. He and Jiang Jianjun were blood brothers, and since childhood the eldest brother had been like a father, so he'd always shown him respect. But ever since this big brother started his own family, he'd changed, coming by every few days to bark orders, either making me help harvest the wheat or borrowing against our rations. The biggest thing was the marriage arrangement between me and the Li family a while back. My dad had figured, after all these years of lending things out, he'd go over and get a little back to help scrape together my bride price. Turned out he never even made it through the door before getting thrown out, left with 2 words, no money. After that, he cut ties with the eldest household for good. And now here they were, showing up at our door to lecture his son. My dad's face was black as the bottom of a pot. He set down his bowl and said in a low, muffled voice, "Big brother, Anzi's grown. He's got his own mind. And as for that business last time, sister-in-law and Jioming were in the wrong. Stole Anzi's fish in front of the whole village and got caught red-handed. Paying up, that was the fair thing, like we agreed." Fair? I spit on that. Jiang Jianjun's eyes bulged, flecks of spit nearly hitting my dad's face. "You ungrateful wolf. Forgot how you gnawed on tree bark when you were starving as a kid, and who saved half a bran cake to tuck into your arms. Forgot how you fell through the ice, and who risked his life to fish you out. Now your son's made something of himself, got a stiff spine, and suddenly you don't recognize me as your big brother anymore? What's wrong with helping out a little? You'd think asking you for a bit of money was like asking for your life. Back in the day, without me as your brother, your bones would have rotted away to dust long ago." I slapped my chopsticks down on the Kong table. Not loud, but like a needle, it popped every bit of the fake courtesy in that room. I stood up, a touch taller than him, my eyes cold as the stones on the back hill after a whole winter's freeze. "Saved rations?" I let out a scornful laugh. "Uncle, you've got it mixed up, haven't you? The year of the famine. It was you who snuck into the production team's storehouse in the middle of the night to steal bean cakes. Stuffed yourself till you had the runs so bad you couldn't crawl off the com. It was my dad who split most of his own relief grain from the team to keep you alive. I took a step forward, and the sheer force of it made him instinctively retreat half a step. Fell through the ice? My dad told me. That was you showing off, out chopping fish holes on the ice. Fell in and flailed around like a drowning dog. My dad went to grab the fishing rod and hauled you, his so-called savior, out along with it. Never mind all that. You people come borrowing things every few days. That new cotton quilt you borrowed, did you ever return it? The 3 pounds of white flour my dad borrowed when he married my mom, did you ever return that? I didn't pause for breath, laying into them fast and hard. My dad remembered you were his big brother. Remembered it his whole life. When you built your house, my dad went to haul the timber, worked till he coughed up blood and wrecked his leg. When you married off your daughter, my dad lent you the very money he'd saved to treat my mom's illness. When your grandson had his 1-month celebration, my dad threw in even the money he'd set aside to buy meat for New Year. All these years, how much have you carried off from my house? How much money have you borrowed? Ever paid back so much as a single hair? Repay a debt of kindness? My dad paid it off long ago, principal and interest both, and now he somehow damn well owes you. My eyes cut across his flushed purple face like a knife. And here you are, fattening up your own family off my dad's blood. And now you've got the gall to show up playing the elder, playing the benefactor? On top of 500 yuan. Is your face made of the bark off that old locust tree at the village entrance? How'd it get so thick? Get lost if you've got nothing else. My family doesn't owe you a thing. This barrage left Jiang Jianjun's face flashing red then white, his lips trembling, unable to squeeze out so much as a fart for a long while. All those moldy old debts of kindness he'd been dredging up, I'd stripped bare in front of everyone, right down to his shorts. Seeing her man had gone mute, Hu Yongqin hurried to tug at his sleeve, forcing out a smile uglier than a cry as she sidled up. Anzi, cool down now. Your uncle's just lost his head in a panic. Family shouldn't talk like strangers. Sure, before it was like your aunt's mind was clouded by lard. But at the end of the day, we're your own flesh and blood uncle and aunt. Bones broken, but still connected by the sinew. Your cousin's getting married. The girl's family's asking for the 3 rounds 1 sound right off the bat, plus 500 yuan for the bride price. That's like asking for your aunt's life. She slapped her thigh, going through the motions of wiping away tears that didn't exist at all. We're truly at the end of our rope, Anzi. You've got real skills now. Just a little something slipping through your fingers would be enough to save your cousin's life. Your aunt's begging you, it's a loan. We'll sell the pot and scrap the iron. We'll pay it back for sure. For the sake of our blood ties, help out your poor, wretched cousin, won't you? My mom, listening off to the side, was so aggravated she could barely stand it, but she forced down her anger and squeezed out a smile to smooth things over. Big brother, sister-in-law, that number's just too big. 500 yuan. Anzi earned that with his life, and the household expenses are heavy. How could we possibly hand over that much all at once? Shut it. Jiang Jianjun was already fuming, and having his old dirt dug up drove him from shame into rage. He swung his hand out hard, nearly smacking my mom across the face. I'm talking to my little brother. What's it got to do with you? The men are discussing serious business. What's an old woman like you butting in for? Get out of the way. Ruhar. Before the words had even landed, the little tiger, which had been lying at my feet growling low the whole time, shot forward like a golden arrow off the string. It didn't bite, but it was startlingly fast. Its sharp claws raked like lightning across the leg of his ragged, mud-spattered cotton trousers. Rip! The thick cotton cloth tore right open, exposing the grayish cotton stuffing inside. A big gash split down the pant leg, the wind off those claws leaving his shin smarting. Mama! Jiang Jianjun was scared out of his wits, letting out a freakish yelp as he leaped backward, nearly knocking Hu Yongqin over, his face going white in an instant. My mom watched it, both vindicated and warmed. All these years of scrimping and saving to prop up the eldest household, and all they'd raised was an ungrateful wolf. This tiger cub, on the other hand, actually knew to protect its own. I crooked a finger, had the little tiger settled down beside me, folded my arms, and let a cold sneer curl at the corner of my mouth. Uncle, I don't much like the way you talk. In my house, my mom and dad have the say. My mom doesn't get a word in. So where exactly do you get your right to speak? The heat pressed down hard on Qingshan village. You outrank the head matriarch of us Jiang folks. My eyes swept over his still terrified face, then over Hu Yongqin's fake crying one. You came to borrow money from me? 500? Huh, you want me to pay the bride price? Me, a distant cousin, chipping in so my older cousin can get himself a wife? I stared at Jiang Jianjun and his wife, and the anger just shot right up. Does Jiang Jiuming have no father, no mother? Or do you two figure my money, Jiang's money, just fell out of the sky, so it's only right I dump it into that bottomless pit of yours? Clear accounts make good brothers. Uncle, what you said earlier had a point. But your math is crooked as hell. All you think about is taking in, never paying out. Hu Yongqin's face went red, then white, cornered by my words. She'd probably cursed my whole ancestral line in her head, but she still had to force that pitiful look. Anzi, don't talk like that. We really had no other way out. No other way? I sneered, my voice suddenly rising. No way out? Then crawl back home and figure one out. What are you coming to me for? I'm not the one getting married. Jiang Jiuming can't land a wife on his own, so what the hell's that got to do with me? I haven't even taken a wife myself yet. If I had that money, wouldn't I buy my own woman some jewelry? I'd sooner feed this money to a dog than lend it to ungrateful wolves like you. You little animal, you've got some nerve. That feed it to a dog line set Jiang Jianjun off completely. He shoved the still sniveling Hu Yongqin aside, raised a palm as big as a palm leaf fan, and swung it at my face with a savage rush of wind. Today I'll stand in for your dad and beat some respect into you, you disrespectful little wretch. Anzi, my mother, Lu Rong, shrieked in fright. My father, Jiang Dashan, panicked too and moved to step in. But I was faster. I tilted my head, and the palm brushed past my ear into empty air. My left hand shot out like lightning and clamped around the wrist he hadn't pulled back yet. My 5 fingers were like an iron ring, and I put on the pressure in an instant. Arg! A crisp crack came from between the bones, and Jiang Jianjun howled like a pig at slaughter. I didn't give him a moment to catch his breath. I clenched my right fist, and with all that pent-up rage that had built up far too long, I drove it like a sledgehammer straight into his greasy gut. Thud! The punch went clean through to his back. His howl got stuffed back down his throat, his eyeballs bulged, and he doubled over and started to crumple. I let go and followed up with a kick. Bam! Right on his jutting fat ass. Ow! Jiang Jianjun flew sideways like a broken sack yanked off its feet and slammed with a clatter into the pile of deer offal that had just been unloaded in the yard. Muck, blood, and bits of shredded meat smeared all over his head and face. He tried to get up, but his stomach cramped so bad he could only flail in the mud like a flipped-over turtle, whimpering, until he finally couldn't hold it and puked with a loud retch. Husband, oh heavens, murder. Jiang'an, you're trying to kill your own uncle. When Hu Yongqin saw her man beaten like this, her fake sobs instantly turned into real wailing. She lost it completely, lunging at me with claws bared, her long black nails going straight for my face. I'll take you down with me. You dare hit your uncle? I'll scratch your eyes out. I didn't even furrow my brow. I stepped aside. She grabbed at nothing and stumbled forward, unable to stop herself. Right then, the bear cub, Blackie, who'd been circling around my feet and had been riled up by her screaming, gave a low growl and suddenly lunged forward with a shove. Hu Yongqin was already off balance, and tripping over that furball, she went down flat on her face with a splat, landing face first right in the filth Jiang Jianjun had just vomited up. Blah, tui tui tui. She lifted her head, her whole face covered in mud, bits of grass, and unidentifiable vomit, and gagged on the spot from the disgust. That wretched state lit up all her venom. She just plopped down on the ground, grabbed her hair into a rat's nest with both hands, and tore open that broken gong voice of hers, starting to throw a screaming tantrum. She cursed in the ugliest way imaginable, wishing lightning would strike me dead, that my line would end, and she even dragged out my wife-to-be, Irina, who hadn't even entered the family yet, and cursed her up and down, spittle flying mixed with the filth on her face. The yard gate was already packed with villagers who'd rushed over at the noise, 3 layers deep. Oh, would you look at that? Hu Yongqin's making a scene again. Filthier than ever this time. She stole fish herself and had to pay for it. And now she's got the nerve to come demanding 500? Where's her shame? Right? Hasn't Jiang Dashan subsidized his big brother's family plenty over the years? He paid that back long ago. Look at that oaf Jiang Jianjun trying to hit Anzi. Serves him right to get beaten. Anzi's skills could take down a wolf. Everyone had their own scale for judging. The dirtier Hu Yongqin cursed, sparing not even a woman who hadn't married in yet, the clearer it was she was just out to sicken people. Hearing her curse Irina, my eyes went completely cold, and a wave of dark fury rushed straight to my head. Without a word, I turned and strode toward the slop bucket by the wall used for watering vegetables. There was half a bucket of murky, blackened dirty water in it, with a thick layer of fermented, reeking manure sludge settled at the bottom. I grabbed the long-handled manure ladle and scooped up a full, heaping load with a splash. That yellow and black, bubbling manure water dripped and dribbled down. Keep wailing. Ladle in hand, I walked step by step toward Hu Yongqin, who was still kicking on the ground, my face blank. Before the words even finished, my arms suddenly swung up. Splash! A big ladleful of thick, foul manure water poured down over her head and drenched her whole body. Ugh, ugh, cough, cough, cough. Her wailing instantly turned into violent choking and dry heaving. The manure water plastered her head and face, running into her mouth, down her neck, into her clothes. She couldn't open her eyes, sprawled on the ground, puking wildly, until even Bao came up. Jiangyan, you'll die a horrible death. She cursed in broken fragments between heaves, her voice hoarse and warped. I took another step forward, the tip of the ladle nearly poking her filth-smeared face, my voice cold as if it crawled up from a crack in the earth. One more wail? There's plenty left in the bucket. Wail again, and the next ladle goes straight into your mouth. Drink your fill. Hu Yongqin froze all over, like a chicken with its neck squeezed, her voice caught in her throat. She shrank back in terror, shaking her head desperately, not daring to curse a single word more, left with nothing but full body trembling and unstoppable dry heaves. Jiang Jianjun finally managed to prop himself half up out of the mud. Seeing his wife doused into something that looked neither human nor ghost, his eyes went bloodshot with rage, his fingers trembling like he was having a fit. Rebellion, the world's turned upside down. Jiang, and you animal. You dare treat your aunt like this, with no respect for your elders. I turned toward him, manure ladle in hand, and that look in my eyes choked his curses right back down his throat. Uncle, don't get worked up either. My voice was calm to the point of cruelty. There's a share of this manure water for you too. Curse a couple more words, and I'll give you a nice warm bath right now. Before I finished, my arm swung. Splash! Another big ladleful, poured with precision right onto his head. Arg ugh! Jiang Jianjun got chilled to the bone, head covered in yellow and black, and the stench had him bent over retching on the spot. He vomited his guts out, and once he'd caught a breath, he glared with bloodshot eyes at my father, who'd stayed silent this whole time. His voice was twisted, dripping with sky-high venom. Jiang Dashan, are you dead? You're just going to stand there and watch your son humiliate me? I'm your own older brother. Today you say one word. This money, are you lending it or not? If not, our brotherhood is severed clean, and don't you claim me as your brother. My father's chest heaved violently. He looked at his own older brother, covered in filth, face contorted, then at me standing tall, and at my mother beside me with the firm look in her eyes. Decades of bottled-up grievance surged straight to his head. Big brother. My father's voice wasn't loud, but it rolled through the little yard like muffled thunder, carrying the resolve of a man burning his boats. All these years since we split the household, I, Jiang Dashan, feel I've done right by you. But you, and sister-in-law, have you done right by me? By Anzi. He took a step forward, glaring hard at Jiang Jianjun. Anzi's right. All these years you've clung to me sucking my blood, and done it with a clear conscience. Now that there's no more to suck, you want to come tear the flesh off my son? Anzi decides about this money. If he says no, then even the king of heaven himself couldn't make it happen. From now on, Anzi runs this household. Sever it if you want. I'll act like I never had a big brother either. Those words left Jiang Jianjun and his wife dumbstruck. They never dreamed that this second brother, always so spineless and easy to push around, would today be this tough. Usually the moment they opened their mouths, my dad would hand over money with pleading eyes, terrified they wouldn't be satisfied. If he was this hard-nosed now, wasn't it because he saw I'd made something of myself? Jiang Jianjun shook with rage, his face contorted beyond recognition. Fine, 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 you piece of work, Jiang Dashan. You ingrate, you ungrateful wolf. I doted on you for nothing. You just wait. This isn't over today. My family won't have it easy, and don't you think yours will either. I'll make you pay dearly. You'll see. I'd long had enough of his racket. Before he could finish howling, I flew up a kick right into his manure-soaked fat rear. Get lost, you dog. Ow! Jiang Jianjun staggered and toppled onto the equally reeking Hu Yongqin, and the two of them rolled together into a heap. Blackie, cornucopia, show them out. I barked the order low. The little tiger and the bear cub immediately bared their teeth and growled, poised to pounce. Ma, let's go quick. Hu Yongqin was scared out of her wits and scrambled off on all fours. Jiang Jianjun forgot all about his pain too, dragged along desperately by her, and the two of them, like a pair of mangy dogs chased out of a dung heap, fled the yard reeking to high heaven amid the villagers' jeers and pointing fingers. I slammed the yard gate shut with a clang and rammed the bolt home, so hard the dust rained down from the doorframe. Outside the gate there was nothing left but Jiang Jianjun's pig squeal howling, Hu Yongqin's stifled sobbing, and the buzzing chatter of villagers enjoying the show. Serves them right. That felt good. Should have dealt with them like this long ago. Tui, shameless things. The yard fell silent. The scent of meat drifting from the kitchen mingled with a faint whiff of manure water. My father hunched his back and slowly walked to the little stool under the eaves and sat down. He pulled out his dry tobacco pipe, his hands trembling too much to pack the shredded tobacco in. He lowered his head, his voice muffled and weary. Anzi, your dad was a fool before. I always thought of him as my big brother, and I wronged you and your mother. I walked over and crouched down in front of him, took the trembling pipe from his hand, steadily packed the tobacco for him, and struck a match to light it. The dim yellow flame lit up his deeply furrowed face. Dad, there's nothing to feel wronged about. My voice settled down. Before, it was because you were kind-hearted, holding on to old ties. From now on, our family won't take anyone's abuse. You and Mom, and Irina, just wait for the good days to come. I looked into his eyes. Don't worry about Uncle's side. If the sky falls, I'll hold it up. My father took a deep drag on the pipe, choked, and coughed twice, but his cloudy eyes brightened a great deal. He clapped my shoulder hard and said nothing more. My mother wiped the corner of her eye and quickly called out, Eat, eat. The meat stewed nice and tender. The family gathered again around the oil lamp. The stewed meat on the table smelled wonderful, and the earlier farce seemed shut out beyond the gate. My father ate his rice in silence, but his back was a little straighter now. Irina quietly placed the biggest piece of venison into my bowl, her blue eyes full of contentment. The little tiger and the bear cub nuzzled up against my legs, purring with satisfaction in their throats. The night deepened, and the little yard returned to peace. The next day, just as the sky was turning gray and the rooster crowed for the first time, I got up. Working quickly, I took the snake meat I'd prepared last night, the fattest, choicest cuts of venison, and the 2 badger hind legs, bound them tight with hemp rope, covered them with dry straw, and loaded them onto the ox cart I'd rented from Uncle Laochuan's place. There was still plenty in my space, cloth sacks packed full, a good few thousand caddies of top-grade wheat and corn, every grain plump. This was the perfect chance to sell it all together. By my reckoning, it could fetch 1,000 or 2. The 3 wheels and 1 sound. Once I gathered all of those, the household would be fully set. I cracked the whip, and the old yellow ox pulled the heavily loaded cart out of the village, straight for the county town. I knew the way well and drove the ox cart to the pigeon market on the edge of the county town. This place was far livelier than the supply and marketing co-op. People packed shoulder to shoulder, hushed voice deals happening everywhere. No ration tickets needed. That was the whole appeal. I found a sheltered, out-of-the-way corner to park the cart and lifted the dry straw covering the meat. The moment the scent of fresh game wafted out, people crowded around. Hey, brother, this meat's fresh. What's the price? A fellow in work clothes edged over, his eyes glued to the venison. I quoted a price, a bit higher than the purchasing station, but the goods were genuinely good. The venison was fat and thick, the snake meat nourishing, the badger legs unbeatable with liquor, and the grain top grade in appearance. Cut 5 caddies of venison and 2 caddies of snake meat for soaking in wine. This wheat's really fine quality. Weigh out 100 caddies. 50 caddies of corn. I weighed, took the money, quick and smooth. A thick wad of bills stuffed into the canvas bag at my waist. Those few thousand caddies of grain, like water dripping into sand, got quietly taken up in batches by a few middlemen and turned into solid 10 yuan notes. By the time the sun reached its peak, more than half the cart was gone. I hefted the bulging bag at my waist, unable to keep the corners of my mouth down. 2,376 yuan and 50 cents. In these times, that was worth several years of a city worker not eating or drinking. I traded with a black market dealer for another 30-some industrial coupons, then drove the now lighter ox cart straight for the biggest department store in the county. The 3 wheels and 1 sound, the top wedding spread of this era. A Forever brand 28-inch bicycle, a B brand sewing machine, a Shanghai brand all-steel watch, a Red Lantern brand radio. These few big-ticket items cost nearly 800 yuan, plus a whole stack of industrial coupons. The sales clerk's look at me changed. Next came the finer wedding items. A bright red silk quilt cover, a dragon and phoenix enamel wash basin, a thermos, glasses with the double happiness character, plus fine cotton and a few bolts of good cotton cloth to make Irina new clothes. Finally, I turned into an inconspicuous consignment shop. Behind the counter was a lean old man with sharp eyes. One rifle caught my eye at once. The walnut stock was glossy, the barrel glowed a deep blue, and the bolt looked lean and mean. Springfield, M1903. The old man's voice was raspy. American goods, a proper military piece, 100 times better than that old musket of yours. 15-round magazine, fast bolt action, shoot straight. Drops a wild boar or a black bear in one shot. Comes with 50 rounds of original brass-cased ammo. I took the rifle. Heavy, excellent in the hand. I pulled back the bolt, and the mechanism was smooth as silk. My heart leapt. This was the real backbone for roaming the mountains. Next time I ran into a herd of deer, I wouldn't have to wait for the old hunting gun to be packed with iron shot. How much? Rifle with ammo, 320, no tickets needed. I didn't haggle, just counted out the money happily. Money well spent. The sun leaned west, and the sunset glow spread across the dirt road back to the village. The ox cart was piled high with the 3 wheels and one sound. The brand new bicycle strapped on top, its bell jingling with every jolt. I sat on the shaft, chewing a stalk of grass, feeling utterly at ease inside. The wedding spread was complete, the piece to protect myself was in hand, and the family finances were solid. Only now did life truly have something to look forward to. The old yellow ox ambled along, unhurried, swaying toward Qingshan village where the cooking smoke was rising. What I didn't know was that, at this very moment, trouble had broken out in the village. Qingshan village, the sun blazing vicious. Jiang Dashan and Lu Rong shouldered their hoes and headed out to the fields. The little tiger and the bear cub had been led away by Andy Wong, who said she wanted to leave some predator scent near her chicken coop to scare off the fox that had been snatching her hens. The yard emptied out all at once, leaving Irina alone. She sat on a little stool in the main room, clumsily mending an old jacket of mine with a worn-out cuff, her blue eyes full of concentration. Outside the yard wall, under the crook-necked old scholar tree, Jiang Jiuming hunched his neck and peered into the yard. His face still bore the red welts his father had beaten into him the day before, but his gaze was like a poison-dipped hook, fixed hard on that figure in the doorway of the main room. Seeing that everyone had cleared out, leaving only that foreign woman alone, a vicious, twisted smile crept across his face. He spat a thick gob of phlegm on the ground, teeth grinding audibly, cursing me from my ancestors down 8 generations. Round and round it went, the same bitter grievance. Couldn't get a wife, cut off from a fortune, all my fault. He licked his cracked lips and broke into a vicious grin. You make things hard for me. I'll make you get a taste of life without a woman too. That Rusky broad of yours. I'm collecting her today. The more he thought about it, the sweeter it got, as if he could already see me driven mad with rage. But there were still plenty of folks working the fields right now. He'd have to wait. Time ticked by bit, and the village gradually quieted down, right around the hour for afternoon naps. Jiang Jiuming, like a hyena that had caught the scent of blood, crouched behind the earthen slope for a good while. Judging the moment ripe, he hunched over and slunk along the base of the wall to just outside my courtyard gate. He glanced left and right, not a soul around, then nimbly vaulted the low wall and landed on the balls of his feet. The yard was frighteningly still, the main house door left ajar. He crept on tiptoe to the doorway, cocked an ear, no sound. He swallowed hard and gently nudged the door open a crack. On the comm, Elena lay on her side under a thin sheet, her golden hair spread across the pillow. Jiang Jiuming's eyeballs nearly popped out, his breathing turning heavy and coarse. Little beauty, big brother's here. A rumble came from his throat, a lecherous grin plastered across his face, and he suddenly lunged at the comm. Come with me, and you'll live it up. Just as his heavy body was about to press down, the sheet flew back. The black muzzle of a gun jammed dead center against his forehead. The icy touch snuffed out every ember of his lust in an instant. Elena sat halfway up, not a trace of sleep in her blue eyes, only cold, burning fury. Both hands gripped that old hunting rifle, knuckles white, the muzzle nailed rock-steady to his forehead. Get out. Her voice wasn't loud, carried an accent, but every word was clear. Jiang Jiuming went stiff all over, scared out of his soul. Don't shoot. His voice cracked, taking on a sobbing note, both legs trembling like a sieve. A hot stream ran down his pant leg, the stench of urine spreading. I just came in to see if Nz was around, nothing else. I heard it all. Elena's Mandarin stumbled, but it was unusually firm. She jabbed the muzzle forward. You said, ride me, wanna hurt me. You're lying. Framing me. Jiang Jiuming shrieked at the top of his lungs, trying to drown out his own guilt. Who heard it? Who saw it? You rusky bear woman. Can't even understand a word of Chinese, and you dare say I wanted to hurt you. Lies, you just wanted to do bad things. Elena shook with rage, her voice rising too, blue eyes spitting fire, the muzzle pressed hard against his forehead. Seeing this racket was about to draw people, Jiang Jiuming's eyes flickered with panic. These days, get pinned with a rape charge and you were finished. His forehead was ice cold, the reek of piss shooting up his nose, yet his rotten mouth still put up a front, spittle flying. Filthy Rusky this, and slandering me. That, slinging every foul word onto Elena, then turning it around to accuse her of lying on the Kong with her shoulders bare in broad daylight, deliberately seducing him to shake him down for money. You want to ride me, bad man. Elena was so furious the Mandarin choked in her throat, her face flushing crimson, the muzzle trembling along with her. Bah, who'd want to ride a big mare like you? Seeing she couldn't get the words out, Jiang Jiuming's nerve swelled back up, his mouth getting fouler and fouler, cursing uglier and uglier, and he turned to bolt. I've got no time to jabber with you. Stop right there. Elena's lungs were about to burst with rage. She gritted her teeth and pressed the muzzle down. Bam! The deafening gunshot exploded in the little earthen house. The bullet grazed his crotch and drilled hard into the dirt by his feet, dirt clods and stone chips pelting his pant legs with a rattling clatter. Mama! Jiang Jiuming let out a wretched howl, his legs buckling, and he flopped down onto the ground with a thud. A large wet patch spread across his crotch again, the stench of urine mixing with gin smoke. He clutched his head, shaking like a rotten leaf in an autumn wind, his face pale as a corpse's. Don't shoot, spare me. His voice cracked apart. The gunshot and the raw howling rang out especially harsh in the quiet village. The village erupted in an instant. What happened? Whose house is setting off firecrackers? Sounded like a gunshot. It's in Z's place. Quick, go look. Footsteps and shouts drew nearer from afar. Several villagers poured into the yard, crowding at the main house door to peer in, and one look at the scene left them all dumbstruck. Elena held the smoking rifle, muzzle pointed at Jiang Jiuming collapsed in a heap on the floor, crotch soaked through, the fury still unspent in her blue eyes. What's going on, girl Elena? An older villager asked with a frown. Him. Elena pointed the muzzle at the man on the floor, her chest heaving. Climbed the wall. Wanted to hurt me, said ride me, very bad. Bullshit. Jiang Jiuming, sprawled on the floor, sprang up like his tail had been stepped on, forgetting all about his cold wet crotch, jumping about red-faced and thick-necked, spewing a stream of black-as-white nonsense, pointing at Elena and slinging filth all over her. Folks, don't listen to this Rusky's lies. She seduced me. Lying on the Kong in broad daylight in a thin shirt, dead set on making me keep her company. The second I tried to leave, she pointed a gun at me, wanted to shoot me dead and silence me to extort money. This woman's got a wicked heart. You're lying. Elena shook all over, enraged by the shameless slander, her Mandarin even less fluent now, tears welling in her eyes. He climbed the wall to do bad things. His mouth was very dirty. He wanted to bully me. Who climbed a wall? Who saw it? Jiang Jiuming craned his neck, emboldened. You got proof? You think anyone believes a word a Rusky bear woman says? You saw and Z wasn't home and wanted to sleep around. And when I caught you, you turned it back on me. You. Elena was too furious to form a whole sentence, and the tears finally rolled down, the hands holding the gun shaking harder. Under this sky-high slander and humiliation, she felt nothing but a chill all over. But the villagers saw it clear as day in their hearts. What kind of scum Jiang Jiuming was? Who in the village didn't know? Elena, foreigner though she was, had always kept to herself and minded her manners. Pass up a fine man like Jiang and to seduce Jiang Jiuming? She wasn't sick in the head. Jiang Jiuming, quit your farting. And Z's courtyard wall is that high. How'd you get in? Right. Girl Elena never sets foot past the gate. And Z just hauled back a load of good stuff. Jealous, aren't you? Banking on the fact that no one had actually seen him climb the wall, Jiang Jiuming denied it to the death, growing only more brazen. Bullshit. You've all been bewitched by this Rusky. She's a menace, a shameless little slut. I'm clean as a whistle, and this business isn't over. You're the menace. The ox cart had just rounded the village entrance when I heard that ear-splitting wailing, like a cracked gong, one shriek after another. It was Hu Yongqin's voice, coming from my courtyard. My heart lurched. I dropped the cart reins and rushed to the courtyard gate in a few strides. The place was packed solid, all gawking villagers. I shoved through the crowd and squeezed in, and the sight before me sent blood rushing to my head. My aunt, fat as a she-wolf, had a fistful of Alina's golden hair spilling over her shoulders, yanking it back hard. Alina screamed in pain. The collar of her thin cloth shirt torn open in a gash. The tie binding her hair snapped. "I'll teach you to seduce my son. I'll teach you to grab a gun." Hu Yongqin's face was hideous as she raised her hand and slapped viciously at Alina's red, swollen cheek. Slap. A resounding blow. Alina's head snapped to the side. The spot at the corner of her mouth that had just scabbed over splitting open again, bright red blood seeping out, mixing with her tears and rolling down into her tangled hair. "Mom, good hit. Trash like this deserves a beating." Jiang Jioming, sprawled on the ground with his crotch soaked, was still jeering from the side, a twisted delight on his face. Something went boom in my head, and a rush of savage rage shot from the soles of my feet straight to the crown of my skull. "Move." That one shout came out cold as a winter wind in the dead of the 12th month. The crowd split to both sides with a rustle. The smugness on Hu Yongqin's face froze in an instant, like congealed lard. Jiang Jioming was even more terrified, his calves cramping, nearly collapsing again. And Z. Alina's sob-choked cry was heartrending. She pushed past the people blocking her way, clutching that old hunting rifle, and stumbled over, crashing headlong into my chest, clinging desperately to my waist, burying her face against me, her thin frame shaking like a leaf in the wind. "And Z. They're bad. They hit me and cursed me, and wanted to bully me." She was incoherent, but that fear and humiliation seared into my heart like a branding iron. I wrapped one arm around her, patting her back gently, my voice terrifyingly low. "Don't be afraid. I'm back. I've got you." I raised my head, eyes locking dead onto Jiang Jioming, who was trying to slink out along the base of the wall. "Where the hell do you think you're going?" Jiang Jioming shuddered, not daring to lift his head, quickening his pace to squeeze past my side. "Want to run?" The arm around Alina didn't budge a hair as my right foot shot up like lightning. Bam! A solid gut kick landed square on his stuck-out fat rump. Jiang Jioming flew several meters with a wretched scream, biting a mouthful of dirt face first, his front teeth knocked loose, a nosebleed instantly gushing out. "I owe my boy." Hu Yongqin shrieked and lunged toward him. My gaze turned to her, and the hand she'd stretched out froze in midair. The old woman's beady, triangular eyes rolled around, and she got in first, wailing at the top of her voice, twisting black into white. Filthy Rusky broad sleeping around this and pointed a gun at us, that, tearfully slinging all the filth onto Alina. "And Z, I may not have birthed you, but I'm still your aunt. It's not my place to meddle much in this, but I can't just stand by and watch you get cuckolded by this foreign piece either. I'll take Jioming home first, and you handle it yourself." With that, she bent to drag up the whimpering Jiang Jioming on the ground. "Oh." A cold arc curled at the corner of my mouth. "So you're saying I ought to give my dear aunt and cousin a proper thank you?" Hu Yongqin's movement paused, and she squeezed out a smile uglier than crying. "No need to thank us. We're family. It's only right." "Family?" I suddenly roared like a thunderclap. "Who's family with you people? You think I've gone blind and deaf?" That roar of mine, and the villagers who'd held back all this while erupted at once. "And Z, don't listen to her farting. It was plain as day your cousin climbed the wall to force himself on her. Alina only stopped him with the gun. This mother and son are putting on a two-man act. Cursed something awful, and hit people too. Utter scum." 3 sentences, and it was crystal clear. I lowered my head, gently stroking Alina's red, swollen cheek, my heart aching terribly, yet my voice went exceedingly soft. "Alina, tell me, did he climb the wall and try to bully you?" She lifted her tear-filled eyes and nodded hard, pointing at Jiang Jioming on the ground, her voice sob-choked yet unusually clear. "He climbed the wall and said he'd ride me. I did what you told me. Whoever bullies me, use the gun on him. That's why he didn't get away." She hugged the rifle in her arms tight. "Jiang-in, don't listen to this Rusky." Jiang Jioming, on the ground, still tried to argue. Slap. The arm around Alina didn't move, but my other hand delivered a resounding backhand slap, striking hard across the half of his raised face. His head snapped sideways, half his face swelling up huge in an instant, the corner of his mouth splitting too. "Did I ask you anything?" I guided Alina to the side, handing her over to a village auntie I knew well to look after, then whipped around. I grabbed Jiang Jioming by his soaked collar, hauling him up off the ground like lifting a plague-ridden chicken. And Z, I'm your cousin, you dare. His feet left the ground, and he shrieked and struggled in terror. Cousin, the muscles in my arm bulged, and I put my strength into it all at once. Whoosh. His 100-some-pound body, with a full wind-up of my shoulder, slammed viciously into the earthen wall. Bam! Bits of wall plaster showered down. He slid off the wall with a wretched howl and curled up on the ground like a boiled shrimp. Say it, did you climb the wall? I stepped forward. No, I didn't. He still tried to tough it out. I lifted my foot and ground the heavy sole down hard on the fingers propping him up. Crunch. Ah, my fingers are broken. He screamed like a pig being slaughtered, snot and tears smeared all over his face. I'll ask one more time. Did you climb the wall to try to bully my woman? I pressed down harder. Yes. I climbed the wall. I lost my head to greed. And Z, spare me, it hurts like hell. Under the searing pain, he broke down completely, confessing to everything. I won't dare again, never ever again. Jiangyan, you beat a confession out of him. Seeing her son beaten so brutally, Hu Yongqin lunged over to grab my legs and throw a fit. He's your own cousin. Break the bone, and the sinew still holds. You lay hands this cruel for the sake of some foreign woman. Heaven'll strike you down. Get lost. Without even glancing at Hu Yongqin, I flung my arm out, and her fat body was sent staggering, nearly toppling to the ground. I drew my foot back and scraped the sole against the ground in disgust, wiping off the mud and piss. My own cousin? I spun around abruptly, my gaze stabbing straight at Hu Yongqin's mean, panic-stricken face. This own cousin climbed the wall to defile my woman. This own aunt blocked the gate, cursing up a storm, twisting black into white, and laid hands on my woman too. This handprint on my woman's face. You put it there, didn't you? You tore her clothes, didn't you? You yanked her hair, didn't you? I pointed them out one by one. Her red, swollen cheek, her disheveled golden hair, her ripped collar. Every word a knife tempered in ice. Family? What a fine, loving family. I'm laying it down right here and now. My voice suddenly rose, ringing through the yard. From this day on, I, Jiangyan, sever all ties with your senior branch. Dead to each other. No dealings till we die. Anyone who dares set foot in my courtyard again, I'll break their dog legs. As for you, my gaze nailed Hu Yongqin. Which hand just hit my woman? Hold it out. She shuddered in fright, instinctively hiding her hands behind her back, and shrieked. What are you trying to do? Strike an elder, and heaven will punish you. Folks, be the judge. A junior's about to hit an elder. Be the judge. I sneered, sweeping my eyes over the watching villagers. The folks are all watching. Who's right and who's wrong? Everyone knows it in their hearts. That's right. Hu Yongqin, you and your son are utter scum. Beating and cursing people and still acting righteous? Serves you right. And Z, don't waste your breath on her. 3 sentences, landing with weight. I looked away from her, turning to Alina, who was being steadied by the auntie, her eyes rimmed red but gritting her teeth holding it in. Alina, come here. I softened my voice. She broke free of the auntie's hold and stepped quickly to my side, those blue eyes full of grievance and reliance. I took her slightly trembling hand and looked at her. The way she just hit you. Now hit her back, with all your strength. She slapped you once, you slap her back. That's only right and proper. I. Looking at Hu Yongqin's face, contorted with shock and rage, she hesitated a little. Hit her. I gave a low command to back her up. This old hag deserves it. If you don't hit her, she won't remember the pain. She drew a deep breath, the last trace of hesitation in her eyes burned away by fury. Her arm shot up, wound with all her might. Slap. A resounding slap landed square on Hu Yongqin's fat face. The force was so great her head snapped to the side, the fat quivering, 5 red welts surfacing on her face in an instant. She was stunned, cupping her face and howling like a slaughtered pig, plopping down on her rear and kicking her legs about, spewing out a torrent of filth. A junior striking an elder, someone's out to kill, ancestors open your eyes, and every foul word besides. I couldn't be bothered with her. I took 2 steps to Jiang Jioming, curled up on the ground and leaking piss and shit, grabbed him by the collar again, and dragged him like a dead dog. And Z, spare me. I was wrong. I was truly wrong. Scared out of his wits, he begged frantically for mercy. Without a word, I dragged him in long strides toward the base of the courtyard wall. What are you doing? Let go of my son. Hu Yongqin forgot her howling and came scrambling after on hands and knees, cursing another round of god-awful, retribution-calling filth. The watching villagers all came surging along, everyone guessing what I was about to do. The half-height cesspit at the base of the wall had been collecting filth for days. Yellow-black, thick and sludgy, reeking to high heaven, maggots floating on top. Jiangyan, you wouldn't dare. Hu Yongqin shrieked and lunged forward to stop me. Get lost. I didn't even turn my head, just jabbed my elbow back. The blow knocked the wind out of her chest. She staggered a few steps and dropped onto the ground again. With one hand, I hauled up Jiang Jioming, limp as a heap of mud, and dangled him over that churning pit of yellow-black filth. Down you go. Give that filthy mouth and those dirty little thoughts of yours a good wash. The words weren't even out before my foot shot up and slammed hard into the small of his back. Splash. Jiang Jioming went in like a stone, head first, feet up. The thick sewage swallowed him in an instant, leaving only 2 legs kicking uselessly in the air, gurgling and choking and howling. My son. Seeing her boy go under, Hu Yongqin let out a heart-rending wail and scrambled over on all fours to fish him out. Go keep him company. A whole family of black-hearted scum. A cesspit's just the right bath for you. I didn't even glance at her. I spun and kicked again, landing dead-on across her fat, stuck-out backside. Splush. Screaming, she pitched in headfirst like a giant meatball, sending a huge spray of muck flying. The pit erupted. Mother and son thrashed wildly in the sludge, hair and faces and bodies caked yellow-black, noses and mouths full of it, choking so hard their crying came in broken gasps. Maggots wriggled across their faces and scalps, pitiful and disgusting all at once. The villagers watched slack-jawed. Some felt vindicated, some thought it too harsh, but nobody dared step forward. I stood at the edge of the pit. My voice wasn't loud, but every single person heard it clear. You bully my woman while I'm away, and then twist it around like she's the guilty one. This cesspit, it's a bathhouse made to measure just for you. Soak in it. Whenever you've washed those rotten black hearts clean, that's when you can climb out. The pit churned and heaved. The 2 of them flailed like maggots dropped in boiling water, slopping the yellow filth everywhere, eyes rolling back white. I-oh, someone's going to die. An older, level-headed man in the yard couldn't stand it, afraid it might really turn into a death, and quickly called for someone to fetch long poles. 2 bamboo poles were shoved in, several hands working at once, and finally the 2 filth-caked human shapes were dragged out. Mother and son sprawled at the edge of the pit, gasping like fish out of water, coughing their lungs up, tears and snot mixing with sewage streaming down, whole bodies shaking like rags in the wind. Hu Yongqin caught her breath, wiped the muck off her face with a fat hand, and glared at me with 2 furious, terrified eyes. Her voice was hoarse and cracking. Jiangyan, you good for nothing, you'll pay? My son's scared half to death, and you hurt me too. This isn't over unless it's 500 yuan. I'll report you to the Revolutionary Committee. That's right. Pay up, not 1 cent less. Jiang Jioming struggled upright to back her, his voice muffled and thick, still carrying the echo of the pit. Pay. I crossed my arms and sneered, looking at them like 2 clowns putting on a show. Just then, move aside. What's everyone crowding around for? A stern shout cut through, and the crowd parted on its own. Production team leader Zhang Weiman marched in, his face grim. He'd just gotten off work when he heard all hell had broken loose over here, and came straight over. One look at the 2 filth-covered figures on the ground, then at the wrecked yard and Yelena's red, swollen face and disheveled hair, and he grasped most of what had happened. Uncle Weiman, the team leader's here. The villagers called out greetings. Zhang Weiman fixed a sharp gaze on Jiang Jioming. Explain. What happened? 1 word of a lie, and I'll skin you alive. I. Meeting those cutting eyes, then catching my icy stare, Jiang Jioming shuddered head to toe. He didn't dare argue now. Team leader, I was wrong. I lost my head for a moment. Snot and tears and sewage ran down together. Lost your head. Zhang Weiman's eyebrows shot up in rage, his voice climbing sharply. You climbed the wall and broke into a home, attempted rape, and then twisted it around and cursed and beat a woman. You've got some nerve. Think Qingshan village has no law. His chest heaved violently, and he threw out an arm. If a menace like this isn't punished hard, how are the village's girls and wives supposed to live? He goes to the commune, jail, paraded through the streets. Let the whole commune see what happens to a hoodlum. Paraded? Jail. At those words, Jiang Jioming's soul nearly left his body. In these times, hooliganism was a serious crime. Paraded in public disgrace, thrown in prison, your spine would be broken by everyone's scorn. He dropped to his knees in the mud, forgetting the stench all over him, and kowtowed to Zhang Weimin and to me, wailing to the heavens. Team leader, and Z, I was wrong. I was truly wrong. Spare me this once. I'll never dare again. For the sake of our shared ancestors. His forehead thudded against the muddy ground. Hu Yongqin panicked too, crawling over on her knees, all snot and tears. Brother Weimin, and Z, Annie was a fool. Auntie's no better than an animal. Every wrong is my fault. But Jioming's still young. He can't go to prison. She kowtowed, thud after thud. Only the two of them were left in the yard, sobbing their wretched pleas. I took a step forward and looked down at Jiang Jiuming kowtowing like a rice pestle, my voice cold as ice shards. Spare you? If Yelena hadn't had this rifle to protect her, would you have spared her? Well, He choked, all color draining from his face. Uncle Zhang. I turned to Zhang Weimin, firm and final. The state has its laws, a family has its rules. If a menace like this isn't sent to labor reform, heaven itself won't stand for it. And I, Jiang'an, will be the first to refuse. Zhang Weimin nodded hard, not a shred of pity in the way he looked at Jiang Jiuming. Well said. Rest easy, NZ. The team's taking charge of this, and there'll be no going easy. Fellow villagers, be my witnesses. Jiang Jiuming climbed the wall and broke into a home, attempted to rape a woman. There's witness testimony and evidence both. His mother, Hu Yongqin, covered for and abetted him, cursed and beat the victim, turned black into white, vicious in the extreme. First, compensate Yelena for emotional damages, medical costs, and damaged clothing, 100 yuan, not 1 cent less. Second, sent to the Commune Labor Reform Brigade, 7 days of forced reform through labor. Third, Hu Yongqin, his gaze swung to her ashen face. You covered for him, abetted him, turned black into white, cursed and beat another person. You go to the labor brigade too, 3 days of reform. 100 yuan? Labor reform. Hu Yongqin's vision went black. She nearly fainted. No, village head Zhang. Where would we get 100 yuan? No money. Zhang Weimin's eyes went hard. Then pay it in work points. Dock from your family's work points this year. One more word, and I'll send you straight to the commune police station and charge you with hooliganism. That snuffed out the last flicker of hope in mother and son. The two collapsed to the ground like mangy dogs with their tendons cut, nothing left but hopeless whimpering. Good. Village head Zhang is wise. That's how it should be done. See if they ever dare again. And Z, Yelena, you two have suffered. The villagers clapped and cheered, a few words saying all that was in their hearts. Zhang Weimin called over a few strong hands. Some of you, drag these two disgraces down to the river and rinse them off, then escort them straight to the Commune Labor Brigade. Several men answered, and swallowing their disgust, found some torn burlap sacks to throw over them, then dragged the still wailing mother and son out of the yard like dead dogs. And Z, Yelena, girl, you've had a rough time of it. Zhang Weimin patted my shoulder, then said gently to Yelena, don't be afraid, girl. From now on the team's got your back. No one will dare bully you again. Thank you. Team leader, she said softly, her eyes reddening again. All right, everyone clear out, back to your business. At Zhang Weimin's word, the crowd gradually drifted off, buzzing with satisfaction. The yard went quiet, leaving only a faint whiff of gun smoke and the heavy stench of the cesspit. Not long after, my dad Jiang Dashin and my mom Lu Rong came back. When they heard what that mother and son had done, my mom was so furious she wanted to grab a knife and have it out with them. It took Yelena a lot of coaxing to talk her down. The sky darkened. I lay on the Kong, listening to my old man snoring, the little plan in my head flickering like an oil lamp's flame. This little dirt brick house was too cramped. Yelena slept with my mom in the inner room, while I squeezed onto the Kong in the outer room with my dad, nothing but a ragged cloth curtain between us. In summer you could make do, but late autumn was here, and each day was colder than the last. Once winter set in, the north wind would cut like a knife, and this broken house leaked drafts from every corner, cold enough to freeze a man to death. Besides, with a wife on the way, I couldn't very well keep my parents crammed in the outer room, listening through the wall. With a wife on the way, I couldn't very well keep my parents crammed in the outer room, listening through the wall. What would that look like? Build a house. I had to build one. The timber was right there for the taking, plenty of good wood on the back mountain. But in these times you couldn't just cut down trees whenever you liked. You had to get a permit from the team leader, and then haul the wood from the county lumber mill. I had a plan forming. The next day, just as the sky turned gray and the rooster crowed its first, I was up. I got myself sorted quick, down 2 bowls of thin porridge, wolfed down a corn bun, called out to my folks, and headed straight for Zhang Weiman's place. He was squatting at his gate, puffing on his pipe. He lifted an eyelid when he saw me. "And Z, this early? Something up?" "Uncle Zhang." I got straight to the point. "I want to talk something over with you. Our dirt house is too small, and with the cold coming on, I want to build 2 new rooms. The wood on the back mountain is good. I was hoping you'd write me a permit so I can haul some timber back from the county lumber mill." He took a puff, his brow furrowing. "And Z, this thing, it's not that uncle won't help you. The permit's easy, I'll write it. But the wood, that's not easy to come by." "What's wrong?" My heart sank. Policies tightened up. Zhang Weiman lowered his voice and leaned in. "You can't cut trees on the mountain anymore. You've got to buy from the county lumber mill. They've got a quota, and what they hand out is all greenwood." "Greenwood?" I paused. "That's right." He sucked at his teeth. "In this weather, you could haul it back and dry it 3-5 months, and it still might not cure through. Build a house with green wood, and the damp will be the death of you. Move in, and the cold seeps into your very bones. Gives you a whole body of rheumatism." He heaved a heavy sigh. "And that iron ox of the teams has been dead going on 2 months now. Both those iron hunks are useless. A few of the city-educated youth fiddled with it half a day, not a lick of good. The commune's only got so many mechanics, and there's a line for them. Lord knows when it'd ever be our little Qingshan village's turn." He spread his hands. "No vehicle, so what are you going to haul wood with?" "Ox cart. Green wood's dead heavy. You couldn't haul more than a few logs a trip." The tractor was broken. My mind started turning. "Uncle Zhang, where's that tractor sitting? Let me have a look at it." Zhang Weiman nearly choked on his pipe. "You? And Z, you can fix that iron hunk." "Oh." I rubbed my nose. "Back when I was selling goods in the city, I watched folks fix them a few times. That thing's like an old grandfather clock. Iron piece fitted into iron piece. Same principle all the way through. Might just get lucky and tinker it right." I could hardly say that in my past life I'd worked in a forestry patrol crew, and there wasn't a broken machine I hadn't taken apart with my own hands. Zhang Weiman stared at me a good long while. That dead tractor was the thorn stuck in his throat. It had held up both spring planting and fall harvest. "All right." He gritted his teeth and knocked his pipe against his shoe sole. "Come on. It's in the backyard of the brigade office. Treat a dead horse like it's still alive." In the open lot out back, 2 iron oxen sprawled filthy and forlorn. One in East is red, 28. The other in even older harvest, 27. Their bodies were spattered with mud, one tire flat, the cab door hanging loose. A few bespectacled young male educated youth were knocking around the East is red, 28, faces smeared with grease. "How's it going, Xiaowang? Can you sort it out?" Zhang Weiman asked. A tall, thin youth wiped his sweat, his face full of gloom. "Team leader, no good. The fuel line seems clogged, and there might be a problem with the ignition coil too. We've taken it apart several times and can't find the fault." I didn't answer. I walked a circle around both machines, squatted to look at the tires, then leaned in near the engine bay and sniffed the leftover diesel smell. "Brother, lend me a wrench," I said to Xiaowang. He looked at my coarse cloth jacket, then at the team leader. Zhang Weiman nodded. "Give it to him." I took the wrench and unscrewed the fuel line valve cap. A thick, gritty diesel stink burst out. I stuck a finger in and swiped. My fingertip came out coated with black oil sludge and metal shavings. Fuel lines clogged. The fuel pump filter screens gummed solid, and the dirty fuels blocked the injector nozzles too. My voice was flat. Plus the coil connectors loose. Bad contact. No punch to the spark. "How do you know?" Xiaowang pushed up his glasses, startled. "Just guessing." I set down the wrench and clapped my hands. "Uncle Zhang, it's not a big problem. Clean the fuel line, swap in a new filter screen, tighten the coil connector, and it'll start." "You really can?" Zhang Weiman's eyes lit up. "I can. Just need to go to the county to buy a new filter screen and some cleaning solvent. The storehouse has some. Go get it, quick." Zhang Weiman was so excited he kept rubbing his hands. "And Z, if you really fix this, you'll have done the team a huge favor. Leave the wood hauling to me. I'll write you a permit for the best timber." Just then, a youth squatting beside the harvest, 27 shot to his feet. Short, pale-skinned, gold wire-rimmed glasses, refined-looking, eyes full of city arrogance. He looked me up and down a few times and gave a scornful snort. Easy to say. Fuel lines clogged? Filters gummed up? What do you know?" He adjusted his glasses. "This East is red 28's fuel line is complicated. Do you know the fuel pump pressure? The injector nozzle bore? The filter screen spec? We studied 2 years at the agricultural machinery school, and even we wouldn't claim to cure it on the spot. A country bumpkin like you. Have you ever laid a hand on an engine?" You sniff a smell and poke at some sludge and dare say you can fix it? His voice rose higher and higher. Don't go making one lucky guess and start thinking you're a master mechanic. This machine's precious. If you tinker it into ruin, can you afford to pay? Zhou Jingui, what kind of talk is that? Zhang Weiman's face darkened. He rapped his pipe against the doorframe, sparks flying. Anzi's a lad born and raised in this village. I watched him grow up. He's honest, and he's got real skill. You show some respect. Zhou Jingui's lip curled harder. You watched him grow up, team leader, so that means he should know how to fix a tractor? What logic is that? This is Soviet Big Brother technology. Fuel line, electrical, transmission. Which of them isn't precise? Let him tinker blindly, lose some parts. And what? He pays with those 3 broken dirt rooms his family's got. The words were vicious. A few of the youth beside him frowned, but said nothing. The watching villagers couldn't stand it either. Educated youth Zhou, you can't talk like that, can you? Anzi's a crack shot at hunting. Maybe he really does know machines. Just let him try. It's better than leaving it sitting. Zhou Jingui stiffened his neck, his whole face saying, what would you country folk know? I'd stayed quiet the whole time. I waited until he'd sprayed out the last of his spit, then slowly lifted my eyelids. Heh. I gave a scornful snort, not loud, but it pricked like a needle, popping that pitiful little bubble of superiority. What's wrong with being country folk? Country folk at least know that if you can't fix it, it's because you're stupid, not the machine's fault. Not like some people, holding an empty title of technician, taking work points, standing here doing nothing but being an eyesore and talking hot air. 2 years at agricultural machinery school, and all it taught you was to look down your nose and treat people like dirt. You. The word stupid hit Zhou Jingui like a hammer. His face went liver purple, his finger trembling. Who are you calling stupid? A country bumpkin like you. What do you know about technology? Break it, and selling off your whole family couldn't cover it. Whether I know or not isn't for you to decide. I cut him off cold. The team leader trusts me. He's letting me try. If I break it, I, Jiangyin, will sell the pots and pans to pay for it. You, on the other hand, how many days have you been here? Besides loosening screws and tightening them again, have you fixed anything? If you don't have the diamond, don't take on the porcelain job. Taking up the latrine pit without doing your business. That's you exactly. And you're still yapping now. Are you scared I'll actually fix it and show you up for the bigger waste of space? Bullshit. Zhou Jingui blew up completely. Gold glasses knocked askew. Me scared of you? Fix it right now. I'd love to see whether your skills are as tough as your mouth. He flung out a hand toward the east, is red. 28, like a man marching bravely to his death. Team leader, you heard him. He insisted on showing off. Anything goes wrong, the educated youth station takes no responsibility. Any part broken or lost is all on him. If he can't fix it, let's see where he hides that face of his. Zhang Weiman's face was iron dark. He leaned in and lowered his voice, both helpless and furious. Anzi, are you sure or not? This show fellow was sent down from the city, wears the title of technician, hasn't gotten one damn thing done, but still eats up work points. I've been itching to kick him back to hoeing dirt clods. If you can pull this off, it's perfect. You'll vent this old man's anger for me. I grinned, showing a row of white teeth, though my eyes stayed cold. Uncle, don't you worry. I'll follow these instructions and translate this into natural American English. My voice wasn't loud, but it drifted clear as day into Zhou Jingui's ears. In a little while, I'll send these useless bums who eat but don't work back to the fields where they belong. Technicians, my ass. You need actual skills to be a technician. Not every stray cat and dog gets to slap on a pair of glasses and call himself one. Jiangyin, who are you calling a stray cat and dog? Zhou Jingui was so mad he was hopping in place, his glasses sliding down to the tip of his nose. If the shoe fits, wear it. I shrugged, all innocence. You can't fix it, and now nobody's allowed to say anything about it. Fine, you're something else. He was shaking all over, jabbing a finger at my nose. Any fool can run his mouth. That's no skill. You think you're so tough? You fix it, and I'll call you Grandpa. Grandpa, I scoffed. I wouldn't want a grandson as useless as you. You want to make a bet? I took a step forward and stared him down. Bet on what? I'll have this hunk of metal roaring in half an hour. I pointed at the tractor. You give me 50 yuan, plus 3 days of hard labor hauling timber for me over at the county lumber yard. Zhou Jingui choked for a second, but seeing how sure of myself I looked, the anger boiled right back up. Fine, you're on. And what if you can't fix it? If I can't fix it, I'll give you 50 yuan, apologize to the whole lot of you. and crawl around the brigade headquarters 3 times barking like a dog. Good enough. Zhou Jingui's eyes lit up as he did the math fast. 50 yuan, that was 2 months of his wages. This country bumpkin talked big, but he didn't know a damn thing. There was no way he'd fix it. And when that moment came, I'd be the one kneeling and barking, and then the team leader would see who the real prize was. Deal, it's a deal. He agreed on the spot, terrified I'd back out, a triumphant sneer spreading across his face. Team leader, folks, everybody bear witness. If he can't fix it, he pays up, apologizes, and barks like a dog. Every last part of it. No exceptions. We heard him. That's a big bet. Come on, Anzi, show him. The smugness on Zhou Jingui's face thickened. Anzi. Zhang Weimin looked a little worried. Uncle, trust me. I gave him a reassuring look and, without another word, bent down and grabbed the greasy wrench off the ground, then turned and walked over to the Dongfang Hong, 28. Xiao Wang, wrench, pliers, cleaner, new filter. Bring them all. Xiao Wang glanced at the team leader, then handed the tools over anyway. Zhou Jingui stood off to the side with his arms crossed, his eyes glinting with malice behind his lenses. Putting on a show. Let's see how you dig yourself out of this one. I ignored him. First I opened the fuel valve and pulled out the oil pump filter. The filter was caked with black sludge, stiff as a board. Oil's filthy. The filter's completely clogged. I tossed the dirty filter to Xiao Wang. Get the new one. I grabbed the cleaner and blasted the fuel lines, a white mist with a sharp stench spreading through the air. Then I checked the ignition coil, and sure enough, one of the connectors was loose. Wrench. Xiao Wang handed it over fast. I tightened it in a couple of quick moves, clean and efficient, not a wasted motion. The educated youths stood there wide-eyed. The technique was too practiced. This wasn't an act. The smugness on Zhou Jingui's face slowly froze, and his heart started pounding. Impossible. How could some country bumpkin know any of this? I paid him no mind, fitted the new filter in, and tightened the valve. Diesel. Xiao Wang hurried over with a bucket of clean diesel. I filled it up, checked the fuel lines once more, then leaned into the driver's seat to look over the gauges and levers. Crank. Xiao Wang handed me the heavy crank. I took a deep breath, gripped it with both hands, fitted into the starter hole, planted my stance, tensed my arms, and heaved with everything I had. Click, click, click. The crank spun in my hands like it had come alive, and a dull compression sound came from the engine bay. Zhou Jingui's heart was in his throat, his palms slick with sweat. Impossible. There was no way it would start. My eyes were locked in focus, my arms driving without let-up. Click, click, cough, cough. A dull cough, and the engine gave a violent shudder. Vroom. A low, powerful roar burst out in an instant, a plume of black smoke shooting from the exhaust pipe and quickly thinning. The Dongfang Hong 28's massive frame jolted, like a slumbering beast waking, the engine settling into a steady growl, steadier and steadier, until the very ground trembled. It started. It started. Good Lord, Anzi actually got the iron ox running. Incredible, absolutely incredible. The villagers erupted in cheers loud enough to shake the sky. The educated youths were dumbstruck, mouths hanging open wide enough to fit an egg. Zhang Weimin's face flushed with color, and he slapped his thigh hard. Attaboy, you did your uncle proud. Zhou Jingui looked thunderstruck, every trace of color draining from his face. Pale as paper, his eyes bulging round behind his lenses, full of disbelieving terror. I let go of the crank, patted the grease off my hands, and turned around. The roar of the engine had the whole backyard shaking, like dozens of slaps landing one after another across Zhou Jingui's face. Done, I said. Just one word. And his face went white in a flash, the gold-rimmed glasses sliding to the tip of his nose, the eyes behind the lenses bulging round, shocked and panicked, like he'd been stripped bare in front of everyone. I looked at his dazed, soul-crushed expression. My voice wasn't loud, but it cut right through the roar and straight into his ears. Technician Joe, see that? I fixed it. 50 yuan, plus 3 days of hard labor, hauling timber at the county lumber yard. When's a good time to settle up? The words were like a needle, jolting him awake. He gave a violent start, shrieking like a cat with its tail stepped on. Settle up on what? He adjusted his crooked glasses and forced a cold smirk onto his face. Jiangyan, quit putting on airs. I've been working on that machine for a good while. The fuel lines were almost clear, the coil connector was almost tight. It just needed one final push. You just got lucky, like a blind cat stumbling onto a dead mouse. You swapped a filter and added some oil, and now you've got the nerve to call it your doing? That's scavenging. You scavenged off my work. He got louder and louder, like he was trying to convince me, and even more like he was trying to convince himself. Team leader Zhang, you saw it, didn't you? I was working on it the whole time, wasn't I? It just needed the finishing touches, right? This punk just got lucky and snatched up a finished job. Zhou Jingui, that's a load of crap. Zhang Weimin was so furious his pipe nearly poked Zhou's nose, spit flying all over his face. What were you doing before Anzi got here? Banging on it with a wrench, whining that you couldn't find the problem. Now that he's fixed it in a couple of moves, you've got the gall to claim it as your own? Just needed the finishing touches? What did you finish? Kicking it into a manure pit. I. Zhou Jingui backed away as the spit rained down, his face going red then white. I crossed my arms and let out a scoff. Technician Zhou, is this you being a sore loser, trying to weasel out of it? You made your vows just now, and the whole village heard you. 50 yuan, 3 days of labor, clear as black on white. What? Does a technician from the city just say whatever and mean nothing by it? The words sore loser burned hot on his face. Who's a sore loser? He shrieked, craning his neck. I'm telling you the truth. I had that machine almost fixed. Scavenging off my work isn't a real skill. Oh, scavenging. I raised an eyebrow. My gaze shifted to the even more beat-up Feng Shou, 27 sitting nearby, the one that had been dead even longer. All right, you say I'm just scavenging, that I've got no real skill. I raised my hand and pointed. That one. Been dead longer, bigger problems. Just now we bet on the Dongfang Hong. Now let's bet again. If I get that Feng Shou, 27 roaring too, the stakes double. 100 yuan, plus all of you so-called technicians, every last one, doing 6 days of hard labor hauling timber for me. And if I fix it, that proves the whole pack of you carrying the technician title are useless. Pack your bags and get back to the youth camp. Go break dirt clods for work points. Quit hogging the outhouse if you're not going to go. Zhou Jingui shivered all over, his pupils shrinking sharply. 100 yuan, 6 days of labor, and get sent back to the fields? The stakes were too high. He instinctively glanced at the Feng Shou, 27. That one was even older than the Dongfang Hong. The few of them had been tinkering with it for days without even pinning down what was wrong. This punk, could he actually do it? He'd just fixed the Dongfang Hong. Could that really have been luck? No, impossible. The technique was too practiced. But what if? What if he really did fix it? 100 yuan was 3 months of his wages, plus 6 days of labor, and his dignity in tatters. But if he didn't dare take the bet, in front of all these people, wouldn't that just prove he was a sore loser? I watched the red and green wash over his face, then spoke slowly. What's the matter? Lost your nerve? You were plenty loud just now. Gone quiet all of a sudden. Comrade technician, you don't even have that little bit of guts? Or do you know you don't have the chops, and you're scared of getting exposed? The word scared lit him up completely. He whipped his head, nearly sending his glasses flying, a reckless, savage look on his face. I bet it is. You think I'm scared of you? He pointed at the Feng Shou, 27, his voice cracking. Fix it. Fix it right now. Let me see just what you're made of. You fix it, 100 yuan, 6 days of labor, I'll eat the loss. But if you can't fix it, a vicious glint flashed in his eyes, his voice suddenly rising. Not only do you pay me 100 yuan, you kneel down in front of the whole team, kowtow and bark like a dog, and crawl around the brigade headquarters 3 times. Every part of it, no exceptions. Team leader Zhang. Folks, everybody bear witness. Deal. Now that's a big bet. Anzi, show him what you've got. Technician Zhou, don't you go weaseling out of it later. As the crowd stirred, the frenzy on his face grew thicker, his eyes fixed on me, as if he could already see me kneeling on the ground barking like a dog in disgrace. I grinned, but my eyes were cold as ice. Fine, have it your way. Without another word, I bent down and grabbed the greasy wrench off the ground, then turned and walked toward that broken-down iron ox. This one looked even more weathered than the Dongfang Hong, rusted all over, 2 flat tires, the cab door hanging loose. Zhou Jingui stood off to the side with his arms crossed, his eyes glinting with malice. Keep it up, keep putting on your show. Let's see how you dig yourself out this time. I couldn't be bothered with him. I walked a circle around the machine, crouched to look at the chassis and drive shaft, then popped open the engine hood. A strange stink of rust and motor oil hit me. I leaned in for a whiff, then felt and tapped around a few key spots. Xiao Wang, big wrench, pipe wrench. Any spare hydraulic hose in the warehouse? Bring me a length. Xiao Wang hesitated and glanced at the team leader. Zhang Weimin glared. Go get it, do what Anzi says. The tools and a brand new hose arrived quickly. I started tearing right in. First, I loosened the drain plug on the oil pan, and a stream of black waste oil full of metal shavings gurgled out. Oil's too dirty, full of grit. The oil pump's probably worn down too. I pulled off a few thick hydraulic hoses, and one of the connections was clearly cracked, seeping oil. Hose is cracked, leaking oil. Pressure can't build up. Then I checked the power steering pump. One of the bearings was seized. Steering pump bearings seized. No wonder the wheel felt dead. Last I checked the wiring. Several terminals were badly oxidized. Connectors are oxidized. Weak ignition signal. I talked as I worked, hands never stopping. Swapped the hose, cleaned the fuel lines, added new oil, filed the connectors, replaced the bearing, all in one smooth flow, not a wasted motion. The educated youths standing nearby had their eyes nearly popping out. The technique was smoother than the old masters at their agricultural machinery school. The smugness on Zhou Jingui's face drained away bit by bit, replaced by a growing dread. Impossible. How could this country bumpkin understand hydraulic systems? How could he know about steering pumps? Problems the few of them had puzzled over for days without a clue, and he saw right through them at a glance. I paid him no mind, fitted the last part, and tightened the bolts. Hydraulic oil, new motor oil. Xiao Wang hurried over with the oil cans. I filled it up, checked it over, then leaned into the cab to look at the dashboard and levers. Crank. The heavy crank was placed in my hand. I took a deep breath, gripped it with both hands, fitted into the starter hole, planted my stance, and heaved. Click, click, click. The dull cough only came twice, and this Feng Shou, 27, the one that had been dead even longer, roared to life louder and stronger than the last one. A thick plume of smoke shot from the exhaust, turning to a steady blue haze in an instant. Two iron oxen roaring side by side, shaking the whole backyard. Incredible, it's a miracle. Anzi's the Lu band of Qingshan village. So much for those crap technicians. Get back to the fields. The villagers' cheers were even louder than before, shaking dust loose from the rafters. The educated youths were petrified, mouths gaping wide enough to fit a duck egg. Zhang Weiman's old face flushed red, and he slapped his thigh hard. Good, good, good. Anzi, you're the treasure of Qingshan Hamlet. Zhou Jingui looked thunderstruck, all the color draining from his face in an instant. Clatter. The gold-rimmed glasses dropped to the ground, the lenses shattering to bits. He crumpled like his bones had been pulled out, dropping flat onto the ground. Nothing left in his head but that deafening roar, pounding at his heart hammer blow by hammer blow. It was over. All of it. 100 yuan, 6 days of labor, and getting sent back to the youth camp to break dirt clods. I looked at him slumped there like mud, his face ashen. My voice wasn't loud, but it cracked in his ear like a thunderclap. 100 yuan, 6 days of labor. And that technician title you lot carry, I don't think you should be wearing it anymore. Taking work points without doing a thing, and your skills are worse than a dirt digger like me. From now on, all of you go back to the youth camp, same as everyone else, and break dirt clods for work points. No, you can't. Zhou Jingui sprang up from the ground, shrieking, his voice cracking. I'm a technician sent down from the city. What right does a country bumpkin like you have to strip my post? I don't accept it. This bet doesn't count. You cheated. You definitely cheated. That's right, it doesn't count. He must have pulled some trick, one of the other educated youths chimed in. Team leader Zhang, you can't listen to him. We're proper technicians. We've got the papers. Enough. Zhang Weiman bellowed like a thunderclap, silencing all the noise. His face was iron gray as he strode up to Zhou Jingui, his pipe nearly jabbing him in the nose. Zhou Jingui, do you have any shame left? You set the terms of the bet yourselves, and the whole village heard it. How long have those two iron oxen been dead? The lot of you carrying the technician title, you came here and got not one damn thing done, took every last work point, and lived off the team's grain for free. Now Anzi fixes them in a couple of moves, and you cheat? Frame him? Sir losers. Zhou Jingui went pale, but his mouth stayed stubborn. So what? Us being technicians is backed by policy. What gives you the right to just strip our titles whenever you feel like it? Who the hell is Jiang'an? We educated youths came here to build things up, not to make bets with him. Just say you can't afford the loss. I let go of the crank and patted my hands, like brushing off some dust, staring at him coldly. A pack of sore loser cowards. I'm a coward? I'll take you down with me. The word coward lit him up completely. His reason snapped, and he lunged at me like a rabid dog, teeth bared and claws out. My eyes hardened. I didn't flinch, didn't dodge. The instant he lunged into range, I struck like lightning. No slap, no punch. I grabbed a fistful of his oiled, carefully combed side part. Arg! His scalp screamed with pain, his whole body yanked forward into a stumble. The hand gripping his hair slammed down as my right knee drove up with a rush of force. Thud! It landed square in his gut. Ugh, ugh. His eyes bulged out instantly, the breakfast he'd just eaten spewing out in a gush mixed with sour bile, his body curling up like a boiled shrimp. I didn't let go, just swung him to the side with the motion. Thump! He hit the oil-slicked ground like a busted sack, his face plowing into the dirt, his mouth and nose full of mud, motor oil, and the sour reek of vomit. Ack, cough, cough, ugh. He lay there curled up, dry heaving and coughing, tears and snot smeared across his face and mixed with the grime, not a shred of the refined city technician left in him. Zhang Weiman hurried over to hold me back, afraid I'd really do him harm, though his eyes were full of satisfaction. Only then did I let go, scraping the sole of my shoe against the ground in disgust to get the filth off. I didn't spare so much as a glance at Zhou Jingui, lying there on the ground like a dead dog. My gaze swept over the other educated youths, their faces gone white. The bet. Are you honoring it or not? They looked at Zhou Jingui, still dry heaving and twitching on the ground, then at me, then at the ugly looks from the villagers around us. Not one of them dared say no. We honor it. We honor it. We're good for it. I turned to Zhang Weiman, jerked my chin at the ground, and raised an eyebrow. Chief, about this. Zhang Weiman straightened his back, his voice loud enough to rattle the roof. Everybody saw it. Zhou Jingui agreed to the bet himself. Then he tried to weasel out and threw punches. He had that beating coming. Starting today, Zhou Jingui, and the rest of you, your title as technicians is revoked. Your subsidies are cut off. Get your asses back to the common bunkhouse. You'll work the fields and dig dirt for work points, same as every other sent-down youth. From now on, all the equipment repairs in this brigade go to N, and his work points are calculated at the top technician rate. Anybody got a problem with that? Step up. Dead silence. Zhou Jingui's face went ashen. His lips trembled like a fish out of water, and he couldn't force out another sound. The crowd, on the other hand, erupted. Yes, the chief's got wisdom. About time. Freeloaders soaking up work points without doing a lick of work. And as technician, we're on board with that. Zhou Jingui. Zhang Weiman's eyes pinned him like a knife. 100 yuan, delivered to him tomorrow. You don't pay, and I'll dock a full year of your work points. Now, right now, get back there and pack your bedding. First thing tomorrow you go into the county to haul lumber. One more word out of you, and I'll ship you straight to the commune lockup. Zhou Jingui shuddered head to toe. He scrambled up on all fours, didn't even stop to grab his falling glasses, and bolted out of the back courtyard like a beaten dog through the jeering and cursing of the villagers. The other four slunk out after him. And well done. Zhang Weiman clapped a hand on my shoulder, beaming. These hunks of iron are yours now. Uncle here'll put your work points at the top rate. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. Oh right, the lumber. He rubbed his hands together. Uncle Tiao will sign off on it for you right now, give you the best stock. But listen, and a word of warning. That wood's green. Everything out of the lumber mill is. You haul it back, and it won't dry through for 3 to 5 months. Build a house with it, and it'll be damp inside. Move in, and you'll get sick. This house can't be rushed. You're probably looking at spring. Don't you worry, Uncle. I smiled. Green wood. I've got a way to dry it fast. It won't hold anything up. Oh, you've got a way. His eyes lit up. An old family trick, I said, keeping it vague. Huh. You're a clever devil. He didn't press further, just cheerfully led me back to the brigade office, scribbled out the authorization slip, stamped it, and tucked it into my hands. Here, tomorrow you put that Zhou kid to work as your mule. The setting sun turned the dirt road home to gold. My steps were light, the slip tucked against my chest, my mind already running through the new house. Green wood, so what? Time moved fast inside the mountain god bead. Toss it in for a few days, and it'd air dry all the way through. But if this much lumber dried out overnight, it'd raise eyebrows. I needed a cover story that held up in plain sight. Walking along, I smacked my forehead. Who in the future ever waits on the sun to dry wood? Rig up a drying shed, and it'd be usable in a week. Back home, I told my folks, and Zhang Dashan and Lu Rong could barely contain themselves. In these famine years, ours was the first family in the whole village to build a new house. My parents were all for it, with one thing on their minds. Get the house done fast so we could settle my marriage. They couldn't have Irina staying on with no name, no standing, forever. The whole family talked late into the night, then turned in early. The next morning, before the sky had even fully lightened, the back courtyard of the brigade office was already buzzing. 2 iron oxen sputtered and belched blue smoke, straining like they were spoiling for it. I bent over checking the tire pressure, dew still clinging to my pant legs. Off to the side stood Zhou Jingui and the 4 sent-down youths, heads drooping, wilted like frost-bitten eggplants. Zhou Jingui most of all. His eyes were bloodshot, glued to my back, jaw clenched hard enough to crack teeth. Brotherin, I'm here." A gravelly voice came closer, loud enough to set my ears ringing. A dark-faced young man came pounding over with a thick length of rope slung over his shoulder, solid as a young bull calf. His coarse cotton sleeves rolled to the elbows, showing off 2 arms like black iron. Damao. I straightened up and grinned. Yang Damao, a buddy I'd run around with bare-bottomed since we were kids, honest and simple, with a body built for hard work. A while back he'd gone off to try his luck in the city, couldn't make it work, and had been back only a couple of days, right when I was starting the house. "Heard you're building a new place. My ma sent me to lend a hand." He dropped the rope on the ground and thumped his chest with a hand the size of a palm leaf fan. "You tell me what to do. I'll do it." "Good man." I clapped his shoulder. "Humph, another country bumpkin." Zhou Jingui folded his arms and snorted through his nose, gold-rimmed glasses framing a face full of contempt. "A pack of mudlegs thrown together. What could you possibly get done? Reeking of dirt. Don't go tracking up the lumber mill floor." A couple of the youths beside him fanned their hands in front of their noses. "Right, smells like cow dung. What rotten luck, working with this bunch of mudlegs. They've dragged our brother Zhou down into the muck." "What's that supposed to mean?" Yang Damao blew up on the spot, his dark face flushing red, a thick finger nearly jabbing into Zhou Jingui's lenses. "Country folk this, country folk that. What's wrong with country folk? You eat our rice. My brother-in's country folk. He can hunt, he can fish, he can fix a tractor. And you? Carrying around a technician title, mumbling all day about toiling under the noonday sun, like the rice grains just hop into your mouths on their own? Not one useful skill between you. Just slick tongues. Yeah, well, we're from the city at least, we know the tech. Fine, you drive one. We don't care, but at least let us drive this one. We came to help too. Why should we ride in the bed? That truck bed jolting the whole way. Just thinking about it, their backsides ached. Technicians? I let out a scoff, my gaze scraping across Zhou Jingui like ice shavings. You think I'd let you drive? What if great technician Zhou here gets his feelings hurt and stalls my rig out halfway, holds up the whole hauling job? You gonna cover that loss? And another thing, who said anything about helping? You lost your own bet. This is you paying a debt. You do what I tell you to do. Argue again and you eat a fist. I couldn't be bothered to look at that liver-red face of his any longer, and just called out, "Damao, you take that Feng Shou. 27. You got it." Yang Damao didn't even glance at the youths, scrambled up into the driver's seat, the sheet metal seat creaking under him. You're pushing this too far." Zhou Jingui shook all over with rage, his fingers trembling. "Get in the bed." My voice dropped hard. "One more word, and I'll beat every last one of you." The words hit like a needle, popping the last of his bluster. He stamped his foot hard, and, under a wave of contempt and gleeful stares, crawled up into the bare bed of the Dongfang Hong. 28 like a whipped dog. The other 4 hung their heads and squeezed into a corner of the bed. "Hold on tight." I turned the key and the Dongfang Hong. 28 growled to life. The 2 iron oxen belched black smoke and pulled out of the courtyard one after the other, kicking up dust. The bed bounced hard. Zhou Jingui, he clung to the side panel for dear life. His backside jolted raw, his insides feeling like they'd shifted out of place. He stared at my and Yang Damao's steady backs up front, then looked down at himself covered in dust, so choked with resentment he was about to burst. "Damn dirt eater, just wait till I get my chance." He ground out through his teeth, the words swallowed whole by the roar of the engine. The rest of the ride passed in silence. The tractors sputtered into the county town and stopped outside the lumber mill. Logs were piled like a small mountain by the gate, the air thick with the mingled smell of pine and wet wood. I hopped down, took the slip, and found the dispatcher. The dark-faced fellow was drinking from a big tea mug. "Comrade, from Qingshan village. Here to haul lumber." I handed over the slip. He glanced at it, then sized up me, the 2 rigs behind me, and those youths who didn't look like anything good. "Qingshan village." Zhang Weiman signed off on this. "That's right. All right." He tucked the slip into his pocket and swept a big hand toward a stack of bark still, damp logs to the west. "Over there, stack number 3. Green pine. Load it yourselves. Once you're loaded, weigh it and get your ticket." "Thanks, comrade." I turned and waved to Yang Damao and the rest. Come on, let's move some wood. Stack number 3 was like a small mountain, each bowl-thick pine log slick with wet bark, the smell of resin sharp in the nose, and dead heavy. I scanned it and split the work up straight off. Damao, you take these too, load from this side onto my rig. My gaze shifted to Zhou Jingui and his 4. My voice held no warmth at all. You lot, over there, load the Fengshuo, 27. Move it, no slacking. You don't finish before noon, none of you eats. Zhou Jingui's face darkened. He looked at the heavy logs, then at his own clean work clothes, and cursed a blue streak in his head. Humph, all this green wood, dead heavy. How long's this gonna take? He muttered under his breath, just loud enough for me to hear. Yeah, we'll be at it till dark. Work us to death, another grumbled, rubbing his backside. Cut the crap. Yang Damao shot them a glare, rolled up his sleeves, and called over the 2 village boys. Let's work. He bent down, hauled up a pine log, grunted it onto his shoulder, and strode off toward the Dongfanghong, 28. The 2 village boys carried one between them, steady as could be. Zhou Jingui's side was a disaster. 5 city youths who normally couldn't carry a load or lift a thing. The green wood slick and heavy, straining just to move one between 2 of them. Ow, slow down, it's slipping. It's too heavy, I can't lift it. Brother Zhou, put some muscle into your end. Quit just standing there. Zhou Jingui was the sorriest of all, his lenses fogged with sweat, a big wet patch down his back, hands slick with sticky resin so he couldn't get a grip. Teeth clenched, he hauled a log with someone, wobbling, nearly dropping it on his own foot several times. Damn it, this cursed wood, why is it so heavy? He couldn't help swearing out loud. Right? Even the wood out here in the sticks pushes people around. I'm dying, my hands are all torn up. Zhang En's messing with us on purpose. I didn't pay them the slightest mind. I found a clean rock, sat myself down, pulled out my pipe, packed it slow with tobacco, struck a match, lit up, and puffed away, clouds rolling out of me, easy as an overseer lord. Zhou Jingui was gasping and wheezing. He looked up and caught sight of me, legs crossed, soaking up the sun. A wave of fury shot straight to his skull. Jiangyan. He hurled his log down. It slammed into the mud with a crash, splattering muddy water, and jabbed a finger at me, face and neck flushed crimson, his voice cracking. What the hell is this? You build the house, but we haul the wood, and you sit there crossing your legs in the sun, making us your mules? On what grounds? I'm a sent-down youth. I'm from the city. I'm not here to slave for you. I quit. Whoever wants to do it can do it. He craned his neck, the picture of a man throwing caution to the wind. Yeah, we quit. This is too much. Why is it only us doing the work? The other youths threw down their logs too and crowded around him, all chiming in. Oh ho! Yang Damao had just set a log down and now came charging over, his dark face all cold sneers. What's that? Did my brother and beg you to come? Send a sedan chair for you? Didn't you lose your own bed and come here with your tails between your legs to pay it off? Now you want to weasel out? Sore losers, the lot of you. Who are you calling a sore loser? Zhou Jingui's eyes went red. You. What of it? Yang Damao stepped forward, half a head taller, his presence bearing down. Only then did I get up, unhurried, brush the dust off my backside, and walk over to Zhou Jingui. My face gave nothing away, my eyes cold as ice. Quitting. That's right, I quit. What are you going to do about it? He shouted, all bluster and no backbone. But the moment he met my eyes, his nerve visibly cracked. Fine, quit. My voice was flat as ice. Yesterday's bet, 100 yuan, 6 days of labor. You don't want the labor, then hand over the 100 yuan right now. Pay up, and I'll let you walk this instant. Pay up. Zhou Jingui choked, his face going even paler. 100 yuan. Where was he going to get 100 yuan? His wages were next to nothing, and yesterday's debt had all but cleaned him out. I don't have the money, he said, craning his neck again. No money, I scoffed. Then get back to work and do it right. One more word, and I'll break your dog legs right now. I stepped forward, almost nose to nose with him, my voice climbing sharp. You wouldn't dare. He backed away, cornered, his voice shaking. Watch me. My gaze bore down, and his skin crawled all over, a rush of fury tangled with fear shooting to his head. He stamped his foot hard, and, like a rabid dog pushed too far, swung his leg back and kicked the tire of the Fengshuo, 27 with everything he had. I'm just not doing it. What are you going to do about it? This piece of scrap iron should have been junked ages ago. Bang. A muffled thud. The side of that old tractor's sheet metal cargo box, a badly rusted, thin panel, caved in a big dent under his kick. Ryup. The edge of the metal split open in a long gash. The air froze in an instant. Everybody was dumbstruck. Zhou Jingwei himself froze too, looking at his foot, then at the tear, the color draining clean off his face. I didn't mean to. His voice had changed pitch. Zhou Jingwei, you goddamn suicidal fool. Yang Damao was the first to react, his eyes going instantly red. Like a maddened bull, he let out a roar and lunged, a fist the size of a clay pot whistling through the air and slamming into Zhou Jingwei's jaw. Bang! Af! Zhou Jingwei screamed, his gold-rimmed glasses flying off, his whole body pitching sideways into the mud, mouth full of dirt. Yang Damao climbed on top of him, fists raining down. You dare kick the brigade's tractor, I'll beat you to death. Brother and just got it working, you good-for-nothing wrecker. Every punch landed on flesh. Zhou Jingwei curled up, arms over his head, snot and tears smearing his face. Stop hitting me. I was wrong. I watched coldly, and once he'd been beaten about enough, I stepped up, grabbed Yang Damao by the scruff of the neck, and pulled him off. That's enough, Damao. Don't kill him. Yang Damao panted hard and spat. Let the punk off easy. I walked over to Zhou Jingwei, who lay slumped on the ground, face bruised and swollen, and crouched down. Youth Zhou, you kicked in the brigade's tractor. What do you say we do about that? He was beaten senseless, his face puffed up like a pig's head, eyes barely able to open, and he mumbled for mercy. I'll pay for it. Pay how much? 50, he stammered. 50, I scoffed. You brushing off a beggar? Sheet metal plus labor, 100 yuan, not a cent less. 100? His vision went black and he nearly passed out. Won't pay. My gaze went hard. Fine. Damao, drag him to the commune police station. Destruction of collective property. Don't. I'll pay. He was scared out of his wits, fumbling a beat-up wallet out of his shirt, hands shaking as he dug out everything and shoved it at me, face crumpling. Brotherin, spare me. Please, I really don't have any more. I counted it. 70-some yuan, plus a few industrial coupons. I didn't quibble, just tucked it into my pocket. The rest gets docked from your work points. My eyes swept over the youths, still standing there scared stiff. All of you, get your asses up and get to work. Damao, find a switch. Anybody slacks again, whip him till it sticks. Yang Damao's eyes lit up. He picked up a thumb-thick branch, stripped off the leaves, and cracked it through the air with a snap. You got it, brotherin. The youths flinched, scrambling up on all fours, pain and filth forgotten, gritting their teeth and hauling wood for all they were worth. Yang Damao paced back and forth with the switch, like a head overseer. Faster. What are you dawdling for? You. Slack off again, and I'll whip you. Snap. The switch cracked against a log, sharp and crisp. The youths jolted all over and moved even quicker. The sun climbed from the east to overhead, then slowly slid west. The yard held nothing but heavy breathing, the dull thud of wood knocking together, and the occasional bark from Yang Damao. As the sun neared the horizon, the beds of both tractors were packed full, piled like small mountains. All right, weigh it and cut the ticket. Once the load was weighed and the ticket was written, the two tractors sputtered out of the lumber mill. The road back was brutal. Zhou Jingwei and the others sprawled in the gaps between the logs like piles of mud. His glasses were gone, one eye swollen to a slit, blood crusted at the corner of his mouth. He stared blankly up at the gray sky. Humph! A venomous growl came from his throat. Hauling it back is pointless anyway. A pile of wet wood. Just wait for it to rot. He barely got the words out. Smack! A slap cracked across his swollen face, snapping his head sideways. Say one more word, and I'll toss you off. My voice was ice cold. He shuddered all over, swallowing the rest of his words, clamping his mouth shut. He curled up in the cold gap between the logs. Nothing left but a hopeless whimper. The tractors rolled back into Qingshan village trailing dust. The moment they stopped at the edge of the threshing ground, Zhou Jingwei was the first to scramble down. Oh, thank God, we're finally here. A mud-caked black hand shot out and grabbed the back of his collar like an iron clamp. What's the rush, Technician Zhou? Yang Damao's dark face leaned in, grinning wide. This pile of wetwood hasn't even taken root yet, and you want to slip off? Zhou Jingwei's eyes bulged from the grip. He sputtered furiously. Yang Damao, let go. We worked all day. Our bones are about to break. Can't we rest a minute? And why do those other guys who came along get to just stand around and watch? Oh ho! Yang Damao tightened his grip until Zhou's toes lifted off the ground. Whether I work or not. Since when does a useless piece of trash like you get to open his mouth? Brother Anzi told me to keep a close eye on you gambling debt bums. Don't even think about slacking off. Smack! Another loud slap landed. Talk more crap, and I'll hang you off the trailer like a flag. Get to work, I said from the front of the tractor. Cold. Not up for discussion. The other 4 educated youths saw Zhou Jingui take the beating and went white. A few of the village's strong workers hauled them over to the woodpile like grabbing baby chicks. Move it. Anybody loafing gets the whip. Yang Damao produced a thin ox-driving whip from somewhere and cracked it in the air. The youths flinched. The wet wood was dead heavy. Anyone who lagged, anyone who complained too loud, got the whip. It wasn't hard, but on sweat-soaked clothes it stung like fire. Ow, don't hit, I'm carrying it. On the threshing ground there was only panting, the dull thud of logs hitting the ground, and the nerve-rattling snap of the whip. Really thought he was some young master, huh? Where'd all that energy go from when he was kicking the tractor? Brother Anzi's got the right cure. The crowd's comments stabbed into Zhou Jingui's ears like needles. He clenched his back teeth and, using every ounce of strength he had, hoisted a log into place, so exhausted his vision went black. Finally, all the wood was unloaded, piled into a small mountain in one corner of the threshing ground, damp air rising off it, a heavy smell of pine and earth. Team leader Zhang Weimin walked over with his hands behind his back, frowning. He touched the cut end of a log, his fingers coming away damp, and let out a heavy sigh. Ah, Anzi, this batch is even wetter than the load we hauled for the elementary school the other day. He kicked a log stump, hard and soggy. The commune's pushing, the kids are waiting, but if the wood won't dry through, who dares start building? The schedule keeps getting pushed back. This building of yours might have to wait till spring thaw. Uncle Zhang, no need to wait for spring. I clapped the dust off my hands. 7 days, tops. I'll get this wood dried through. What? Zhang Weimin's head snapped up, eyes going round. 7 days? Anzi, can you make the heavens hand you a blazing sun? I smiled and pointed at an open corner of the threshing ground. Sun shines up to the sky. This is up to us. We build a drying shed, run fire channels inside, seal it up, and bake. 7 days is plenty for this much. Even all the wood for the school won't take more than a month to dry. A drying shed? Zhang Weimin's mouth hung open, and for a long moment, he couldn't close it. Then he slapped his thigh, the worry gone from his face. Heavens above, Anzi, you really are Qingshan Village's lucky star. That idea is brilliant. He spun around in place with excitement, then swept his big hand. Do it your way. Whatever hands or tools you need, the whole team's at your disposal. Get that school built and you're the village hero. This would, Uncle hands it all to you. All right, Uncle Zhang. I'll get started right away. Zhou Jingui lay slumped in the mud, listening to all this, watching Zhang Weimin's excitement, a wave of spite mixed with jealousy rushing to his head. But in the end, he didn't dare openly fight back. He took a deep breath and, propped up by a couple of his hangers-on, hobbled off toward the educated youth quarters, cursing 18 generations of my ancestors in his heart. A drying shed? Dry my ass. Too much fire, and the wood all burns to charcoal. Useless. Even nobody in the county seat would dare claim they could control the heat that well. Just wait and watch me make a fool of myself. Bring me down, and Zhou Jingui gets his day to rise again. I paid no attention to that venomous glare at my back. Time waits for no one. No sooner said than done. Damao, round up a few men. You're building a shed with me. Yang Damao answered loud and clear, immediately calling over 5 or 6 strong workers. Hands on my hips, I pointed at the open ground and laid out the orders one by one. Damao, take some men to the storehouse. Bring the wood poles left over from the melon trellises, the thick, sturdy ones. That pile of mud bricks by the threshing ground, haul it all over here. Those rolls of plastic sheeting buried at the bottom of the warehouse, dig them out. And get a few men to dig up clay, the sticky kind. Mix it with wheat straw into mud. Everyone scattered to work, hauling poles, carrying bricks, in full swing. I picked an open stretch against the wall and marked out the layout myself. First, I raised a frame taller than a man with thick poles, level and plumb, lashed tight. Then I stacked mud brick walls along the inside of the frame, leaving only the south side open for a door. Across the top, I laid the crossbeams close together, spread thick plastic sheeting, sealed the edges with clay, and packed it down airtight. The main structure was up. The key was inside. I had them dig a deep trench down the middle, running from the entrance all the way to the back. Over the trench, they laid a long tube rolled from scrap sheet metal. That was the fire channel. One end connected to an earthen fire pit outside the shed. You burn the fire in the pit, the heat travels through the metal tube into the shed, and the whole thing warms up, I explained to everyone. Remember, the fire can't be big. It's got to smolder, slow, so it dries gradually. Once the shed was done, everyone worked together to carefully carry the wet pine inside, stacking it neatly with gaps between the logs for airflow. Before lighting the fire, I used the excuse of checking how the wood was stacked and went in alone for a walk around. With my back to the shed opening, my fingers brushed, seemingly by chance, over the logs at a few key spots. The mountain god pearl's spirit liquid quietly seeped deep into the wood. With this, the wood's inner structure would hold steadier, safe from scorching even if the heat ran too hot. Let's start. I stepped out of the shed and signaled to light it. Pine branches, wood shavings, and dry grass caught in the earthen pit, burning low and slow. Heat crept through the metal fire channel into the shed, and the temperature slowly rose. I tended the pit mouth myself, keeping tight control of the heat, letting it smoke but never flame. Team leader, you came at just the right time. Zhang implanted the gong mallet against the ground. His voice wasn't loud, but it cut over the whole crowd. Middle of the night. I couldn't stop worrying about a stray spark in that shed, so I came back to check it again. He pointed at the pile of charred ash beneath the drying shed. And there he was, this educated youth Zhou, tossing a torch under my shed. What did he throw? Everybody see for yourselves. Zhang bent down and picked up the half-length of pine kindling from the ground, soaked through with resin, clear bite marks still on it, and held it up high. In the torchlight, the oily resin gleamed. Pine kindling raked out of a stove, soaked in oil, lights with one spark. Zhang thrust it toward Zhou Jingui's face. Educated youth Zhou, wandering around at midnight with this tucked in your shirt. Was it for light, or to keep your hands warm? Zhou Jingui's face went white as paper. It's not mine, he framed me. Framed you? Zhang sneered, grabbed Zhou Jingui by the collar, and dragged him in front of Zhang Weiman. Uncle Zhang, take a whiff. Zhang Weiman frowned and leaned in. A strong reek of kerosene mixed with the stink of sulfur shot up his nose, making him jerk back. That smell. Zhang Weiman's face darkened. Kerosene, matched sulfur, seeped right into his bones. Zhang said it word by word. Uncle Zhang, if I hadn't come back, this shed would be ashes by now. The kids' school, the team's wood, all of it gone. The crowd erupted. Damn, he really did set the fire. Black-hearted bastard. To spite Anzi, he'd even burn the team's wood. The kids' school, and he could still bring himself to do it. Yang Dumao charged in first and slammed his door bar against the ground. Zhou Jingui, you coward. Anzi's helping the whole village build a school, and you set fire to it? I'll beat you to death. Hold on. Zhang Weiman threw out an arm to stop Yang Dumao, his face dark enough to drip water. He crouched down and stared at Zhou Jingui. Jingui, I'll ask you one more time. This fire, did you set it or not? Zhou Jingui's eyes darted around, and he kept up the front. Team leader, I'm wronged. I was just passing by. Passing by. Zhang Weiman grabbed the half-piece of pine kindling off the ground and smacked it against his face. Passing by with this on you. Passing by reeking of kerosene? You think I'm a senile old fool. Zhou Jingui still tried to argue when the treasure bowl cub suddenly lunged forward, baring its fangs at his throat with a low snarl. Don't bite me. Don't bite me. Zhou Jingui was scared out of his wits. His bladder let go and a wet patch spread across his crotch, drawing a roar of laughter from the crowd. It was me. I said it. He broke down, clutching his head and wailing. I just couldn't stand seeing him shine. Why does fixing a tractor and drying wood make him a hero, while I, Zhou Jingui, have to be his stepping stone? I won't accept it. The words were out, and the whole place went dead silent. Zhang Weiman was shaking with rage. He slapped Zhou Jingui across the face. Won't accept it? The kids' school, and you just burn it? Qingshan village's wood is kindling for you to vent your spite. I'll say this right here. Zhang Weiman stood up and looked around at the whole village, his voice heavy as iron. Zhou Jingui, arson, destruction of public property, endangering a commune member's life. This I can't cover up, and I won't. Come daylight, we haul him to the commune and hand him over to the Public Security Bureau. Haul him to the commune. Turn him over to the police. The crowd roared in agreement, torches raised high. Zhou Jingui slumped to the ground, ashen-faced, without an ounce of fight left to argue. Zhang Weiman turned to Jiang'an, his expression softening, and gave him a firm clap on the shoulder. Anzi, well done. If you hadn't kept watch tonight, the team would have had a disaster on its hands. You saved everyone in this village. You're Qingshan village's hero. Uncle Zhang, it's what anyone should do. Zhang said lightly. That wood's for building the kids a school. Anybody who wants to touch it has to get through me first. At those words, cheers went up all around. Brother Anzi stands up for what's right. Qingshan village is blessed to have Anzi. Jiang'an said no more and bent down to stroke the treasure bowl cub's head. The little tiger nuzzled his palm, a satisfied purr rumbling in its throat, all its earlier ferocity gone. In the torchlight, that battered bronze gong still trembled faintly, its lingering hum scattering on the night wind. Zhang Weiman's brow knotted into a tight ball. He didn't even glance at Zhou Jingui, asking me first, "Anzi, what happened?" I stepped on the smoldering pile of kindling on the ground, my voice cold as ice. "Uncle Zhang, this coward crept over in the middle of the night to torch my drying shed. Said he was just wandering around, but I searched him. There were still match heads in his pants pocket, and he stinks of kerosene and pine resin from head to toe, marinated in it. This drying shed is for the school. He doesn't want the kids in our village to get an education." Yang Dumao had sharp eyes. He spotted the half of a matchbox sticking out of Zhou Jingui's pocket in one glance, and the soaked crotch too. His eyes went red in an instant. He snatched up the door bar and swung it around with a whoosh of wind. Bang! The bar smashed into the mud right next to Zhou Jingui, splattering mud high into the air. Zhou Jingui let out a yelp, nearly jumping out of his skin. "This shed's next to the haystack and right by the warehouse." Yang Damao roared, veins bulging. "One spark and half the village burns to bare ground. You want to burn everyone in the village to death." Zhang Weiman's face went black as a pot bottom. He strode over in 2 steps, bent down and sniffed. Kerosene mixed with the stench of urine made him wrinkle his nose hard. He picked up the half piece of pine kindling and looked at the scorch marks on the ground. The evidence was ironclad. He jerked upright, his pipe stem nearly jabbing into Zhou Jingui's eyeball, and pointed at his nose and let loose a torrent of curses, from ancestors to guts, spittle flying all over the other man's face. "Burn the shed? How many heads do you damn well think you've got? It's bone dry out, one gust of wind, and all several hundred souls in Qingshan village go to the grave with you." The words landed like a hammer on everyone's heart. The crowd fell dead silent for an instant, then exploded. "Burn the village? That's wiping out whole families. Beat this animal to death." Fists and clubs waved, everyone itching to tear him apart. Zhou Jingui's crotch went warm again from fright. He collapsed completely, trembling like a sieve, snot and tears smearing his face. He crawled on hands and feet to Zhang Weiman's feet, wrapped his arms around the man's legs, and howled. "Team leader, I was wrong. My mind was clogged with lard. I was jealous of Anzi. I'll pay for the wood. I'll pay for the shed. Whatever it takes. Just spare me." Blown up big, this was arson against the whole village. If it really went to the commune, he'd be denounced and paraded through the streets. How could he stay an educated youth after that? Any hope of returning to the city would be gone for good. "Spare you." Zhang Weiman kicked him away, his chest heaving violently. "Even if I spare you, will the folks of this village spare you? Will those kids spare you? First you welch on your debt and kick the tractor to pieces. Now you dare set fire to the village. You rotten rat turd. Keeping you around is nothing but a hazard." His voice suddenly climbed, like a sentence being handed down. "Listen up. Starting tomorrow, get your ass to the commune and haul night soil out of the septic pit. A full month of it. Any load short, and I dock you a year's work points. Docking half a year's work points to pay Anzi back for the tractor repairs and the shed. Write a confession and read it out loud in front of the whole team. Read it badly, and I'll send you to the labor reform farm. One more time, and I'll tie you up and throw you straight in prison. Half a year's work points. A month of hauling night soil." Zhou Jingui's vision went dark, and he nearly passed out. Those work points were his lifeline, his grain money. Without them, he'd get no grain at year's end. What would he live on? "Team leader, spare my life. Half a year's work points. I can't survive on that." He kowtowed until his head thumped against the ground. "Can't survive? Should have thought of that earlier." Zhang Weiman waved a hand. "Drag him off. Don't dirty my ground." 2 strong workers stepped up and hauled him away like dragging a dead dog. "Brother Anzi, spare me." Zhou Jingui twisted his head back, wailing at me. I stood with my arms crossed, not sparing him a single glance, until his crying was swallowed up by the dark of night. "Anzi." Zhang Weiman turned around and gave my shoulder a firm clap. His anger hadn't fully faded, but his tone had eased. "Good lad. Lucky you were alert and spared the village a real catastrophe. You saved everyone here. You're Qingshan village's hero." In the torchlight, the villagers looked at me with eyes full of gratitude and lingering fear. "Brother Anzi's amazing. If not for you, tonight would have been the end of us. That worthless bastard. He deserves to haul night soil." Only after the crowd had scattered did I walk over to the drying shed for a look. Good thing the little tiger pounced fast and the sparks never caught, or all this timber would have gone to waste. To be safe, I doused the shed with a coat of Spirit Spring liquid. Now if anyone came to set fire to it again, it wouldn't catch. Once that was done, I took the little tiger home and fell into a deep sleep. Before dawn the next day, 2 strong workers dragged Zhou Jingwei off the communal sleeping platform and hauled him to the septic pit. The commune's manure pit stank to high heaven. Zhou Jingwei carried 2 sloshing buckets of night soil, his pant legs rolled up to the knees, his shins caked with black-yellow filth, the bruises on his face still swollen. The carrying pole dug painfully into his shoulders, and the muck sloshed out onto his feet, scalding enough to make him suck in air. Blurk, the bit of thin porridge from that morning, all came back up. Behind him came the undisguised jeers of the other educated youths. Well now, Technician Zhou, first day on the job hauling night soil? Stand back, the stink's overpowering. Still think you're somebody? Useless piece of trash. Everyone knew what he'd done to the village's timber, and not one of them gave him a decent look. Zhou Jingwei gripped the carrying pole rope, nails digging into his palm, staring at the murky slop of manure. His eyes had turned venomous. Jiangyan, this is all you're doing. I'm not done with you. Over at the threshing ground, it was a whole different scene. The drying shed's doors stood wide open, and the dry scent of pine chased away the last of the damp. Zhang Weiman led a few old hands, running his palms over the smooth, solid lumber again and again, grinning ear to ear. It's done. The kids' school, we've got a real shot at it now. Beam by beam, the timber was hauled off to the plot marked out for the elementary school. I didn't waste any time. I called Yang Demao over to lug the fully dried roof beams to the empty patch of ground beside my old house. The village's business was settled, so it was time to lay the foundation for my own new place. A man needs a new house before he can take a wife. And gee, you just watch. Yang Damao wiped the sweat off his face, swung a bowl-thick pine pole up onto his shoulder, and took off like the wind. The lime lines marking the foundation were already laid out, bright white against the yellow dirt. I swung the pickaxe, and the first blow bit deep and hard, sending clods of earth and grass roots flying. Gotta get the base solid. Yang Damao jumped into the shallow pit, working the spade like a windmill. We dug the footing trenches, tamped the earth, and laid the stone base. The 2 of us kept our heads down and worked, sweat hammering into the soil. A few of the village laborers I'd helped out before showed up on their own to lend a hand. The chants of men hauling stone mixed with the sharp ring of spades and picks, startling the sparrows in the old elm into a flurry of wings. Wedge another bluestone on the left. Pass up the tamper. Put your back into it. This foundation's laid sturdier than the commune granary. In 3 to 5 days, the deep, even foundation trenches took shape, their bottoms tamped hard as bluestone slabs. A ridge of earth a foot high ran all the way around, steadily framing the outline of my new home. Zhou Jingwei, shouldering his empty manure buckets, hunched his back and gave the threshing ground a wide berth, ducking behind a haystack. Through eyes swollen to slits, he stared hard at that bustling work site. Watching my upright figure, hearing those powerful chants, then thinking of the manure stench he couldn't wash off, his raw-rubbed shoulders, and the half a year's work points docked from him like flesh carved from his bones. A bone-deep hatred all but swallowed him whole. Next it was the mason's turn. With the odds and ends done, I felt a weight lift off my chest. The days flowed on quiet as the creek at the edge of the village. The new house looked different every day, just waiting on the masons to raise the walls and set the beams. The new leather coat in Irina's hands was nearly finished too, the stitches fine and tight, snug against the wind. The 2 of us didn't talk much. One glance passed between us, and the other understood. The folks in the settlement teased me whenever they saw me. And Z, when do we get to drink at your wedding? House is up, your girl can't wait much longer. I'd grin. Soon, soon. That day, just as the sun dipped west, someone came pounding on my gate. And gee, that was Yang Dumao's cracked, gravelly voice. I pulled the door open. Zhang Weiman stood there in a washed-out blue jacket, brow knotted, a crumpled scrap of paper pinched in his hand. And Z, he held the paper out. Higher-ups sent down more educated youth, 7 of them. They get to the county train station today. We're in the middle of the irrigation canal. Can't spare anyone. You and Damao run over for me. Take the ox carts to fetch them. I'll count it as work points for you both. Sure. I didn't argue. Just tucked the paper in my pocket. I'll go too. Irina came out from inside, still holding the unfinished leather coat. Someone to look out for you on the road. Zhang Weiman nodded. All right, go together. Two ox carts creaked and groaned over the dirt road, kicking up a trail of yellow dust the whole way. Yang Dumao drove up front, humming some tuneless little song. Irina and I sat on the shaft of the second cart, its bed spread with dry hay, empty and waiting for passengers. 30-some lead down the road. Just as the sun climbed to the top of the sky, the gray outline of the county town finally came into view. A scattering of people stood in front of the low brick building at the train station, big and small bundles piled at their feet. Once the ox carts pulled up steady, I hopped down, fished out the scrap of paper, cleared my throat, and called out to the group of young folks in blue cloth uniforms, their faces pale and curious with that city look. Qingshan settlement youth, gather over here. 7 of them, 4 men and 3 women, dragged their luggage over and clustered around. Qingshan settlement? Asked a young man in glasses, with a bookish air. That's right. I nodded. Team leader Zhang Weiman sent us to fetch you. Name's Zhang, this is Yang Damao and Irina. Carts are over there. I jerked my chin toward the ox carts. Everybody squeeze in, luggage on the cart, folks follow along. It's a long way still, 30-some li. The youth glanced at each other. Some looked relieved, others frowned at the plain ox carts. Oh, come on, this is it. A shrill female voice cut through, dripping with disdain. The girl who'd spoken wore 2 glossy short braids, her face fair, her lips painted red, dressed in a brand new green army uniform with a pair of shiny little leather shoes on her feet. One hand on her hip, the other pointing at the 2 beat-up ox carts. She raised her eyebrows sky high. I've got to say, the Qingshan settlement cadres really don't take us seriously, do they? Her voice climbed higher, drawing everyone's eyes over. We answered the call, came to build up the countryside, and you send these 2 broken-down ox carts? Can't even spare a tractor? Where's the team leader? He won't even show his face, just sends a couple of green kids. Her gaze slid sideways across Irina's light blonde hair and deep-set features. She curled her lip and drew her voice out long. And you bring a Rusky woman to fetch us? Is this how Qingshan settlement welcomes educated youth? A tall young man with a side part chimed right in, chin lifted, looking down his nose at us. Exactly, not a shred of organizational discipline. We came bringing knowledge and enthusiasm to help you change your backward ways. And this is the attitude we get? You got a problem with us, or with the policy? At the very least, you should have arranged a tractor. Ox carts stink and they're filthy, they'll get our clothes dirty. Yang Damao couldn't stand for that. Veins bulging in his neck, he took a single stride right up to the pair of them, his finger nearly jabbing that young man's nose, and let loose a scorching earful, so fierce it drove the other man shrinking backward. What's wrong with an ox cart? You got a ride, and you're still picking and choosing. Want a tractor too? You know how precious diesel is? You gonna pay for the fuel? Team leader didn't come? He's busy digging an irrigation canal for the whole settlement, clearing out rooms for you lot. Like anybody's dying to come fetch you. If Uncle Wayman hadn't said the word, I couldn't be bothered to run 30-some li out here to eat dust and drink wind. Chun Jiaoling froze at his shouting. Then, like a cat that had had its tail stepped on, her voice went even shriller. What are you yelling for? Country bumpkin, no manners. We're educated youth from the city, we came to. All right, everybody cool down. Irina stepped forward, planting herself between Yang Damao and Chun Jiaoling, a gentle smile on her face. The team leader really does have urgent business. He couldn't get away. Today the team sent Yang Damao and me to the train station to pick up the educated youth. In front of the station, this city girl called Chun Jiaoling was giving Irina a hard time. Irina had meant well, coaxing everyone onto the carts in a soft voice. Zhang and Damao are the most capable ones in the team. Sending them to fetch you means you're valued. The ox carts are a bit plain, but they're steady on the road. Once we're at the settlement, the team leader will surely explain everything. But Chun Jiaoling wasn't having it. You could tell at a glance this woman had been stung by Irina's pretty face and stylish getup, especially with the eyes of several of the male youth keeping drifting Irina's way. Heh, she sneered, sizing Irina up and down, her gaze venomous. Qingshan settlement really is full of hidden surprises, even letting a foreign woman come out and show herself off? What? All your settlement's women dead and gone. So it falls to an outsider like you to play the good soul? Look at that getup. Aren't you maybe a spy sent by the Soviet revisionists? The color drained clean out of Irina's face. In an instant her blue eyes misted over and her lips trembled. She clutched at the hem of her clothes, her body shaking faintly. I don't like people bullying others in front of me. I stepped up in front of Chun Jiaoling, bearing down on her from above. Say that again. Chun Jiaoling got the creeps under my stare, But that city girl's sense of superiority made her tough it out. So what if I do? You think I'm scared of you, hick? A foreign woman, coming here to play at being. Smack. One slap. And before she could finish, her ankle buckled and she went down in the dirt with a thud, clutching her face, completely stunned. Nice one, and G. Yang Damao yelled beside me.